It's better now. Yes. Следующий вообще.
Vítejte v aréně!
Fuck. To jsem nechtěl jako si vzít, no. Jako super. To je fakt jako bomba.
Chodíš sem často? Teď patříš mně.
A teď do boje!
And ready, it's about to go down.
I have a feeling a lot of favs are gonna die and I'm not ready for it. Favorite faves. Favs?
Fabs. Say fabs.
Favs. Well, a lot of favs, but yeah, you should get ready. You should get ready.
Also, Nikolai likes to work on making me feel really vulnerable and not at ease. So a lot of that's quite close to the surface and quite raw. Yeah, close to the surface.
Really, just boiling.
Yeah, you might say
You want to keep it on a simmer.
you might say
all the time.
excruciating. I mean, you could say that.
Out on the real Iron Throne between yourself.
broke?
by sitting on it.
Was it made of styrofoam?
No, I'm a whole lot of woman.
That was a whole lot of woman. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you guys so much.
If you could go back and change one decision Brienne made over the seasons, what? Brian. If you could go back and change one decision Brian made over the seasons, what would it be and why? Brian of Tarth.
I think Brian would have got together with Tormund much earlier and cut out a whole storyline that sort of started around season 3.
Great. So.
Next year's younger you, what would you say to your...
Wow, that is.
Actually go into anaphylactic shock if I have to have anything to do with food. This is so wonderful. Thanks.
Was that good?
Perfect. I'm gonna give you.
Said this quote, why are we going to need therapy when the show ends?
Because I think that our performances this season are so powerful that people will actually die when they watch them.
They will need therapy because it's so. I don't know why. Why would they? You never answered the question. Why would they need therapy?
It was a throwaway statement. I mean, I
Just mentioned that the scenes you loved best were with Nikolai.
I subsequently decided that's incorrect, and anything not involving Nikolai has proved to be
horrible for her.
a lot
Just
more
absolutely
enjoyable,
less enjoyable.
and less strange.
But you know what? You're so good. Now I see us.
Proč to tak rychle stakuje, vole?
Ice.
Well, I just heard the craziest idea today that who was it? What was it going? The Varys is a man-made. What? Oh, merman.
I almost want to get all the outtakes of you guys in full costume doing this with each other.
No one likes it. We've annoyed everyone.
Yes.
Everyone
We've
on set.
annoyed everyone on set, and they don't want to be around. We did alienate people over the years, didn't we? We
The
alienated-
friendship.
No, that's but everyone just they didn't appreciate the fun we were having.
What was Jamie's high point in this series, from your perspective? And by that I mean series as in Game of Thrones,
Yeah.
and I mean series
No, I understand the
1.
question. Thank
Seven.
you. That's a great question.
I think the high point was just before he met the
No, I think to be fair, I think for Jamie as a character, high point was meeting Brienne of Tarth.
Why do you think that was?
Well, because well, it's a bit of a disaster, of course. Meeting her meant suddenly he stepped up and thought of someone outside the family, and he, when she was about to get raped, he stepped in and that lost his hand, and that changed his whole perception of self, and that thus he has become the better man for her.
So what would you say she's done for him?
That's.
Would you say she's made him a more likable character, a more
No.
human character,
No.
someone that audiences can connect
No,
with more? Do
but
you think they
she
would
has
come up
been-
to the actress that played
she has
Brienne of
been-
Tarth and say, I didn't like that Jamie character before you.
No.
You made him likable. You did. You did.
No.
And is there anything that you would change? The ending?
No, but I mean,
No,
because you but you don't. It's like reading it. No,
It's immaculate.
but it.
You're pathetic.
So pathetic. Self-obsessed. Just stop talking.
Okay.
Now I have a question for you.
What the fuck was that?
What? No, I shouldn't stop. I was about to make something. What?
These are. They're off what? Yes. See, you don't. It's a part. It's a part of the shoe. Yes.
What's that? Sorry.
It's part of the
part of
design.
the
Off-white. Yes.
Collaboration with Nike, and
Yes.
Nike, and that's
Yeah.
because it's a comment. I mean, you receive it however you want, but it's
Right.
postmodern.
that's just how much was
no.
the shoot.
Well, here.
Has it been fun to do press together? Love our Brian and
Yes,
Jamie.
it's been wonderful.
No, I have enjoyed it. I
Absolutely
don't
wonderful.
enjoy it. I don't like
He
you.
keeps looking at me saying, "Where's that Norwegian torment guy?" And but this is me. I'm here.
I don't know. How have you dealt with leaving Game of Thrones? Did you have an identity crisis?
I think the identity crisis I've had has been doing the show.
You're back. Found yourself again.
Looking back on the season, what do you think the biggest turning point was for your character that sort of pushed them into the direction that they are?
Well, I think for Jamie, I think it was meeting Brienne of Tarth. There's no question about it. It had a lot of consequence. He lost his hand.
Yeah. I didn't think we'd get along because the
I knew
first
from the
time
moment I saw
I
him.
met Nikolai, he was off with me.
You're much happier in daylight.
I saw him in a makeup truck. Someone said I was very nervous because I thought Nikolai was a great actor. And they said, "Do you want to meet Nikolai?" And I said, "Oh, I'm really nervous." And they said, "No, he's fine." I went in and he's sitting in the chair and looked at me and just looked me up and down and said, "Yes." And that's how we met. And then after that, and I got annoyed actually because really no
she
one
never
had
gets
treated me
annoyed.
like that before. And then the next time was at the read-through when you marched up to me and said, "We need to go and rehearse now." And I said, "I'm actually having sex." And you said, "Well, I hope you're not going to be difficult about all this."
Wow.
That's what you said.
It's
And
really
then
not
Nina Gold said, "Oh, this is great. This is exactly what we wanted. We didn't know it would turn out like this."
It's a long way to King's Landing. Might as well get to know one another.
That's not
Never
how
once
that's
did
not.
I.
That's,
Really, what do you remember?
I actually remembered that we instantly hit it off.
It's yours.
Where?
It was just like, do you want to go have a drink? Yes, let's go have a drink. We would talk about personal stuff, once in our life. And I realized that
Stop it! Yes! All a dream. It was all
We
a
lost?
dream.
Brienne wakes up in the aisle with a.
Oh, I had the weirdest dream.
Oh my gosh, she does it again.
Well, you know what? We
It's a
are
theory.
all going to die. And it's something that you have to come to terms with and make the most of each day.
Have you come to terms with that? Mortality?
Yeah, I think I have. Have you? Really?
No, really.
Why?
I don't want to die.
You don't want to?
I know, I will.
Are you going to be cryogenically frozen? Just the head. Can you afford just the head?
They
Or will
don't
you go
have
for the
anything that-
full body? What do you want me to say? Do you want me to start saying something?
I'm saying good things
Yeah,
about
I
you.
don't know. It
I
feels
felt
pretty on the
instant
edge.
connection that this woman and her husband, her husband was inside this costume, and then his hand came out and gave me this note that I had to give her, and then he basically proposed to her. And
Through you.
through me, yeah.
So you proposed to her.
Proposed to her, yeah.
You proposed
Well,
to
I
her for him.
Yes, and then the ring came out of this big costume, and then.
And did you put the ring on her?
No, I didn't.
And did she say yes or no to you?
No, she said yes to the thing, the
She
head.
said
And then she hugged the thing. It was like, it was very sweet.
What will you miss most about each other?
Oh, I'm good. She's funny. Even when she doesn't mean to.
Oh, I missed.
That thing.
I'm trying to think what.
It's so emotional, that thing. It's very funny. Okay, stop that. You don't have to say anything. Okay, say something nice.
I won't miss that. I actually won't miss that. And every time I start to get a little bit sentimental about it, then
I say
see
something to
him,
stop that.
And he's just a huge disappointment.
Because I know.
This is going to be an investment. What the snacks are. Do you enjoy snacks? You don't strike me as the person that does snack. That's snacking on nuts. That it's a healthy option.
Oh no.
Do I speak into it like a microphone?
No.
Will everyone in Game of Thrones end up as White Walkers? Cannot predict now. What a cop-out! What are you doing? You didn't ask it anything.
I thought of a
You
question.
thought
inside.
into it.
Yeah. Will Daenerys Targaryen end up on the Iron Throne?
Look at the.
Oh. What does it say?
Just nice. Say anything.
Yes.
You thinking into it again? Eric, it hurts my heart knowing Jamie ain't winning this thing. But what he is winning at
You
is
know
eating
nothing, Eric.
nuts. What?
He knows nothing. He
What
doesn't
was
know
that?
that I'm not winning.
Thing you did then? Noises. There's noises.
Well, go.
Was it an impersonation?
No, I would never do that.
Was it an impersonation of someone?
No,
Can you name the dragon?
Drogon?
The other
The other one.
which is.
Fair one.
I love a necklace.
I'm sure.
It makes you look young.
Oh, even better. Yeah, I'll take that.
How?
Isn't it my turn?
No, I have a question. How important in your personal growth has
Starten slår vi
working
pejdaktörka.
Are you okay? Do you want me to read it out? Like we do with your lines. Shall I read it out and then you repeat it and that's how you learn it? Should we do that?
I'm so proud of you.
Kurva.
Thank you.
You've done so well.
What,
really
what
appreciate
she's
it.
building
Started
bredvid.
out, it was a struggle for the first few years, but you've really grown.
I want to thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome.
The show has a really epic way of creating some death scenes. So if you could choose a way of how her character would die, and vice versa.
Wow, that's really dark. How would I choose her to die?
Allow your imagination to run riot.
Old age.
Oh.
Now it's your turn.
I would like your character to spontaneously combust.
Yes, it could happen. Echo Jack says.
It's really not gentlemanly to eat while doing a television interview.
Well, have you ever thought of me as a gentleman?
Good point.
Anyone ever told you you're as boring as you are ugly?
Yes, they have. Has he said it to me?
Yeah,
Was it-
Jamie said it to Brienne.
Yeah, I was
Would you rather, Bryn, have known what character or actor do you wish
Hello? Hello?
The fuck?
you could shoot scenes with? Who?
Can you read?
No, but is there a character and actor you'd like to work with that you haven't worked with so far? See, this is what I have to deal with.
I want to sing.
What just sung and
I
danced by
really
so far?
want to sing. Should it be on ice skates? Should it be
Yes!
on ice skates? Oh my god, because you were great in that scene. I didn't really have a lot to say.
Well,
Is that why you like the scene so much? Because the scene was really about you. It was your scene.
as you may.
Can I just say my
She
favourite
talks
scene was his
all
scene
the time.
too.
Okay, yeah.
If I'm being fair dinkum, am I being honest or am I lying?
Me be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Not really. You said okay, which is
Well, you
quite
jumped in
neutral.
and
It's
helped
quite
me.
neutral
Well, you said
answer.
fair enough.
You're being fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you are being okay.
All right, give her the
I
point.
think
Yeah,
I
1 point.
get
Yeah,
the point.
zero.
Half a
Yeah.
point.
No, just I'm gonna come now. Brienne is completely the reason Jamie became a likable character. This is like you could have written it. Did you write this?
It's just fact.
You wrote this.
Everybody knows. Who would you like to see on the Iron Throne?
I would like to see Brienne of Tarth on the Iron Throne.
And why is that?
I think she would be an honourable and just ruler.
That's such a wonderful answer. Thank
yes,
you.
thank you.
I think it's safe to say that you have
Just
grown
stop it.
as a human being.
Really?
Beyond
it is
just
so
as-
sad
just
when
as an
he
actress.
shows this side of himself. Made me laugh so much at work.
Really? No one?
No.
I think when you say you haven't shown anything, I actually have seen quite a bit. I think you're egging him on. But that's just maybe just me reading into.
You're entitled to think what you like.
I know.
Lived in the world of Game of Thrones, what would you be? You probably wouldn't be a knight. You probably wouldn't necessarily be a Lannister. Like,
No.
who do you think you actually would be if you lived in Westeros?
Why wouldn't I be?
I would
why
be
wouldn't
a
I be
farmer somewhere. Hopefully just trying to live my life and, not get involved.
I truly believe I would be Brienne of Tarth. I truly believe that. And I wouldn't be very good. Like, I couldn't do any of the fighting, but I would look like that. I'd be on a horse, but I'd probably make more use of the inns than she does. Mad, delusional egomaniac that also with a strange Svendali complex. You have done nothing other than agitate me.
I think that they do a great job in the edit. I do a great job in the edit.
Oh my gosh, I know you guys can't talk a lot about plot.
HBO spin-off. Brienne of Tarth and Jaime Lannister's adventures in Westeros. We've already pitched,
Shot it.
We shot it, yeah.
We've already shot it.
But it's
We've
gonna.
already shot it.
HBO didn't want it, but
We shot
Netflix is going with it.
They
See,
changed the
your
name
brain-
from the
your brain
character
stopped
in
the
the
whole
book.
room.
They
Just stop shouting.
male your attitude towards me. You believe that you made me. Believe that you made me.
I don't believe I made you.
Really?
I've just helped.
Right. Okay.
You've done the bulk of the work yourself.
Okay.
Who did you text first about what happens to you in your final episode?
Him.
Which of your co-stars picked the best selfies on set?
I don't know. I'm boring and just concentrating.
Kit, let's say Kit.
Who sends the funniest memes in the Game of Thrones group chat?
Alfie Allen.
Yes.
Who would be your one phone call if you were in jail?
Well, it wouldn't be anyone from Game of Thrones. A lawyer.
Nikolai Coster-Waldau.
Thought Jamie would think about Tormund's sort of romantic
Yeah. What do you think
intentions
about that?
toward her character.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
What do you make of
I
that?
think he would be maybe a little disappointed. But then he would go, that's okay.
But why would he be disappointed? Because
Well, because I think he would think, listen,
Really, just that? You think it's just that, do you? If Brienne could kill anyone on the show, it would be Peter Baelish.
Daenerys Targaryen. Because she's the biggest threat to the Lannisters.
How would you describe each other as a scene partner?
Really unreliable.
She's really helpful,
Toxic.
Why I do that?
supportive. She's so supportive.
Weird.
And really caring and loving.
Is there one prop that you have your eye on that you're like, I'm stealing it?
You want?
Oh, my golden hand. It's gonna be an ashtray in the house. I just think it's a cool.
It's handy.
It's handy.
Hot molten gold because you could sell it afterwards.
You dropped it on you.
No fuck.
But I am actually a character in the TV
So
show,
did I
so
go
I don't
to-
die, so I could just sell it without you intervening at
Good
all.
point, well made.
Thank you. Thank you to my team.
Dejte do toho všechno! To nebyl
Ach.
hezký pohled. To byl zápas. Uvidíme se u příštího.
Dal 9000. OK, ta ultimatka má poslední ten.
Byl vyřazen.
Čo? Škoda hodit, to víš celkem. Unlucky hra, čo? Já jsem to... Oh my god.
Tak jsem si poprvé umyl koule normálně s prcháčem. Já se teď prohlížím. A vypadám úplně jak v prdeli. Proč když se poškrábu v prdeli, tak mi pak smrdějí prsty? Dámy a pánové, já vás vítám u dnešního skvělého videa a dneska to bude jakoby fakt divočina, fakt divoký západ všechno, protože tady máme týpka, který se jmenuje Look Fried Freak. A jak už jste mohli asi si říct po tom, co jste viděli to krásné intro, ten týpek je fakt freak, ale jakože crazy. A já jsem si říkal, z toho videa mám točit nebo ne, protože, hele, týpek je očividně trošku off, znáte to prostě i ve svém světě, má tady na profilu napsáno ADHD, OCD, porucha osobnosti. OK. Takže já v tomhle videu, kámo, asi mu nebudu nadávat, spíš se na to podíváme, bude to spíš takové jakoby dokumentární video. Prozkoumám ty zákopy, zjistím, co se týpkovi děje v hlavě, dobré. Tak a my jdeme asi na první video, ale předtím, než na to kliknu, tak vás poprosím dojít ke mně na kick, máte to v popisku.
Why do you love me?
Because you like take me on expensive trips and like buy me everything I want and you always buy me food. I don't have to pay rent.
No, stop. Why do you actually love me?
You bought me 2 cats and I didn't have to pay for them.
No, I don't think you understand. Like, why are you with me?
Because you bought me an expensive Ferrari.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying, why are you with me? Like, what is it about my personality that makes you with me?
That you're so nice and always want to buy me stuff. Very generous.
Why are we still here?
Why do you...
Memo Bottle released their new stainless steel bottle, and you may laugh at this juice box sized water bottle, but the A7 is my favorite on the go bottle thanks to how well it fits in literally anything. The stainless steel also tastes way better than any plastic bottle, and I wouldn't blame you if you didn't use it for only water, because in the end, it's really just a cute liquid carrier of all kinds. Memo Bottle released their new stainless steel bottle.
Just because someone's described.
This video is brought to you by Mubi. Get a whole month free at mubi.com/docinema.
Excuse me, sir? I'm looking for a job. My motto is, if you want to win the lottery, you have to make the money to buy a ticket. You have to make the money to buy a ticket. You have to make the money to buy a ticket!
Jake Gyllenhaal. He's one of my favorite actors working today, and from a very young age, he's been delivering some amazing, memorable, and relatable performances. I wouldn't say he's an underrated actor, but in my opinion, his work doesn't quite get the recognition it deserves.
Morning, Pete.
So in this video, we're going to be discussing his filmography, from his least famous roles to the most famous ones, and find out what makes Jake Gyllenhaal such a great performer. And seeing as I'm going to be saying his name a million times, like I did with Ryan Gosling, let's start with the elephant in the room.
The name Gyllenhaal, I never know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. It is a Swedish name, is it not?
It is a Swedish name.
So shouldn't it be like Gyllenhaal?
Oh my god. I have to say,
Gyllenhaal!
the only 2 places that is pronounced correctly, my last name like you did just now, is in Sweden and in IKEA.
IKEA!
So, who is Jake Gyllenhaal? Jacob Benjamin Gyllenhaal was born on December 19th of 1980 in Los Angeles. Because his father was a director and his mother was a screenwriter, he was exposed to the art of filmmaking very early on in his life. His sister, Maggie Gyllenhaal, is also an actress who you might know from playing Rachel in Batman The Dark Knight, and also plays his sister in Donnie Darko. When Jake was 11, he made his acting debut showing off his shoulder-popping skills in the comedy movie City Slickers, and after that started making appearances in a few of his father's movies. Some interesting facts: Gyllenhaal was named one of the 50 most beautiful people by People magazine and was selected as the sexiest man of 2018. I mean, you can't deny it, bro looks majestic. He also dated Taylor Swift, who made a few songs about him after they broke up. He dropped out of university after studying Eastern religions and philosophy to focus on his acting career. And last but not least, he was among the top picks to become Batman and Spider-Man.
I auditioned for a lot of classics that I'm not in.
However, there's a lesson in that. even though he did later play in some blockbusters like Day After Tomorrow or Prince of Persia and eventually Mysterio in Spider-Man, those are not his best performances. Instead, he played in a lot of independent art house films, and that's exactly where his power lies. These more challenging roles like Brokeback Mountain, Donnie Darko, Nightcrawler, End of Watch, and many more gave him the opportunity to experiment and grow tremendously as an actor. We saw this with Robert Pattinson as well, who for some time only wanted to take on independent productions like Good Time, High Life, and The Lighthouse. It's almost like the lower the box office of Gyllenhaal's movies, the better the performance gets. So let's shine some light on his career, check out his best performances over the years, and see the full evolution of Jake Gyllenhaal. Jake had two major breakthrough roles at the beginning of his career, October Sky and Donnie Darko, showing two different sides of him. October Sky was an immediate hit, telling a wholesome story about a boy's passion for rocket science. Donnie Darko, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. It wasn't a box office success on its release, and it tells the story of a psychologically troubled teenager.
And then Donnie Darko came up, and I was like, oh, this feels like my high school experience.
But when people became tired of seeing the typical high school stories a few years later, Donnie Darko became a cult classic. These two movies laid the foundations for Jake's acting style, because it's oftentimes the subtleties of his facial expressions and the use of his lustrous eyes in his performances that we will see a lot more of in his later films.
Started looking at the rabbit, my sort of chin down, looking at him in a particular way. I think because of the angle of where the camera was in the close-up, and then eventually became, you know, a choice that my character made every time he saw the rabbit. And it's those little things that I've learned to trust over time, those little weird instinctual things character-wise that I go, oh, why is that showing? Oh, I'm gonna use that, you know.
To develop his range as an actor even more, he went on to play in theater. To quote himself, "Every actor I look up to has done theater work, so I knew I had to give it a try." He practiced with different accents, learned how to sing, and fast forward to the present, he has played on the biggest stages like West End and Broadway. Now, during his teenage years, he also made a few romantic dramas playing an emo kid working in a supermarket. And then, something magical happened. You know how Shakespeare created Hamlet, Homer wrote the Odyssey, while Jake Gyllenhaal created Bubble Boy. This movie is really wild, and it's basically one big meme. But it was actually so good that they had to bring it back for his role as Mysterio in Spider-Man Far From Home.
Wait a second, I've seen this before.
Yes, I know.
Fun.
It's not Bubble Boy anymore, it's Bubble Man.
Bubble Man. Oh, snap!
In 2002, he had a quick dinner with Jared Leto, aka Paul Allen, in the movie Highway, before starring in his first blockbuster movie, The Day After Tomorrow.
Another martini, Paul.
His career took a turn in 2005, because this is when we start seeing him take on more risky decisions as an actor and trust roles with them, showing the world that he can play any character convincingly. Brokeback Mountain is often jokingly referred to as the gay cowboy movie, but it is more than that. It was a pivotal moment for Jake. He played a gay character for the first time together with Heath Ledger, which was quite a bold career decision.
When was it, 10 years ago? A lot of actors didn't want to play a gay role.
Now everybody does.
He knew he was going to take part in a very important story. However, in this interview, he explained that he didn't fully realize the impact it would have when it was released.
A story has the power beyond anything that you think you have control over or part of. The story is the power, and when it goes out into the world, it becomes everyone else's. And so you have a short time with it, and that's my job and my honor to do, and then it is everyone else's.
The movie received 3 Academy Awards and earned Jake his only Oscar nomination ever for Best Supporting Actor. Criminal, right? It's after this movie that Jake realized the true power a story can have and started working even harder on reaching his true potential as an actor.
Gonna fucking move.
Where all that power is coming from. Interesting.
Jarhead. This movie planted a seed. Not only is it the first of many movies where Jake takes an angry shower by himself and rethinks life, it's also the first of many military or police-related movies he later plays in, such as End of Watch, Zodiac, Prisoners, Brothers, The Guilty, and his latest movie, The Covenant. The reason he is drawn to playing military figures is not only because he expresses great admiration for their bravery, but in terms of acting, he is drawn to roles of people operating under extreme circumstances, as it brings out the humanity in people. In Jarhead, he delivers a very raw performance, showing the emotional toll on an individual of living in such a disturbing environment. In Brothers, starring Tobey Maguire, we see him dealing with the PTSD of his brother after fighting in Afghanistan. But for End of Watch, he took it a step further and actually worked as a police officer in LA for several months, training with officers and even accompanied them to crime scenes.
And what I saw just changed me forever. To see the work that they do, to be with them, watching them do their work, to be in sometimes very dangerous situations and also beautiful situations, to see human behavior at its most tried sometimes, changed everything in the way I see the world. So I look at that as a very, very particular moment in my life and my career. Something I needed.
In 2021, he played in The Guilty, which is another really intense role playing an isolated 911 police dispatcher. And in 2022, he starred in Ambulance by Michael Bay, which is basically a 2-hour, 5-star GTA chase in an ambulance. Now, with the movie Zodiac, another seed was planted, because Jake later masters the genre of the psychological thriller, such as in Prisoners, Enemy, Nightcrawler, and Nocturnal Animals. It's on this film that Jake learned that filmmaking is a director's medium, and that actors serve the director, especially in the case of David Fincher, who is known for pushing his actors to the extreme.
It's raining and I run up to this door and I'm trying to get information, and we shot the scene twice and we shot it probably over 50 takes of it. I remember I never really got that scene, and if I did, or if he did, I never did, which is an interesting thing as an actor.
One hilarious fact about this movie is that for the close-ups of Jake's knuckles, David Fincher added some hair with CGI because he thought that Jake's hairless knuckles looked too perfect. The thing that Jake does best is his dedication of carving out the characters and fully embodying them, a technique called method acting, in which an actor strives for complete emotional identification with a character. And what's next is probably the greatest trilogy of back-to-back peak performance: Prisoners, Enemy, and Nightcrawler. Prisoners. Ryan Gosling actually auditioned for the role of Detective Loki, and to be honest, Officer K would have worked just as well. Jake and Ryan are two actors that perfectly play characters that are indifferent and emotionally dislocated. They both have this humoristic, goofy, yet stoic personality that makes them literally me. But Villeneuve went with Jake in the end because he had experience as a policeman from his previous movies, and introduced a whole backstory for the character. He came up with facial tics to show the stress of the character and little details like tattoos and jewelry to make him seem like a real person. Those subtle performances, especially the use of his bright blue eyes, is what sets him apart. In Donnie Darko, he used his sleepy eyes combined with the Kubrick stare to show his madness. He used the eye twitch in Prisoners to indicate stress. He literally never blinked in Nightcrawler, having his eyes wide open like a hungry coyote, and in Nocturnal Animals, the constant devastation in his red, teary eyes are juxtaposed with his happy, bright eyes when life was still good.
The eyes, Chico. They never lie.
Enemy. In Enemy, Jake took method acting so far that he literally became himself, playing his own doppelganger. Really impressive, as he plays both main characters very distinctly from one another, all while not trying to be his actual self. Nightcrawler. I've seen this movie like, 4 times now, and as a cameraman myself, I think of this movie every time I'm on the job. Jake's pre-production research included heading out after dark with this man, Howard Rashblum.
I'm an adrenaline junkie. I love the breaking news.
He's a real-life Los Angeles nightcrawler who for 15 years has been roaming these streets and selling his video.
He started living a lot at night like a werewolf and put himself on a salad diet to look like a hungry coyote. Lou Bloom plays these characters like chess, manipulating them for his own good, no matter the costs.
The ad didn't say what the job was.
It's a fine opportunity for some lucky someone.
Oftentimes, like in his later movie Stronger and Nocturnal Animals, he starts off playing this charming guy, but over time we see him get more caught up in himself until he explodes and reveals his true side. The performance was so real that a piece of Lou Bloom might still be left inside of him.
I was just deeply devoted to that character and that story. And yeah, the side effects of it, it's like, it takes a bit of time to shake it off. But, you know, in the end, it's just acting.
You know what that reminded me of?
How long do the characters stay in your head?
Do they ever leave? I don't know, Billy.
All jokes aside, if something like this doesn't deserve an Oscar or at least a nomination, I don't know what does. But it didn't stop there. To shake off the disappointment of not receiving an Oscar nomination, he went on to play a boxer fighting his way back to the top in Southpaw. The physical transformation from Nightcrawler to this is insane, but more importantly, the preparation shows his discipline and mindset as a great actor.
Jake and I train 8 hours a day, for a month and a half, 2 months. Live like boxers, clean diet, clean lifestyle, didn't go out. I mean, I I'd get to the gym, you know, thinking I'd be the first one there, and he'd already run like 7 miles, you know, and learning the choreography and all that. Yeah, it was intense.
I think I look at all those things as a challenge, and you get to learn a new skill. And I thought, if I work really hard, I might not look like a fool, you know. So I just tried to work as hard as I could.
He wasn't joking when he said,
"What I believe, sir, is that good things come to those who work their asses off, and that people such as yourself who reached the top of the mountain didn't just fall there."
The boxer's mentality stuck with him over the years, and he is currently filming a UFC movie titled Roadhouse, which was partially shot during breaks of actual UFC fights. Jake loves a good challenge, and to push himself even further, he filmed on the slopes of Mount Everest, and then he went on an adventure together with Bear Grylls.
Yeah. It's, pretty high.
But pushing yourself this far eventually takes its toll. According to Jake, he pushed himself over the edge for the movie Stronger. This time not physically, but on a purely psychological level, playing a character who has lost his legs in a bombing that is based on a true story.
You just have to show up for
Show
once.
up?
Yes.
Show up?
Yes.
I fucking showed up for you! I showed up! I was standing there for you! I can't do it! Why do you even want me? Why? I'm such a fuck up!
Acting is like all about imagination, and there's a lot of talk about like commitment and you know, method acting and you know how far do you go and blah blah blah. It's everybody's favorite conversation, but it is a conversation that's had a lot.
No,
And I just
kurwa,
believe so
zemdzi,
deeply in
picio.
imagination. That's the fun. It's like the play
Kokos.
you need, and I had lost it in that moment, and it threw me for a number of days
What the
because I
fuck
went
is
so
that?
far. And I just realized that that's not acting to me anymore.
In recent years, Gyllenhaal's choices don't suggest an obsession with Academy recognition. He seems to be more focused on playing characters that represent a challenge for him, while also feeling true to himself. Working with directors he has worked with, such as Dan Gilroy from Nightcrawler, who wrote the script for Velvet Buzzsaw.
What do you mean my reviews have fallen off?
You don't know what you like or even want.
I'll tell you what I did like.
Also, reuniting with actors such as his buddy Riz Ahmed from Nightcrawler.
We know each other.
No, I don't think so.
Or with actors he has worked with turning into directors, such as Paul Dano from Prisoners for his debut titled Wildlife. And working with completely new directors like Bong Joon-ho for Okja, who created Parasite. But most importantly, it was also time to throw out all the seriousness and have fun again.
See, that wasn't so hard.
Somebody get this stupid costume off me!
It is easy to question the projects that Jake has chosen in the last few years, but despite this, the quality of his performances have never really been lacking. Till this day, I think Demolition and Nocturnal Animals are his most underrated performances, while also being among the lowest box office movies of Jake. In Demolition, he plays a man who tries to turn his life around after his wife passed away, but one day he decides to stop whining, goes out and touches some grass, starts destroying his old house, and begins working on himself to become a new man. And Nocturnal Animals, directed by fashion guru Tom Ford, is a movie that manages to kinda reach the Nightcrawler type levels. An unrequited love story mixed with the ambience of No Country for Old Men, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on a quest to take revenge. It's in these type of movies that Gyllenhaal is at his best, when a capable director knows how to use him and when he gets the freedom to add layers to the story. This is why he's often credited as a producer as well, and started his own production company to fund movies in order to let other people tell their story. Gyllenhaal has proven that he can literally play any type of character, from playing in comedies and fantasy to psychological thrillers and Broadway productions. But what makes his performances feel so real is that he puts a lot of time and effort into figuring out who his characters are off screen, from the way they talk, to the way they walk, even to the way they blink, building a full picture that he can then deconstruct for the audience and build it back up. And that is what makes Jake Gyllenhaal such a great performer.
But remember, I will never ask you to do anything that I wouldn't do myself.
And what I believe, sir, is that good things come to those who work their asses off. So no matter how the Academy decides to treat him, he will always be the Jakest Gyllenhaal of them all. To kickstart your greatest Gyllenhaal journey, check out the Movie Podcast and their season Needle on the Record, which has an entire episode on the music in Donnie Darko, including its cover of Tears for Fears' Mad World. The season looks at stories behind some of cinema's most iconic movie music moments, and you can listen to the show wherever you get your podcasts. And to check out some of Maggie's work, Lenny Abrahamson's Frank is
I cried a little bit when I saw Black Panther. I don't know if the word is relieved, but I was proud to see what they had done.
Denzel Washington knew a secret about Chadwick Boseman. It is a secret he only understood after it was all too late. For years, we saw their amazing full-circle story, but we never knew what Denzel saw behind the scenes. We never knew what he was watching. At 68, Denzel finally did speak up. He revealed the private, heartbreaking truth.
Hey, what's up, guys, and welcome back to the channel. And today we're getting into some deranged Reddit threads, and oh boy, are today's Reddit threads insane, unhinged, and just downright disturbing. These are truly some of the most, tragic and horrific Reddit threads I have ever read. So you're gonna want to make sure to stick around, and I appreciate you stopping by. It means the world, and make sure you like the video and subscribe to the channel. The channel subscriber goal is 1 million subscribers before the end of the year, so please subscribe. And all right, this video will be long enough already, so sit back, relax, grab a drink or grab a snack, and without further ado, let's get into some deranged Reddit threads. Am I overreacting to my girlfriend's experience of assaulting homeless people in the past? Originally posted to r/am I overreacting, and the post reads as follows. So I've been dating my girlfriend for like 9 months. She just recently turned 26, and we were celebrating her birthday. At the end of the night, we were both kind of drunk. and we're talking about our craziest stories from college. She said that her boyfriend at the time and a friend group of guys and girls would sometimes go out at night and mess with homeless dudes, including beating them up with bats. She also referred to them as junkies and generally dehumanizing terms about them. And she even mentioned that it was a great stress relief. She can get pretty crazy sometimes and has a bit of a mean streak, honestly. But it really shocked me when she said this. I thought she was joking because she was laughing while telling the story, but as I acted skeptical, she kept affirming it was true. I just played along and kind of laughed, thinking she was just drunk. The next day, it still bothered me subconsciously, so I asked her again about it casually, and she said yeah, it was true. The thing that disturbed me, though, was there was no remorse. She told the story like, LOL, good times kind of story. I think if she was embarrassed about it, I would have felt a little bit different. I still tried to ignore it over the next few days, but I obviously wasn't able to because I ended up researching online for information about similar crimes in that city at the time. I didn't find anything, by the way. Unfortunately, I definitely believe her at this point, though. She never does these kind of elaborate jokes over the days. Plus, I can just tell she's being truthful just knowing her. Anyways, like I said, it continued to bother me, so I brought it up one more time a couple of days later. This time, I was more serious. Basically just straight up asking how she could not feel bad about that. I was honestly just curious. She got kind of pissed this time. She asked me if it turns me on, and that's why I keep bothering her about it. I said, no, but I just couldn't imagine doing something like that to myself, so that's why I'm asking. Then she started saying stuff like, why are you judging me about stuff that happened years ago? And saying it's none of my business who she slept with back then, or anything else about her life. That's when it occurred to me that she might have thought I was jealous or something about her ex, since he was apparently one of the guys in that group. She might think I'm trying to guilt trip her out of jealousy related to him or something, which I'm not. But anyways, that was how it ended, and I'm obviously not going to bring it up again. Even though I honestly considered breaking up over this, I kind of saw where she was coming from, and that it was a long time ago, and maybe I'm being kind of a douche for judging her over this. What do you think? I'm no saint at all, but I can't help that it bothers me. I can't look at her the same way now, and I really think it might be over. Thank you for the advice. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, no, but why wasn't this a deal breaker for you? And the OP says, I think it is. I'm just saying I'm second guessing it. It's hard to process. Another user says, why the F are you with an evil person like that? Damn, bro. You are a POS also. And the OP replies and says, sorry, I'm not trying to justify it. It's just really hard for me. But people do change. I was a totally different person in college too. This would be so much easier for me if she was just sorry about it. And someone replies and says, but she's not sorry. She's
like
mad
Evelyn is
and keep
okay, I
bringing it
guess.
up, and is acting
We
like
lost the
dude she
HP.
did those horrific things with is the problem, and not the assault and battery on an innocent person. This shouldn't be hard, dude. And another user says, she is a psychopath. She admits to violently attacking people. You aren't married. You can leave. Knowing she is capable of this, you are underreacting by staying with her. One day, she could easily do something like that to you. So, take precautions when you leave. And someone replies and says, not only admitting it, but laughing as she's retelling it. Zero remorse. I guess the homeless aren't actual people to her, which is indicative of a whole host of other underlying issues with her. The whole part where she asks if it turns him on, gross. She's 26, and this happened in college. It's not even that long ago, really. The entire conversation would be a total relationship deal breaker for me. I'd never be able to look at her the same way if it was me. I'm surprised it's even a question. And someone replies and says, vulnerable people no less, as part of a group with weapons for no other reason than she could. And she thinks OP is asking about it because it turns him on? Definitely a psychopath. And someone else replies and says, targeted specifically because they were vulnerable members of the population. That's the same reason most serial killer targets the homeless and intimate workers, because it's easy to get away with it. In other words, the criteria justifying these senseless acts of violence for the girlfriend is simply that she/they can. As far as you know, whenever she's not committing horrible, unspeakable acts, it may only be because she doesn't want to suffer negative consequences for her actions. It's not basic kindness. It's certainly not compassion. F this person. I would be instantly, irreparably, permanently, overwhelmingly disgusted by the very sight of her. I sure as hell wouldn't trust her. Not even the most basic level of trust. Like feeling secure in knowing they aren't going to kill you in your sleep. Hell, I got turned off with the girl I was talking to because she told me that she and her friends would always make fun of fat girls on the dance floor when they would go to clubs. And that's nothing compared to beating homeless people with bats. I want to be clear on this. If the only thing holding her back from vicious, violent assault is lack of opportunity, she's basically a psychopath. And yeah, asking if it turns him on is super weird to me too. Like, if he had a different reaction and was interested in doing it, she'd not only be back at senseless acts of violence, but would be deriving pleasure from it. Which is literally what serial killers do. And I completely agree with everyone in the comments. Like, why is the OP still staying with her? Like, why is he even considering it? Like, if I was him, I would go to the police and say, hey, a few years ago was homeless people, like, randomly getting beat with bats. I have your suspect. Like, that is just beyond effed up. Like, this girlfriend, like, has zero remorse for it. And she literally went out in the night with a group of people and beat homeless people.
Je tady přípravná fáze.
Stat runes just got buffed, and if you don't care for the explanation, go to this timestamp. Okay, 3 new things. The first one's called Hone Shard Blade. It's a gold anvil, which basically gives you a free stat anvil every round. It's a better forge. The second one is a prismatic stat anvil, which increases your shard blade anywhere from 5 to 25%. Now, the third one is, you get both of those things, you unlock the ability to get 2 random stat shards, which is awesome, both the silver one and the gold one. Enjoy. I got Gambit Anvil. Shield Gauntlet showed up too, by the way. I just want to see what else I would have done. Air, True Shot, yeah, it's a Gambit. Dude, I'm not even kidding. I just go armor, MR early. Big plus, dude. We need to just go on one guy, like this guy, dude.
This guy's opposition, yeah.
Okay, we did it.
Oh,
no, we didn't. Wait, hell, no, we're good. We are Bingjiling. Shinzai. Oh, got him. Mario, speak Chinese. Oh, dude, nice block, dude. Oh, Lehigh.
Yeehaw.
Okay, guys, it's just like Demon Kings. In the end, it was always you. Okay. Here we go. Stat bonus. It's time. Ooh. Maybe I get MR. Am I cheeky like that? This freaking stuff. The good stuff. Yeah, that's the good stuff. All right, I'm already really strong. Oh shit! Wait. Wow. Wait. I didn't even need to. Okay. Sick. Yeah, that did it without me, man. That's crazy. Yeah, so there is a forgiveness. Slap this guy. What the? Block the E. Ooh, nice. I'm actually kind of tanky too.
Okej, to jsem posral.
Swiftness shard coming into play. Last gun on my way.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Dude, I
whoa.
blocked every single one of his E's, dude.
Oh my god.
Okay, to bylo lepší.
That's just bullying, bro.
I'm actually too tanky. Dude, what if I flash to deny, dude? I'm weird like that, I'm weird like that. And then I shield here? Oh my god! I'm like that, dude. I'm like that.
You're cringe. You're actually cringe.
Dude, you're cringe. You're cringe. Transmute prismatic. Do I phenomenal here, dude? That's kind of sick. Well, magic missile up infinitely. Yeah, sign me up.
Wait, okay.
Well, I mean, I'm probably just gonna instant take this. Nice. Dude, instant magic missile too. Yo. Holy, Etano Circus coming. Dude, mini mints rather than the Fury. Mini mints from the Fury with the W cooldown. Yeah, we high roll, they high roll. Okay.
Oh, what that hit Brian instead of me?
Looks like that, man.
Yeah, bro.
That's why sometimes hot dogs and the buns come in different numbers or whatever, you know? Life just throws something at you. Does anyone know that reference?
No, I don't.
Sorry, I got distracted because you said hot dog and I could only do what I cost for $1 hot dog.
Holy dude. I mean, when I'm the hot dog CEO of hot dog or whatever, Costco,
Like, he's so good.
yeah. They're so good that my friends made a bet without telling me on how many hot dogs I get at the end of a Costco run.
Wow.
I got 2. Yeah, that was like the...
They are like fake.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's why I got 2. Because they're big.
I haven't done like 0 damage, bro.
Yeah, I wanted 2.
It's so fucking bad.
You need some.
Dude, I can still see the hair in your mouth.
I should have taken the fucking...
Are you speaking from experience, Mario?
Fucking stakovací pičovinu.
Are you okay?
You're just by like pork and like
Na
you're still
200, ona má 250 staků.
98% on 11. Dude, I'm taking it happily, man. You think I give a fuck? I do. I want 100. Fuck. But like, whatever.
No, it's okay. You'll get the upgrade from the plus 25%.
Oh, you're so fucking correct, dude.
And you'll get the hone your shard.
And the hone your shard blade, dude. So correct. Yo, you know when that Snare King ult comes out? I'm just gonna fucking blast it backwards.
Oh.
Holy moly. I'm gonna ulti. Wait, I have no
Hey, why
points.
is that Tank Annie, bro?
Yeah, what the fuck is Tanny, dude? I thought I was doing no damage, but it's just no damage to her.
Yeah.
What the hell is this? She just stands on you, stunning you the whole game, and just tanks you out. Okay. Beast. Wow, I hit a non-tank player. There's so much damage to do. There's a lot. This guy, okay, finally, I executed him with my execute ability. You dodged like 3 seconds. Beginning to end. Sign me up. Oh, stats on stats. GG. Oh, nice, nice. Tank engine? Shrink engine. Shrink my nuts. Shrink engine, dude. That's... I kind of... Okay, hold on. If I take shrink engine, the next option I get is a replace. I don't want to replace, and I would have to level, which means that I would actually lose one of my good options. However, if I go stats on stats, I can level it up, get value here, and then the next one on 7, I can get an augment, and then finalize level, and then go prismatic shard at the end. Okay, no one followed any of that. All you have to know is that I did a good play. Essentially, I stopped myself from being denied. Also, I am spamming resistances, dude. Oh, my magic resistance is not showing up. There's an error here. Unlucky. Okay, anyways, I am not killable. I am not killable.
You have a problem. You have a problem.
What? You transmuted? You could get rid of it. You're fine.
I know, but until then, I don't have an ulti yet.
Truth be told, we don't need it. We just need you, Mario. You're the important one.
Yo.
I need to land a fucking ability. These guys are so fast.
This guy's got a bread sound.
I need to land an ability. My XP bar is low. Okay, you can't not respond after that, because now it just feels cringe. Now it...
Sorry.
Okay. You set me up for nothing. Yo, are we doing damage?
No, but they're not doing damage either. They're not committing to the fight.
No, they have Zillion ulti in the end, man. What the fuck? Someone do damage. I built all resistances for nothing. What the fuck?
No.
Ah, shit, bro.
So if the Zillion doesn't have mana, does he really have ultis in the end? Just
Investing doll angle?
True, don't even res him. Don't even res him.
It's gonna res.
Yeah, exactly. Let it auto res.
But look when it does.
Are we kidding me? Okay, nice. Wow. Dude, where could he have gotten that idea for that build, man? Like, bro. From where? From whom? Jeez. Okay, well, I'm
Atakan
gonna
je
get
nejlepší
easy.
tady, I guess.
Nice. We haven't lost a single game, which means that we cannot get care package, which is good. It thins the pool for what I can get. We just need to make sure we don't lose a single round here. I'm gonna upgrade my stats, which is gonna be really good, and then just do the, shard blade or whatever. Hopefully it's a good one. Dude, I might even pass up a bad one, you know what I mean? Because you can only get one. I've seen this before.
Oh my god.
Dude, I'll block his hook. I'll block his hook. Get out of the way. I can block his hook.
Oh, I was gonna try to tank it for you, but true.
Oh, wait, what the hell?
Oh, well, I blocked it anyways, no?
No, it's kind of good if we hook him to us, you know what I mean? I'm ulting to keep the stacks up.
You even timed it, and then,
Fucking hell, man.
What do you mean? You blocked it!
All this is bad.
What? Your shield ran out by then, didn't it?
What? You said you blocked it.
Musím ho kopit do Kingsov, kurva.
No, you were ahead of me. I swear you're ahead of me. Am I lying?
Yeah, but that was like after I saw it. I thought it was like after it was going. Maybe after it, bro, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm getting it on the phone.
Yeah.
You defend it?
Yeah.
Když to... Se 44 asi není špatná.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of like unloosable here. Also, I could have blocked that enough. Yeah, I should have flashed in front of it. It would have been really funny, right? Yeah. It actually would have just been so cheese. Like, there's just like no need for me to do that either, you know?
Má větší
I
ty
could speed
kurvoviny.
even. Oh, I could augment. Grievous Venom. Do I need? Oh, no. I'm gonna augmented power. And then stats. Yeah. Okay, I didn't get fortune, but I can. Should I get tenacity on me? I'll get on me maybe. I don't want to get the M pen, dude. I'm already good. Yeah. What can I get here? Crit damage, movement speed, fortune, healing shield power. I would get unlucky. I'd have to get pretty unlucky.
Better be.
Yeah.
Oh, ona má teď větší čokla.
Dude, I don't get to hit my W for that. Serious?
Oh my god, I'm getting blasted.
Oh shit.
Oh, so are they.
Oh, dead. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah. Imagine I had Gambler's Blade. This would have been a world record, actually. Because Mel's Q for some reason
Gamble good.
individually shoots like
Good gamble.
What the? That was me holding it in a coffin. It was forcing its way out, dude. I am so ill, bro. Dude, why is it that whenever you're like older, you get sick for like 3 years? It's like ridiculous.
This just said, Obama, I need a stimmy.
Alright, let's see. Smatic, please. Fortune, thank you. Oh my god. With the 218. It's about time. Maybe I'll start stacking attack speed because it could look really funny. Oh, I can hone my shard blade. Dude. Sick. She's sick. Nice. Yeah, stacking armor MR like this is kind of nice.
Yeah, you're kind of cringe for like anything, right?
To si protože jsem dával damage, vole.
We just need to kill them a couple times, right? We could just farm them and by letting them rest. Okay. Dude, I'm taking no damage. I'm near invulnerable.
Oh, this is awkward.
Wait, my autos. Oh.
Dobra.
Are this guy's strong.
killing me.
This guy is a healing Aphelios, dude. He's basically
Dude,
this rock on their team.
9 to me. Oh, it's the holy fire.
Mini
Fire, go
miss.
fire run. That explains it.
Smith Fury's just been on my ass.
Need one. Firebrand healing Aphelios. Oh, I see it, dude. I get it. Yo, he's just healing his whole fucking team, man. It's actually working.
Kill it. Must die.
It's actually working. I autoed it. Nice. Wait, we're gonna lose. If we don't get the Zac, we're gonna
Okay.
lose. Okay, yeah, on purpose. With nesting, right? Yeah, stand on him, stand on him.
Sekače by potřeboval, no.
Oh, we got him up.
Sekač by byl game over.
Oh my god.
Pro ně.
Dude. Freaking clutch, boy. If you're enjoying the video so far, please leave a like. Thank you very much.
We're such cheaters, man. Oh my god, that was perfect, dude.
That's actually fucking perfect, man. Well done. All the lifetime. Dude, they gave me a prismatic, but it's only 8.5%. I cannot accept that. It's 5% to 25. In what world am I
To
setting
nechci.
that bullshit, dude? I'm going again.
Wow, 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 wow.
You can only get one. So I'm not gonna settle for that. I know my worth. Hashtag Gen Z dating. Not settling for something you probably fucking should. Because you're not actually a 10. I'm just gonna say it, dude. Holy shit. Leave that in there. I don't give a fuck, dude. My audience is 25 to 34 majority. They're okay. They're okay. They're okay. The younger ones, the entitled ones, yeah.
The truth is too ugly.
And so no shit. Listen, I'm not saying I'm a fucking 10, dude. I'd be hopeful for a 4. The difference is I have a YouTube channel. So I'm good, man. I'm good.
Nadělal jsem mě znovu gola.
Ooh, I got another prismatic stat. I know my worth, King, dude. I know my worth. It's gonna give me a 5% to punish me, as it should. Oh my fucking god.
Yes, King.
Did he just like...
Let's max and takedowns. Oh, he's doing fine.
Yeah, I'm takedown maxing. I'm maxing taking. Holy, I'm too strong. I'm actually too strong. Okay, you took my kill. Oh wait, it's all good. I got prismatic.
Yeah, I shared a wealth.
True, I should. I know your worth. I got a fortune shard. I know my worth, King. Wait, I got a 22? Wait, what just happened? How come I got a thing? Okay, yeah, hell yeah, fuck yeah. Wait, it counted as a 5. It said 22, but it gave me 5. That's what I deserve. It truly is what I deserve. Truly. What the fuck, though? What the fuck, dude? I just got so baited. YOLO this, I'm gonna replace it. I should have rolled that. Ultimate stats, please? Nah, but I did get Giant Slayer. No. Should I do that? I'm gonna roll it anyway. 2 random shards. Wait, what the hell? Wait, what? Wait, dude.
Oh, yeah, you can get that.
Oh, shit. When you hone your shard blade and refine it, or whatever, you can now get random. Wait, that's so cool, dude. They actually made this giga.
You're like getting perma bombed.
Yeah, mana is my gate. England is my city. Fuck. The good news is I take a lot of time speed, so I can auto.
Kasiopea, vole, Čo mě nebaví Kasiopea.
What is this, Darius? Oh, monster.
Yeah, get him, get his ass.
I got you, homie.
I can ulti from here. Oh my god, deleted. I need all the mana in the world, okay? I know my worth.
Alright, yes.
Lol. Dude, we can't be serious with this one, dude. I'm gonna send the bomb back, dude.
Oh,
you
monster.
need to fucking nesting belt. You need to do it again.
Oh, okay.
Holy shit, dude. I'll keep Wing.
We can die, I think.
Yeah. Okay, I got it.
They're not Zen. Oh shit. Okay, well he popped early.
Holy shit, the early nesting.
Stand on me.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay.
Let's go, dude.
Dub. Huge dub.
Life is really like that, man. Two
Bro,
random
like,
shards.
Is this doing anything? Oh wait, this is cool. This number on Morello.
If it's 67,000, I'm fucking.
No. It's like.
Oh, 16789. Okay,
cool.
okay. For the neurodivergents out there, there you go. All right, I got tap dancer. Maybe it's gonna be funny. No. Master duality. No. I mean, yeah, I'll take it, but like, no. I have to take spell so I can keep the level augment thingy alive.
Hey guys, Black Claw made it back into the club.
Can I get my 2 random shards? Thank you.
No.
Dude, I got another prismatic, but I didn't get a fortune. I don't know why I'm complaining, bro. I have 67% Omnivamp. And I get a bunch. Dude, I love random shards, man. They added it back, but only with a super secret. This is like the undefeated.
Remember the Philios Siren?
Yeah. That I can infinitely W on? I'll just keep Wing. Dude, there's so much shit. I'm farming. I'm actually farming the Theory's dogs here.
Back to hell. Okay, I'm gonna die.
Are you dead? You're just an infinite HP.
Probably.
Nice. You can't even do damage to me. It's so sick. We kinda gotta kill the Zac though. Zachary Dagger. Oh! Everyone died. Okay. I'm a little strong.
My goat. My goat.
I'm okay. Bro, I'm still cheesed about that 22.5% order of health. I should have had 140 total. Like, what the fuck is that, man? What actually is that?
Wait, it doesn't show on this?
No, it just went from 118 to 123. You know what I mean? Like, also, I feel like I've rolled so many of these things. Like, where is my stats on stats? Transmute silver for the regular stats? Yo, I might just be that guy, hey? But then I can
Goldie.
back up anyway. Trash to treasure. Trash
Come
to
on.
treasure.
Yeah, baby.
No fucking way. Are you serious? Wait, what? It gave me a... Oh my god, it replaced it with... I'm so mad. I'm actually so mad, dude.
Wait, Ryan did it.
I got bread sandwich.
You got bread sandwich? Wait, what?
He has a max bread sandwich.
600 má ne, ale tady můžu dostat víc zas, ale...
How many menus do I have to click on? Wait, dude, I removed Trash to Treasure, but it removed it for a gold augment because I was removing it into the... I don't fucking know, dude. I have too many things to click on. Bro, are you kidding me? That could have been a fucking crazy one, man. Maybe I should have just removed, like... No, there's no combination.
Combination fried rice?
Can you imagine getting bread sandwich and combination at the same time? Also, that is kind of insane. What is it? 400 ability haste? Level 3?
Yeah, and Giga.
Casting an ability means 40% move speed. You have become all that is feared. You have become the ultimate in food science. Men cry out for... Okay. Cool. Good job, man. You want to give these guys one? We can kill one and give them one. I could do the ultimate, like, Demon King's crown. But, like... We can give them one. They tried.
Yeah.
They did good. This guy is stacking. Wait, this is like a super high roll. It's not even like these guys are weak.
You can kill.
Brian has to die last, maybe. We have to die.
My bad, I guess.
Yeah, prismatic stats and stats.
He didn't get fucking killed, bro.
I think these guys are actually very strong. It's just we are cheesers. We're way too strong.
Look at Kane's AD.
What's his AD? 1300? I didn't feel it. I wasn't feeling it.
If they get like Desecrator, like we're gonna start to feel it.
Maybe.
I know that. Sick. That's
Well,
what I want.
anyways, I'm just gonna spam my anvils until I'm happy. I will never be happy enough. 2 random stat shards. Might shard. Dude, I miss calling them out, man. Lethality crate was crazy. I got Swiftness M pen. Yeah. Because, you know, the screen's zoomed in at this point, right? So, ability power MR. Good. Get a might shard here. Dude, I am approaching... Oh! Care package. I got fortune. You know me. 2 random again, lethality, health shard.
Rychlost útoku a
Holy fuck.
ulečení
I
útoku.
might hit like a raw 100 angles, man. This might be it. 448. Oh, Jesus, dude. I can't tell which team will win. I feel like it would be the Kane in the end, right? Or not, the Zillion in the end, because he just ulties. The Zyra's Omega with 1800. Oh, she's got a higher shard blade than me. She had 226. She finally hit her own shard blade. And it actually worked for her instead of cheesing like it did with me. I'm kind of mad.
But the Darius is fast.
Yeah, they do have big shields. They caught them in the death trap. They get the res. Kane is 1,080,000.
Oh my.
Wait, are we gonna lose these guys?
I'm doing no damage with my build, so...
Okay. Gotcha. It would have
This thing
to
is
be
a lot.
me, huh?
Character's a lot first.
I'm at 10 attack speed, by the way. So. Missed the punch. Pandora's box, dude. In the end? In the end, was that it? Because I already got the stats on stats, right? Oh my fucking god, I'm doing it. Can I buy first? I'm like, YOLO. I got dual wield, Scopius, Mad Scientist, Ultimate. Okay, I'm gonna replace. Dude, I'm going again. I got the stats on stats! I got it, dude. I fucking got it. Holy shit.
And you can actually level it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Evelyn.
2 random, ability power, MR. Okay.
Thanks, Evelyn.
We have to give then. We have to give so we can get the stats on stats up. Wait, I just want to see how much damage I'll do.
Okay.
Oh, what the?
Oh shit!
To prdela.
We good?
Actually, we'll do a lot of
Oops.
damage. Dude, I actually would win. Don't die. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. We have to die. Oh my god. Yo. Like, I get level on my dual wield too. Yo, the stats on stats was what's up, man. We're about to get a 143. I mean, if I get dual wield up, I can break the attack speed cap and go to like 20 or something.
Fucking pičovina.
But I'd rather see the
Kovo.
stat thingy up.
Is that your auto? Oh my god.
These are my autos, yeah. Wait, he flashed. He didn't realize I was giving. Oh man. Are we alive? Okay. Oh my god, and we can give one in case it does the glitch. Stats on stats, level 2, 2 random, swiftness. We can give exactly one more. Crit shard, crit shard.
Oh, round 16 is also on select. Let's go.
Yeah. Which is cool. I have 582 M-Pen. That Kane is 2k80. Dude, did you hear this, dude? Holy shit. Yo. I hope they can't actually beat us. Can they actually beat us? I need to... I always need to damage check. Okay, Maokai can live. This guy cannot. He's gonna go behind me here. Joking. Alright, okay. Our victory is assured. There is no possible way. There is no possible way they can survive. Yeah, we can die here and we can see the 143. 143%. I just want to give this guy some hands. Oh, wow, he's actually living.
It's another shard blade.
How did he tank me out? Damn.
Crown plus shard blade. Crown plus Best Creator.
Okay. Dude, this guy better not be trolling. Die.
Damage.
Yo, he almost threw the game to res that Kane, bro. Holy.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go.
Here we are. Finally. And another care package, just in case, you know? Cool.
Nice.
Alright, we finished.
Aha, 94 zrychlení schopnost.
What the fuck?
Holy.
2 random, health and lethality. Do I even need any of this shit? Okay, I have 744 M-Pen, 2000 AP, 1200 armor, 1000 magic resist, obviously 10 attack speed. It's probably like 18 at this point. Yeah, dude, this is nuts. 143% on the shard blade, which should have been 160. It should have been 160, right? If I got the proper 22%. Okay, I want you guys to bear witness to this, okay? I'm literally about to walk the fuck up and just auto them to death. Especially with my Scopius weapons. What the fuck is...
Entropy? Oh.
Okay, the Maokai... The Maokai is trying. The 2000 AD Kane 40 kills. What the fuck? Yo, that was so cool, dude. The Pandora's heads up, man. Holy shit. Love it, man. Yo, what the fuck? That was
What the?
I hope you guys enjoyed that one. Every time I put a stat angle on, I have to push the envelope. I have to go further. 143. Dude, it should have been more. It should have been like 150 or something. Come on, bro. Like, whatever. But maybe the next one we will get like 160, 180 maybe if we get the random lucky unstable thing. Who knows? But I hope you guys enjoyed that regardless. Like and subscribe. Extra content. Thank you for watching. I'll see you on the next one.
On December 5, 2016, the MMORPG community, perhaps the most fatigued yet fiercely desperate fanbase in all of gaming, was blindsided by a sudden announcement: Ashes of Creation. It promised a truly living world, an evolving ecosystem where every action had a consequence, a world to build, to conquer, and to discover. But the real selling point was the philosophy, a game that wasn't engineered by a faceless corporation for mass market profit, but one born entirely out of passion.
Really never experienced a community quite like what MMORPGs have to offer. It's a diverse community. There's a lot of people involved. I mean, thousands of players from across the world, and it was just such a passion of mine to be able to experience that involvement in a game like an MMORPG.
These devs get it.
Apečka má elektřiny utoká.
Without restrictions of a huge company. Excited for sure. Let's make MMOs great again. But behind the grand promises stood an architect with an interesting past. Stephen Sharif, the man who positioned himself as the savior of the genre.
I'm personally funding the project to completion.
Held a web of secrets. What began as a community's final hope would unravel into a toxic multi-year saga of shifting promises, aggressive monetization, and ultimately a brutal corporate implosion. A disaster defined not by bad code, but by multiple lawsuits, hundreds of employees out the door, and a desperate, back against the wall Steam release that exposed the truth. This is the story of Ashes of Creation and how the savior of the MMORPG genre became its most expensive tragedy.
I've been on the other side of that screen. I've seen companies come to Kickstarter and promise the world and either under-deliver or just don't deliver at all. But the reality is we're not those people. I brought together a team of industry veterans who've spent over 40 years combined working on MMORPGs and have created some pretty amazing titles. That's what we're going to do here with Ashes of Creation. We're going to create an amazing game. A game that you can be proud of.
By the mid-2010s, what was once the frontier of digital-human interaction had evolved into a corporate graveyard beyond the few enduring giants. Warcraft, RuneScape, and Final Fantasy XIV, the MMORPG genre was effectively stagnant. The market had become an ecosystem of pure nostalgia exploitation, systematically flooded with soulless clones, predatory microtransactions, and crowdfunded vaporware that vanished into the night with millions in backer cash.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Wolf.
This profound fatigue is exactly why millions of players pinned their final desperate hopes on Ashes of Creation, and stepping directly into that void was a man who claimed to be one of them, Stephen Sharif, someone who truly believed that at the core of a great MMO was the community.
In my experiences first starting to play MMOs when I was 7 years old, back in 1992, playing Neverwinter on AOL, that was $6 by the hour. It's all about, again, the community and the people that you play with. You know, it didn't become so much the game that I was playing, more so that the friends who I had made online, they were playing those games too. And I always found that as we moved from MMO to MMO, you know, we moved with our group, so to speak.
And through the years, Steven logged thousands of hours across the titans of the industry. But it was a game called Arcade that truly altered his trajectory.
In less than an hour, members from White Order will be joining kittens from across the world. I was playing a game called Arcade, and I loved Arcade. I thought Arcade was awesome. But I got super jaded in Arcade because a lot of the guild that I had at the time, a lot of people quit because the monetization practices of the game were super kind of predatory with the pay-to-win model, with the labor that they had to do.
Arcade was supposed to be yet
Oh yeah,
another
baby, that's
savior
good.
to some, a masterclass in sandpark design, offering player-driven economies, high-seas piracy, and total territorial freedom, until its publisher strangled it with aggressive pay-to-win monetization. The community felt betrayed. Sharif felt motivated. You see, Steven possessed something the average disgruntled gamer did not, an immense, independent fortune. In 2015, he founded Intrepid Studios, and within 9 months, Sharif had assembled a core team of 13 industry veterans, plucked from the ranks of Sony Online, Epic Games, Triarch, and more.
Over the past several years, having played MMORPGs, I was kind of not impressed with what has been coming out of the genre. A lot of pay-to-win, cash grab style games, and I just felt that there could be something better. And, you know, if you want to get things done right, sometimes you just have to do them yourself.
By late 2016, they had a functional prototype, a game that promised a living world where player choices dynamically altered the landscapes. But the most impressive aspect of Ashes of Creation was how it was being funded. Our project is privately funded, largely from yours truly. We want to have freedom from corporate overlords, said Stephen Sharif. He estimated the core build would cost $30 million. He claimed he was ready to bankroll it. He presented himself as the ultimate anomaly in modern gaming, a wealthy, uncompromised purist using his own capital to shield his developers and gamers from corporate greed. He was the passionate hero the dying genre had been praying for. People were undoubtedly excited, and in 6 months, on May 1st, 2017, that hope coalesced.
Gambler zbylejte, vole, jsem měl vytočit.
Intrepid Studios launched their Kickstarter
Proč jsme
campaign.
zas...
The reason we're here on
Proti
Kickstarter
těmhle,
is
vole.
because we want to expand the scope of our project. We want to make it bigger, better. We also want to give an opportunity to you to participate in that community development, to be in on our discussions of design. We feel that Kickstarter and crowdsourcing is a pretty good avenue towards that development.
Ashes promised to bring the massive back to massively multiplayer, the rebirth of the MMORPG, and the goal, a modest $750,000, but hoping for much more, with top-tier backer tiers scaling up to $10,000, with the low price of $400 to gain access to the very first Ashes alpha build. Within 60 minutes, $300,000 flooded the gates. In less than 12 hours, the core goal was shattered. Within 2 weeks, that number crossed $2 million with more than 11,000 backers.
Oh, that's
One of
good,
the
that's
fastest
good.
funded
I like this.
projects of all time. The frenzy was driven partially by 4 pillars meant to revolutionize the genre. At its center was its most unique and fascinating feature, the node system, a dynamic world mechanic where player settlements evolved from small camps into massive metropolises based on localized player activity.
There are tons of nodes throughout the world, and each of them has a zone of influence. This zone of influence captures all the activity of the different players doing different things. It could be crafting, it could be fighting, it could be gathering. Anything that might give you experience is something that the node's going to be paying attention to. And as you level up your character, the node levels up with you. And as it levels, more and more civilization gets attracted to that area.
The PvP, massive and restricted guild wars, and server-wide castle sieges.
Our castle system, our sieges against nodes, the caravan system, battlegrounds that exist, guild wars. We want there to be a meaning to this conflict. We want players to actually have some skin in the game when it comes to participating in PvP. If you own a home in a node and you don't want to see that home destroyed, you need to defend that city.
The player-driven economy that would drive the world and force player interaction.
The global auction house isn't something that you're going to find in our game at the early stages, or maybe ever. Rather, you're going to have to go to a town. You're going to have to buy, sell, or gather whatever you want. What this creates is a competitive advantage, much like we have in the real world. Some towns, some areas are going to be better at certain things, some are going to be worse at some things. But the important part is that you get to play a role in who's better at what and who's worse at what.
And lastly, the narrative, a shifting story landscape shaped entirely by the choices of the server's populace.
Each server will tell a different story, and this story is going to be told by the players.
Bad.
You're going to experience things differently when it comes to what bosses you've encountered because of how the world develops and how you have developed it.
It was an intoxicating and ambitious vision. Everything most MMO players craved for a new yet old-school generation of MMOs. What other game you could have a massive, living, malleable world with huge PvP and PvE events, sailing the seas on your ship, on your boat, housing, evolving towns, and so much more. And while AOC could easily slip into vaporware or even scope creep, the Ashes theme made it sound like this time would be different. Sharif was especially adamant about two things: how he would use his own personal funds and what exactly the crowdfunding money would go towards outside of the stretch goals. I intend to use those funds to bring additional team members to the team. I am primarily
Zase kserat, kamo, jen kserat, pičo, skurvený, vole, skurvený eko, vole, mě vždycky vysírá, pičo. Zmrdané, vole, čudakoviny, pičo.
An interesting statement, which brings us to Stephen Sharif's past and how exactly he came to acquire that said fortune.
Hey everybody, I was challenged by TJ over at Zango Corporate, a good friend, to do the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge.
24 hours after launch, a Reddit thread went up titled Ashes of Creation could be a pyramid scheme. The poster claimed the entire project might be a scam, how 13 developers wouldn't be enough to tackle a project of this scale. Many of them were inexperienced, and how Intrepid was bypassing traditional marketing budgets through a highly aggressive and unconventional referral system. A referral program many thought resembled a pyramid scheme. You see, Ashes of Creation was taking hype and word of mouth to the next level. Much like affiliate codes such as Amazon, players could sign up to share a unique code. If a referred user registered and spent money on the game's future monthly subscription, yes, there would be a subscription, premium cosmetic shop, or any other purchases, the original referee received a 15% kickback. Crucially, this wasn't just in-game credits, Intrepid bucks, towards the cash shop or the subscription, potentially playing the game for free. It could be withdrawn as cold, hard cash. That is, only when the game officially launched. For example, if you referred 3 players who spent $100 each, you then earned $45 referral credit. These players could then refer to others, and on it went.
Without the players, the MMO doesn't exist. Exactly. And for the players taking on that responsibility and bringing the community with them to a game, they should be compensated in some way, shape, or form, or rewarded for that. And I think that our referral system really goes to rewarding our players for helping us to organically grow this game.
It was a brilliant strategy to bring attention to the game. but not exactly a pyramid scheme, though inspired by one. To put it clearly, a pyramid scheme is a fraudulent business model where participants make money primarily by recruiting new members who pay to join. Each new recruit's entry fee or mandatory purchases flows upward to those already in the scheme. There's little or no genuine product being sold to regular customers outside the scheme. And because it depends on constant recruitment, it's mathematically unsustainable. It will always run out of new people, leaving those at the bottom with losses. In the case of the referral program, it was far simpler and more direct. If person A referred person B, only person A received the benefit from that specific referral. There was no multi-level chain. Person A didn't earn anything from people that person B later referred to person C. It was a single-level system, not a pyramid. Of course, though, this program became prominent among content creators, YouTubers.
Just want to make you aware of my referral link for this game in the description below. If you sign up to the game through that link, it helps support my channel.
In fact, the original referral program specifically targeted YouTubers, advertising how you could make tens of thousands of dollars through this system if you could convert your subscribers. The main problem was if it wasn't already shitty enough. With a Kickstarter, this program wasn't just about purchases for the game, it included Kickstarter pledges as well. Meaning if you referred someone and that person pledged hundreds of dollars on a backer tier, you would earn 15% of that pledge. A brilliant way to further fuel pledges, resulting in record-breaking funding, but also something that did go against Kickstarter rules, as profit sharing is strictly prohibited. Kickstarter's compliance team ultimately took no punitive action. Intrepid quietly amended the program at their request, decoupling the cash incentives from the crowdfunding pledges, along with the aggressive push towards content creators. And the program solely worked against purchases made for the game itself. But for those who dug deeper into Steven Sharif's history, the referral program wasn't an innovation, it was a signature style. And for that, we need to talk about MLMs, multi-level marketing.
Why Herbalife? Because you get to be your own boss, earn extra money,
Work from home, raise your own children.
you can name your own hours,
Make part-time or full-time money.
paying the bills.
Share this video with 10 people.
That you care about, that you love, that you adore, that you admire. 20 people, 30 people. Come on, what are you waiting for? 100 people, share with everybody. They want what we have. We got it.
Steven Sharif didn't make his fortune in software engineering and game development. He was actually an entrepreneurial genius since he was 15 years old.
I was a little bit of a go-getter at a young age. 15, 16, I started, my first company. I was doing marketing, like radio co-ops and stuff.
In these talk radio stations, he attempted to sell nutritional drinks, of which he was very successful. And by age 18, Sharif was an elite distributor for Zango, a multi-level marketing corporation that generated billions selling a botanical beverage known as mangosteen juice. Now, Zango was a juggernaut of controversy. In 2006, the FDA issued a stern reprimand to the company for marketing the juice with illegal, unverified health claims, ranging from anti-inflammatory properties to cancer treatment. It was, by almost all medical definitions, high-priced snake oil. But the product didn't matter as much as the structure did.
Simple, generous, rewarding, and global. Whether you're 18 or 118, you're welcome here. This frisky bunch represents a movement we call MB30, which stands for Millionaire by 30.
Unlike in a pyramid scheme, multi-level marketing MLM, the majority of the revenue should come from actual product sales to outside customers.
Let's say you find a free friend. Okay. Then you and I will help those free friends sign up their free friend and get their $700. Okay. Now, 9 people there, right? Then we help those 9 people sign up their 3 friends and they get $700. But everyone kind of gets their money back.
Zango, however, operated in a gray area many critics called pyramid-like. Heavy emphasis on building a massive downline, with distributors pressured to buy products themselves to to qualify for commissions.
It's not an illegal pyramid scheme, it's a direct selling network marketing company.
Is it shaped like a pyramid, the business you're
It's shaped like a pyramid, yes.
But you're saying it's not an illegal pyramid
It's
scheme?
not an illegal pyramid scheme.
Sharif and his mother, Sharon Sharif, operated at the absolute apex of this pyramid. Their marketing operation was a runaway success, netting a staggering $350,000 a month. Stephen was so successful at this that at 24 years old, he moved over to real estate, and by age 28, Sharif was independently wealthy, retired, and looking for a legacy. This past isn't exactly a secret. Stephen himself was quite open about it, and while the referral program wasn't exactly like an MLM either, you can see where the inspiration came from. Ultimately, it did open a question if there was a financial benefit to content creators to positively share and validate the game. At what point does their critical objectivity become compromised? Not only that, sitting at the apex of this entire machine was Stephen and Intrepid Studios. While sure, it was technically free marketing, it was also a system where those with more power and reach were benefiting from those further down the line. But it didn't end there, because the deeper you go, you'll find that Stephen brought that exact MLM circle of trust to Intrepid Studios. His husband, John Moore, who also carried deep operational ties to the Zango empire, was installed as Chief Financial Officer, CFO, and along with him was a third unannounced member in the foundation, a name completely hidden from the public during the Kickstarter hype, whose true involvement would only be dragged into the light during the legal warfare of 2026. Tom Alkazin. Alkazin was a family friend, a mentor, and a legendary figure in the multi-level marketing underworld. He had quietly injected $2 million into Intrepid's early coffers. He was also a toxic asset.
I'm going to explain how the Vima business opportunity could make a positive change in your life. In fact, how Vima could make your dreams come true. It's worked for our family and it can work for yours. So let me show you how it works.
Just 1 year prior to the Ashes Kickstarter, the Federal Trade Commission had permanently dismantled Alkazin's previous venture, Vima Nutrition, classifying it as a massive, illegal pyramid scheme. Alkazin and his wife settled with the federal government for $1.2 million and were slapped with a lifetime ban from the MLM industry. Yet another MLM connection would draw further scrutiny into the project, and so in 2017, none of this information was made public. Even so, for internet conspiracy theorists, the evidence presented was enough. This could be a scam. For most, however, despite the shadows in the ledger, the community chose to believe. After all, at the time, Stephen reiterated again and again, the project is being funded by myself currently. The alternative to not believing was too depressing to face. The genre was starving, and Sharif's passion in interviews felt undeniable.
I'm planning on making massive games, putting massive back in MMOs, honestly. You know, we want to make it all about the player having agency over the direction of the narrative in the game and just bringing this massive raid idea back to open worlds and non-faction-based decision-making process. And we know the pitfalls. We know how to navigate these dangerous waters. What makes MMORPG so risky for other studios to endeavor on these kind of innovative ideas, you know? We're here to do that, and we have the people that can get it done.
He was a millionaire gamer, using his own wealth to fight the corporate machine. Why care where the money came from if it was being used to build the promised land? When the curtain fell on the Kickstarter campaign in June 2017, the number stood at $3.27 million, with nearly 20,000 backers. It was one of the highest funded MMO campaigns in history. Every stretch goal was met. Hype was a commodity, and Intrepid capitalized it immediately. They transitioned crowdfunding directly to their own website. selling exclusive backer packages as high as $5,000.
We'll be running this summer crowdfunding on our website until July 21st, and we're treating it as an extension of our Kickstarter campaign. This means that anyone who participated in the Kickstarter campaign will continue to accrue backer rewards from the summer crowdfunding campaign.
The studio's official timeline was definitive, a beta release by December 2018, a massive next-generation virtual world featuring dozens of interconnected systems built completely from scratch in Unreal Engine 4. It was an impossible promise, a deadline engineered by marketing minds, completely disconnected from the brutal realities of MMO development. The money, however, was secured, the crowd was waiting, but as the calendar ticked towards 2018, the dream was about to collide with a decade of development hell.
When I created the studios and began this project, what was paramount to me was creating a game that gamers could be proud of, getting rid of the pay-to-win mechanics, the predatory practices of monetization that have gone to ruin games we have loved in the past. We need your help in building this MMORPG, and we cannot do it without you.
By late 2017, Intrepid Studios entered Alpha Zero. It was a highly restrictive testbed, accessible only to employees, close family, friends, and curated invites. We'll get to that later. But unlike the tightly guarded vaults of traditional publishers, Steven Sharif chose to pull back the curtain completely. Instead of hiding the cracks, he streamed them.
Alright guys, welcome to our regularly scheduled monthly Q&A session, our live stream. We've got a special treat for you guys today. We are going to be doing a live playthrough of our pre-alpha build.
Sharif broadcasted raw, unpolished, and frequently broken gameplay directly to YouTube and Twitch. In an industry where crowdfunded projects routinely vanish behind NDAs and heavily curated vertical slices, this radical transparency felt revolutionary. Sharif was playing his own broken game, answering questions and building an unprecedented level of parasocial trust. If the game looked rough, it was simply proof of honest work. And even more exciting was the premise of an Alpha 1 phase, the version that would be available to backers of highest tiers, starting at $400. But not only to Kickstarter and summer crowdfunding backers, despite a clear warning that rewards wouldn't be available past the June summer crowdfunding, packages kept being sold on their website to further fuel development. To secure a guaranteed slot in the upcoming Alpha 1 phase, players willingly laid down $500 for the Intrepid pre-order package. This would continue to prove to be part of an extremely predatory cosmetic and backer system. More on that later. And at PAX East in April 2018, Sharif took to the stage to announce.
Happy to announce that first phase of Alpha 1 will be launched early in Q4, this fourth quarter of 2018.
And by July, he confidently proclaimed that Intrepid's ranks had swelled past 100 developers. The scope was staggering, the team kept growing, the money was flowing. But then came the pivot. In August 2018, backers eagerly awaited their first taste of the revolutionary high-fantasy MMORPG. This testing phase wasn't the full features, but a testing ground for the game's action combat. However, players were handed something else entirely. Ashes of Creation. Apocalypse. It was not an MMORPG. It was a standalone battle royale. Effectively, instead of just delaying the testing phase, they decided to turn it into something usable.
So, we are announcing that Alpha 1 Phase 1, the Battle Royale, the Path to Siege mode, as well as the Horde mode, will be a side arena mode referred to as Ashes of Creation Apocalypse.
To the community, it smelled entirely of corporate trend, chasing a distraction nobody asked for. In September 2019, Apocalypse launched into Steam Early Access, and it plummeted into instant obscurity, scraping together an embarrassing peak of just 832 concurrent players. The community was indifferent, but the corporate execution was alarming. Despite being a bare-bones testing tool for a game that did not exist yet, Apocalypse was aggressively monetized. It featured a fully functional digital storefront, premium cosmetics that would be usable in the future actual MMO, and a seasonal battle pass. Yet another red flag to the ever-growing pile. People were undoubtedly angry, claiming Steven was out of touch. The savior of the MMO genre was spending backer capital to build a failed clone of Fortnite. Starting to think Star Citizen will launch before the MMO. So glad we got a full battle royale game in place of the MMORPG you guys sold us. And the actual alpha one was nowhere in sight. But there was one thing we could be for sure though: financial independence. In March 7, 2019, on a Discord Q&A, Steven reiterated again, usually outside funds are raised through venture capitalists because they are risk-oriented. However, it isn't something I have done. It was a powerful statement. He was reminding the audience that he answered to no one but them. It was also a carefully constructed distortion. While Sharif hadn't approached traditional investors or venture capitalists, he was actively trading studio equity for multi-million-dollar cash injections from his old multi-level marketing inner circle. The shadow boards were already forming. The debt was already mounting. But in 2019, the public knew none of this. They only knew that Alpha 1 was late. The Battle Royale was an absolute failure, and the dream was slipping away. And then, just as the project neared total narrative collapse, Intrepid pulled off the most spectacular public relations redirection in modern gaming history. And the weapon of choice: content creators. We all want to believe in the perfect game. We want to believe that someone, somewhere, is building the next great MMO. Nothing wrong with that. But in 2020, Ashes of Creation transformed that hope into a highly effective marketing engine. Content creators became the frontline vanguard for Intrepid Studios. Prominent MMO figures like the Lazy Peon became massive megaphones for the project, tracking development updates, personally investing thousands of dollars of their own money, and harvesting millions of views in the process. The other, many might say, was Narc, comedic commentary, sharing updates, providing feedback, and criticism. Despite the absolute absence of a playable Alpha 1, the game was finally beginning to resemble a legitimate product. The comment sections of Intrepid's official channels were no longer just populated by hopeful players. They were validated by checkmarks who staked their digital reputations on Sharif's vision. Easily the most promising and well-managed upcoming MMORPG. Keep up the great work. The symbiosis was flawless, the reach was absolute, and Steven Sharif was about to weaponize it.
Okay, man. How's my sound quality, by the way? I'm on my phone driving to Vegas, and I'm like in the middle of the desert.
The approach was masterfully casual. Sharif joined live on Twitch from his car, presenting himself as just an ordinary, passionate gamer. He was the antithesis of the stiff corporate executive.
We went to Kickstarter, not really as a means for funding, I'm personally funding the entire project, but actually to, add some additional features, but also mainly to get a litmus test on what the community thinks about many of our designs.
When he chatted with Asmongold, the undisputed gravity well of the MMO streaming space at the time, he wasn't only talking to around 50,000 live viewers and millions more in VODs. He was validating an entire subculture, a gamer making a game for gamers, speaking directly to the community's premier voice.
So I know in RuneScape, for example, you can effectively buy gold with bonds, and in WoW you can buy gold with the WoW token, and there are other things in the game that are effectively kind of pay-to-win features. Are you guys going to have anything like that? Absolutely not.
And above all, he clearly understood and communicated how MMOs are supposed to work.
There's been this kind of paradigm shift towards a mentality of everybody's a winner, and there's
no longer a risk versus reward type of design philosophy. And
yes, we've heard of that.
All the right boxes were checked. The hype cycle then continued. Sharif equally joined live with Shroud and Summit, Tim the Tatman, culminating in dedicated Ask Me Anything streams.
That's good.
You know, like I said, I'm personally funding the project to completion, so that's not the issue.
By the time the marketing blitz concluded, the commercial failure of Apocalypse was completely erased from the public memory. The Kickstarter controversies were reduced to a distant footnote. Intrepid's YouTube channel was generating unprecedented metrics. The terrifying warning signs of scope creep were completely ignored. And on July 14 in 2021, the machine received its ultimate fuel.
At long last, years after years, they have been developing this game. And after a year of closely following its development, we finally arrive at the day that we have the opportunity to play the game for the first time ourselves.
The Alpha 1 weekend test was here, and it launched with 0 NDA agreements. For the first time, any backer who had purchased a top-tier package, or of course, content creators, could stream and show the game completely unedited, testing combat, basic PvP systems, and other core features. All hail the savior of MMOs. But Salvation carried a massive premium. For the players who missed the Kickstarter or the following shop packages, they were now able to purchase new access packages. But that's not the worst part. For a studio that had built its entire identity on rejecting the predatory, greed-driven mechanics of corporate publishers, Intrepid's monetization model was remarkably cutthroat. From 2017 straight through 2024, the studio operated a relentless, monthly rotating storefront. They didn't just sell backer packages, they manufactured a highly weaponized fear of missing out, FOMO. Players were induced to purchase these packages bundled with limited time cosmetics or an unreleased game. In many instances, these items didn't even exist as digital assets. They were sold as flat pieces of concept art with no commercial release date in sight. Worse still, prior to the launch of Alpha 1, buying higher tier pledge packages double functioned as a financial lottery. Purchasing the pack merely granted a raffle ticket for a chance, 10 entries to be exact, for the $500 package to be invited to the earlier Alpha 0 tests. Wealthy users, also known as whales, routinely purchased multiple identical packages simply to increase their mathematical odds of selection. While modern online games inherently require sustainable monetization to survive, the absolute scale of the studio's pre-launch storefront bordered on the absurd. Before the core MMORPG had even delivered its stellar build, the rotating marketplace had aggressively cycled through more than 300 limited edition exclusive cosmetics. According to the community, capturing the full catalog required a staggering total investment of over $9,000. When comparing to released MMOs like Final Fantasy XIV or World of Warcraft, the discrepancy was staggering. This did not look like the behavior of an independently wealthy purist funding a passion project out of his own pocket. It looked like an operation desperate for immediate liquidity. Yet, blinded by the dream, the community shielded the studio from any criticism. Rabid defense forces routinely silenced anyone pointing out the systemic hypocrisy of the store.
Pretty much it for my time playing the Ashes of Creation Alpha 1 weekend. Overall, I had a great time playing the game, and by video game Alpha 1 standards, it's very impressive.
Alpha 1 then was generally received positively for such an early stage. Moreover, Intrepid soon announced a massive technological migration. They were abandoning their foundation to transfer Ashes of Creation to Unreal Engine 5. The visual upgrades were undeniable. The community celebrated the move as proof of Intrepid's commitment to cutting-edge technology. Everything looked great.
So for us, from a financial wherewithal and capability standpoint, we are capable of progressing the development of the project until completion, depending on how long that is going to take, obviously. but also from a sheer reward factor, it's something we're really looking forward to see the launch of this game, because I do truly believe, based on the metrics that we're looking at, that this will be one of the largest and most successful MMOs.
But by 2023 and 2024, yes, 3 years later, the highly anticipated Alpha 2 phase was caught in a cycle of perpetual delays, and their FOMO tactics struck again. The famed rotating packages were suddenly removed towards the end of 2023, sending the community scrambling to buy $250 packs to gain access to Alpha 2. But there was someone who called it out early.
What's he gonna do next? What's he gonna do? Is he gonna stop selling Alpha 2 keys and then reintroduce Alpha 2 keys again 2 months before the Alpha 2? Is that what he's gonna do next? Holy shit, just like he did with Alpha 1. Do you guys remember that?
And sure enough, in August 2024, as Intrepid dropped its latest roadmap, the studio announced they were now selling standalone Alpha 2 testing keys for $100 to $120. Crucially, these keys were stripped of all traditional bundle value. They offered nothing but the right to test a fragmented, unfinished piece of software.
It is extremely important to remember, you are not purchasing access to a game. You are not purchasing access to an early access. You are purchasing access to testing Alpha 2.
After 7 years of waiting, players were still being treated as paying labor for a product with no end in sight. Intrepid scrambled to deploy damage control. Due to, quote, glorious feedback, they stuffed subscription time and premium currency back into the keys to pacify the masses. But the damage was done. Adding to this, early backers who had laid down hundreds of dollars under the explicit promise of exclusivity realized that their premium access was being diluted for cheap cash injections. People like me feel scammed by their FOMO tactics. I definitely would go back in time and not buy it if I knew they would go back on their promises and just buy the cheaper access. This will hunting behavior, hoping to squeeze any possible dime out of desperate fans, utilizing FOMO, was all but evaporating any goodwill. But soon enough, the paper trail would caught up to them. On October 24, 2024, a stealthy thread materialized on Reddit. Ashes of Creation is a scam. A user digging through public state records discovered that Intrepid Studios had been officially suspended by the California Franchise Tax Board, meaning their business license was suspended for failure to pay taxes. Not only that, the following information revealed the reality that flatly contradicted years of Sharif's public messaging. To everyone's surprise, it had finally come to the public that the studio had quietly accumulated layers of outstanding debt, effectively external financing despite Steven claims of self-funding. This was from someone named Jason Karaminis of the Yaya Legacy Fund in 2020, followed by someone else named Robert Dawson in 2024, and a lawsuit by Jason over a mandate to inspect the company's financial books and records. However, it had since been dismissed. While they were able to reactivate their status, the lawsuit by Jason and the suspension by the tax authorities, which was followed by another near suspension in 2023 for not submitting annual accounts, made the user suspect all of this, the deception, Ashes of Creation, to be a scam. The loyal fanbase dismissed the thread as standard hater fiction. They chose to believe the dream. They chose to believe Steven Sharif. But inside the development pipeline, the reality of a 10-year development cycle was breeding immense friction. By late 2024, following a highly limited Alpha 2 weekend test, the slow rate of development could no longer be masked by fancy videos. In December 2024, a user created a Reddit thread titled, "Rant, the state of the desert made me realize that open development is not for me." He pointed out that the newly showcased desert biome looked like a massive technical regression from builds shown 2 years prior, and how Intrepid was failing to communicate properly. He tagged the prominent content creator Narc who had spent years producing content and had equally shared the same frustrations. Whether he was right or wrong, Steven Sharif handled the criticism like an MLM commander whose downline was breaking ranks. There is nothing nefarious. It is very easy to sit back as an uninformed content creator and cast illusions to play on people's fears or negativity. It is easy to cultivate that audience when that is your focus. I will repeat this for your own mental health. Step away. We will be here when you are ready to return. Following this, together with the predatory practices surrounding the alpha access, the delays, Narc quit creating content and promoting Ashes entirely, eventually even deleting his whole channel.
You claim that open development isn't for us, but what I think you mean is that open development isn't for you, Steven Sharif, because what you're selling is not open development. It's funding at any cost, and if anyone questions it, you ban them. So, from the bottom of my heart, I have to apologize to everyone who I convinced to help support this project these last 4 years.
After Asmongold reacted to Narc's video, it exploded in the community. Steven decided to reply to Narc and Asmongold in video form, slamming Narc as a creator just farming clicks, dismantling his claims of the state of the desert biome.
He makes a claim that, what we show is not real or is fake to some degree or some way, and that's just completely false. He purposefully goes out to the edge of the desert in his video without giving any context to the viewers that this whole section of the desert exists. But, over the course of the last year, he went to a very negative place, and because of that, we didn't engage with him at all as a content creator, and I think that led to him creating this kind of negative echo chamber, which he became beholden to.
Asmongold then hosted a stream for both parties to say their piece. For over an hour, the multi-millionaire systematically dismantled a small content creator, aggressively defending his predatory alpha pricing structure and doubling down on Narc's supposedly overly negative content, curiously again, explicitly stating how much money he had invested.
So anybody that goes out there and says this is a scam, I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more dollars into over the course of the last 8 years,
So far.
myself personally, so far, and will have to put in another 50, probably.
Yeah.
That you should not buy the game, and we have a 90-day refund policy on these $100 alpha keys.
Yeah.
And we do not have a minimum time requirement if people want a refund.
But throughout the chaotic 2025,
Oh my god.
the cracks could no longer be ignored. The project became an industry punchline, frequently mocked as Fantasy Star Citizen or Ashes of Copium. Delays to the subsequent Alpha 2 phases mounted continuously. The studio was spiraling, the debt was secretly mounting.
There's a level of financial independence that is not predicated, that has not historically been predicated on our engagement within the investing ecosphere of gaming. In order to bring to life this project.
And then, in November 2025, Intrepid Studios stunned everyone. Out of absolute nowhere, they announced that Ashes of Creation would bypass its remaining testing roadmaps and launch directly into Steam Early Access on December 11, 2025. To the casual observer, it looked like a bold, confident leap across the finish line. In reality, it was the final, desperate act of a dying dream.
This has been a big year for us, and 2026 is going to be an even bigger year for us.
Across social media, the community that had spent nearly a decade shielding Ashes of Creation from outside criticism began to fracture. To the purists, bypassing the remaining alpha roadmaps to launch on a global commercial storefront was a betrayal of everything they had been promised. To the onlookers, it was a train wreck in motion, and time to grab some parts. But Intrepid had to move the needle. They slashed the entry barrier, the $500 to $100 whale packages were discarded, replaced by a standard, far more accessible $50 price tag. Of course, they were still selling cosmetics, albeit separately.
We completely out of money. Are we broke, Dad?
No, we're not broke.
We're not broke, chat. You heard it here first. We're still going.
On December 1st, 2025, exactly 10 days before the scheduled Steam launch, Sarah Systems, Intrepid's cloud infrastructure provider, slapped the studio with a lawsuit for $850,000 of unpaid services. If an independent studio backed by a self-proclaimed multi-millionaire could not settle its basic server bills, the entire financial foundation could be compromised.
You know, we started in Kickstarter, although the majority of the financial backing for the studio is independent from yours truly.
Sharif immediately took to Reddit to play crisis. He dismissed the litigation as a standard contract dispute, assuring hackers that money was consequential to prove his financial stability. He casually dropped a statistic that left everyone stunned. Intrepid, he claimed, was now burning through $800,000 a week in operational expenses. For a mid-sized studio of roughly 250 employees, that burn rate was astronomical.
Everybody buckle up. I put a brace for impact GIF in the Discord of Picard and Riker. That is what it's going to be like literally at the studio in the war room. So be prepared. It's going to be crazy.
On December 11, 2025, the gates opened. On day one, the sheer gravity of decades worth of hype pulled in 30,000 concurrent players. To the average Steam user, the game was a clunky, heavily unpolished, and fundamentally fragmented experience that looked years away from a commercial market. Yet, the core loyalists saw the potential. The foundation was there. I'm already really enjoying Ashes of Creation as it is today. Not because it's perfect, but because it has identity and soul, something most modern MMORPGs have lost. Slow progression, risk, meaningful consequences, PvP tension, and a shared world that remembers players' actions. That's why I'm here. Given 5 more years, a stable environment, and patient backing, Ashes of Creation might have carved out a highly lucrative, dedicated niche.
I think the game can absolutely recover from mixed if they can fulfill their vision. And in terms of player retention, it's actually looking really good. I was definitely expecting much more of a drop-off. If Intrepid can be quick to make updates, fix bugs, listen to player feedback, and add content, I honestly think the game will be fine.
But it didn't have 5 years. It had exactly 51 days. On January 22nd, 2026, after harvesting millions from Steam sales, the final avalanche began. It all started with a Reddit thread. Layoffs have hit Ashes of Creation developer Intrepid Studios. Steven Sharif immediately assumed the role of corporate fire extinguisher, treating the terminations not as a systemic failure, but as routine operational pruning. Recently, 9 people out of a team of about 250 were impacted as part of some targeted team adjustments. This was not and not a reflection of the health or the future of Ashes of Creation. In the history of corporate collapses, the phrase targeted adjustments is almost always the preface to total liquidation. Sharif assured the player base that the foundation was secure. It was an illusion that lasted exactly 9 days. On the evening of January 31, 2026, Margaret, the director of communications that so many fans knew from the project's famous streams, broke the news. Her time at Intrepid had come to an end. Following with a reply to a comment, everyone was part of a layoff. The news spread like wildfire. Rumors of it being a scam. Was this it after all these years? What about refunds? Sure enough, Steven made his appearance with an explosive announcement. I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on the behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I choose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. It was a total unconditional application. The messiah of the indie MMO space had dropped his tools and walked out the door. As a consequence, the entire senior leadership team resigned in rapid succession. The studio was completely decapitated. With Sharif out of the way, the hidden board moved with absolute predatory efficiency. They issued immediate WARN Act notices and initiated a catastrophic mass layoff. A decade of development simply evaporated overnight. By early February, Steam took action, permanently pulling Ashes of Creation from sale. For the late-coming consumers who had purchased the $50 Steam Early Access build, the platform's refund policy offered an immediate escape hatch. But for the true believers, the financial reality was a completely different story. The thousands of core backers who had poured millions in total into Intrepid's private web store since 2017 and the Kickstarter backers found themselves trapped behind a brutal legal technicality. By forcing the unfinished Alpha 2 onto Steam as a commercial early access product, Intrepid had achieved a critical legal milestone. A commercial launch on an open storefront fulfilled the technical definition of a delivered product. The pledge promises had been legally satisfied. Any potential refunds were now much harder to achieve through bank disputes or even chargebacks. Convenient.
This sucks. And if you are out there and you played this game because of me, I'm sorry that you bought into it.
I mean, you would be right. I mean, like, no, it was so promising. It looked so good. Everything about it looked amazing.
But I look like a massive clown, and I'm just gonna have to take an L for my coverage of this game throughout its entire existence, I guess.
But as the smoke cleared over the carcass of Intrepid Studios, a far more disturbing question emerged. What did Steven Sharif mean by the Ford? From the very first day of the Kickstarter campaign, Sharif had anchored his entire moral authority on a singular claim.
I'm personally funding the project to completion.
He had explicitly stated that Intrepid had no publishers, no external investors, no shareholders. To the public's absolute knowledge, the governing board of Intrepid Studios consisted of exactly two people: Steven Sharif, the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, and John Moore, the Chief Financial Officer, his husband.
I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more dollars into over the course of the last 8 years, myself personally, so far.
But as the first lawsuits were filed, the unsealed documents store away the final layers of corporate deception. There was indeed a larger board, and it was populated by ghosts. Before we can dissect the legal warfare that tore Intrepid Studios apart in early 2026, we must identify the hidden actors lurking in the ledger. But the critical boundary must be established before going any further. These claims are active legal allegations, not established facts. With multiple lawsuits currently winding through the system, a definitive legal resolution remains years away. Until the final gavel strikes, the objective truth is split between two competing, highly volatile narratives. We must try to evaluate both sides of the mirror with absolute detachment, mapping the evidence exactly as it stands today. So, enter Jason Karaminis.
I built my business with the philosophy that there is nobody in this room that I am better than, but there is nobody that is better than me.
Starting in 2017, even before the Kickstarter campaign ever went live, Karaminis quietly began injecting millions into Intrepid Studios through a complex convertible debt agreement via the Yaya Legacy Trust. Contractually, Karaminis wasn't initially classified as an investor, he was a creditor. Intrepid was borrowing his capital with a dangerous caveat: pay the loans back with interest or forfeit studio equity. Through text messages that Jason shared with a YouTuber, Nephis QS, revealed an extraordinary psychological underlayer. Sharif systematically love-bombed Karaminis, pitching him an absurdly lucrative business. He compared the monetization of Ashes of Creation directly to Fortnite, mapping out the astronomical revenue a modern MMORPG could extract, how they had the opportunity to claim the entire market as everything failed around it. And it perfectly contextualized his public bravado during the 2017 Kickstarter launch, where he casually boasted to media outlets that he had very good friends from previous business endeavors who were dying to invest.
Yo, Jeanette!
Because you see, Karamenes was a veteran of the predatory supplement underworld, a close business associate of Steven Sharif's own mother, the MLM Queen. Karamenes boasted the title of Imperial Diamond Director for Jeunesse Global, a multi-billion-dollar juggernaut specializing in cellular rejuvenation and anti-aging skincare products.
You know, we've celebrated 14 years of becoming one of the fastest companies to build to $1 billion in the entire history of network marketing.
Karamenes had also been involved with Vima, the exact MLM that resulted in Alkazine's lifetime federal ban. By 2019, after a series of frantic, repeated emergency cash requests, Karamenes' mounting loans officially converted into equity for a total of $12.5 million. The creditor, Jason, had officially become a shareholder. The private correspondence reveals that behind the scenes, Intrepid was caught in a state of chronic financial starvation. As early as 2019, the studio was actively scrounging for basic payroll capital. That same year, Sharif believed he had engineered the ultimate solution. Yet another investor, this time, it came from China. Documents originally shared by the YouTuber Nefes and Jason revealed that in 2019, Sharif attempted to secure a massive $60 million investment with iDream Sky, a prominent Chinese mobile gaming publisher. But the deal collapsed at the finish line, plunging Intrepid into a catastrophic liquidity crisis. Sharif repeatedly returned to Karamenes, begging for additional capital. Continuing with the sales pitches, this company will be the largest MMO in history, bigger than WoW's 13 billion. How he had spent his mom's help, promising astronomical returns once the alpha testing phases drove public hype. 2021, the company is going to buy you your own jet and name it the Karamenes Gulfstream. These grand promises, while completely delusional, do feel reminiscent of something else, something Steven was very familiar with, MLM recruitment tactics. But the standalone Battle Royale spin-off, Apocalypse, flopped spectacularly. Steven needed yet more funding, but Karamenes' patience was wearing thin. He wasn't seeing any returns, culminating in furious texts.
Do you understand me now, bro? Go cry to your husband, bro. Not me. I am in no mood to be happy now. I said I'm getting a fucking loan, and as soon as I have money, I will help. But you can't seem to do anything here. It baffles my mind why you're a business owner. I am so fucked I can't see straight, and I asked you to politely go find another source for a week or two.
By 2020, the operation required a far bigger shark, and Karamenes served as the ultimate gateway. Karamenes introduced Sharif to his premier multi-level marketing contact, Robert Dawson, the chief legal officer of Jeunesse Global,
Oh my God,
the architect of Intrepid's demise. Dawson, operating through an entity called TFE Games Holdings, poured in a total a staggering $80 million into Intrepid over a 4-year window as volatile convertible debt-based loans. They had become the primary source of funds and a majority shareholder. These shadow investors stabilized the game's finances for nearly 4 years. So why the sudden collapse post the Steam launch? Well, on February 9, 2026, Robert Dawson and TFE Game Holdings launched their devastating legal strike against Steven Sharif and John Moore. The lawsuit alleged systematic financial misconduct, breach of fiduciary duty, and the outright embezzlement of studio funds, accusing the couple of siphoning millions to underwrite their personal lifestyles and pay off private debts. Specific allegations included over $200,000 spent on DoorDash, more than $700,000 on Amazon purchases, and even the use of studio funds to aid their purchase of their personal home. According to the claims, Sharif and Moore, while serving as CFO, directed over $4 million in personal payments to themselves and family members, including Tom Al-Kazim. These transfers allegedly stopped once Moore was replaced as CFO. More on that later, as well as evidence by those previous text messages to Jason Karamani's alleged misrepresentation of Ashes of Creation's earning potential over multiple years, delayed alpha phases, and revenue that generated only a fraction of Sharif's own projections. In total, approximately $21 million in outflows allegedly lacked any legitimate business purpose. And the most shocking of all was their allegation that Sharif publicly and falsely represented that funding came directly from him, while he was sourcing it mainly from third-party investors, which at this point, the debt was in excess of $130 million.
He might be a good creative director, he might be a good gamer, but everything else is full of shit. So when you don't have to spend any of your own money, like zero, and you're just on everyone else's fucking tit, sucking everyone's tit, okay, like he was, spending everyone's money.
Went to Kickstarter, not really as a means for funding, I'm personally funding the entire project.
By this point, Dawson and TFE effectively owns every asset inside the building, including the IP of Ashes of Creation. Intrepid defaulted on its debts and was subsequently foreclosed. Basically, the board's and Jason's narrative was simple. Steven Sharif was a classic, overhyped internet scammer who had no idea how to operate a multi-million-dollar company, and now they were seeking justice over the millions they poured into it. For a large part of the community, this confirms their absolute worst fears. The master marketeer had finally run out of runway, but things were about to get a whole lot more messy. On February 18 and through the following months, Sharif launched his counter-narrative. Sharif claimed he wasn't the predator, he was the victim. His filings exposed Dawson's entire investment strategy as a textbook predatory loan-to-own takeover scheme. According to Sharif, Dawson and his inner circle had been systematically plotting the hostile takeover of Intrepid Studios since 2022. The countersuit alleged that Dawson consistently backdated paperwork and manipulated debt agreements to make his loans look older and cheaper than they actually were. A deliberate strategy engineered to let him grab a massive percentage of the company at a fraction of the value. But tucked deeper inside Sharif's evidence log was a revelation that completely reshaped the history of the project. Through this email in 2022, a major video game developer, Riot Games, who was actively building their own MMORPG at the time, approached Intrepid with a massive offer for Ashes of Creation. The deal represented a staggering $250 to $500 million institutional backing. It seemed like a match made in heaven. Sure, it would have enraged the community built on promises of total independence, but the partnership of that scale would have guaranteed the technical resources required to actually finish the game. But Robert Dawson allegedly blocked the play, strongly advising Sharif to reject the acquisition. A year later, in 2023, a paranoid Sharif explicitly confronted Dawson about a potential boardroom coup. Me? Take control? You are on too many drugs, man. You really think I want to control it? No. In most, I want to vote my economy. Interests, like any investor. And unless you think I'm an idiot, you would know I'm voting with you. This is going to end ugly. But if you think better to have Riot vote and control than me, then by all means, go for it. But as the studio's burn rate accelerated through 2023 and 2024, the mask of the passive investor completely came off. Sharif alleged that Jason Karamani's had effectively been installed as Dawson's enforcer, a highly volatile individual deployed to threaten and coerce the studio into submission. Behind the scenes of your dream indie MMORPG, the executive dynamic had evolved into an absolute nightmare. Dawson would routinely threaten to withhold immediate payroll funding unless Sharif signed amended articles or agreements that slowly stripped away his authority. And where Dawson used paperwork, Karamani's used terrifying raw thuggery that actually escalated to physical threats. Get this shit done tomorrow or your life is over on Tuesday when business opens. You are lucky I have Rob's back, otherwise I would fuck your whole world up. Hope I'm clear, you are a piece of shit. These were controversial multi-level marketing executives role-playing as full-on street-level gangsters. But amidst all of Sharif's defenses, there is a glaring uncomfortable truth that his narrative conveniently glosses over. Intrepid Studios was completely starved for resources. They were entirely dependent on Dawson, Karamani's and other investors just to cover basic payroll. And the millions being funneled into the studio's accounts were vanishing into a financial black hole.
Rob wrote you checks. I wrote you checks. Okay? The TFE Games Company wrote you checks. Okay? Tom wrote you checks. Aaron wrote you checks. Everyone wrote him checks. Has he given anybody any return on investment? Has he done anything? What's he gonna say?
What we do know is that the sharks had him by the throat. It was either Sharif or his employees. So according to Steven, his best play was to play along to keep his employees safe. It got so bad that Steven was allegedly forced to approve a warrant providing Dawson 10% of the company for literally $10. It was then in May 2024 that Dawson converted all outstanding debt into equity, officially making himself the majority shareholder and seizing absolute control of the company. In time, he structured a 5-man board composed mostly of veteran executives with zero connections to game development. He removed Sharif's husband, John Moore, as CFO, replacing him with Ryan Ogden, the CFO of Genes Global. Ogden was immediately instructed to open a new corporate account at Pathway Bank, a financial institution that Dawson conveniently owned. Dawson's alleged directive to Steven reveals the absolute nature of this new world. I want you guys in the lead and me hidden in the background as ownership. Never would be in the forefront. And one of the most shocking allegations is that Steven claimed this wasn't Dawson's first rodeo. Just months prior, a co-founder of Genes Global had filed a massive lawsuit accusing Dawson of utilizing loans from his personal bank to systematically extract millions from the company founder. A sinister business model, if proven true. But there was still a question lingering in the air regarding Steven Sharif. Did he actually invest his own fortune into the game? In his official statement, he did claim that was accurate. Much of the capital provided to the company came through lenders who extended financing based on my personal guarantees and collateralization of my own assets and equity. I put my own financial future on the line to build this project and keep it alive for as long as possible. While judges and lawyers can truly define that, to the public, relying on loans, financing does not equal true self-funding, and was that exact tactic of lending that brought on the project's major issues. Regarding the board is another story. Sharif rigidly maintained that he never misled his audience about who was running the ship. Stating from 2015 up until the 2024 boardroom takeover, the company's absolute ownership was strictly isolated to 3 sole shareholders: himself, his husband, John Moore, and an individual identified simply as Tom, as in Tom Alkazim. However, Steven had never once mentioned the existence of a 3rd shareholder, as far as my findings go. Which brings us to the ultimate question. What was the Shadowboard's true objective for Ashes of Creation? According to information available, the board allegedly engineered 2 parallel tracks. Step 1 was a formal foreclosure to legally transfer every single asset of Intrepid directly into Dawson's personal holding company, TFE Games Holdings, effectively attempting to isolate or avoid the debts of Intrepid, basically providing a clean slate for future development. Step 2 was to violently downsize the studio, laying off 70% of the core staff to run a skeleton crew operation. To fund this pivot, they allegedly forced the sudden, erratic December 2025 Steam Early Access launch, an operational move that made absolutely zero development sense, but perfect financial sense. The board plans to allegedly hijack the massive influx of Steam revenue, allegedly with original plans to have a $100 box price and a $20 subscription. Insane, but still cheaper than many previous packages. And routing the revenue directly into Dawson's new Pathway Bank account, rather than allegedly utilizing it to pay down the studio's oldest loans, in particular to a bank, Commerce West. While they alleged that Steven only wanted to pay back the loan to Commerce West because the loan was backed by his own home.
He had Commerce Bank send a letter stating that that money was Commerce's bank's. So Commerce Bank would get that money because they had a secured position against his house on the money that he originally borrowed for the company. Well, that was the money for our payroll.
On January 16, the board officially executed the foreclosure after purposely, according to Steven, accruing vendor debts such as the service provider. It's official, the foreclosure is complete. TFE Holding owns all of the assets, said a Dawson text. Their new blueprint was absolute lunacy. They intended to finish the development of the entire MMORPG by September 2026, on a budget of $12 million. To achieve this, they planned the mass layoffs, withholding severance packages from the departing team. An internal email from newly appointed board member, Aaron Bartels, exposes the absolute cold approach of the boardroom. These are bottom performers, who have already been paid more than they deserve, who listens to a poor performer who gets whacked. Any suit against us will be against the old entity that will have no value in a week. Let's not pay either. Still, looking strictly at the facts, it is hard to deny that the studio desperately needed a radical intervention just to keep the lights on. Steven Sharif himself explicitly confirmed a grueling $150 million of capital had already been entirely consumed by the project, yet the game was still in a raw early alpha stage. At this point, you have to look past the boardroom warfare and confront the systemic reality. Perhaps the original development model was just terribly managed. Or more realistically, the grand illusion of Ashes of Creation was simply fundamentally doomed from the start. In a final desperate counter-move, Steven Sharif notified their primary creditors at Commerce West Bank of the hidden foreclosure and the board's secret plan to divert the Steam revenue away from their loan agreements. Then, on January 19, he typed out his official resignation. He refused to be the public face of a mass layoff he had no part in designing. But here's where the entire board narrative completely fractures. Despite later painting Steven Sharif as an incompetent manager who was actively embezzling millions of dollars, the moment his resignation hit the boardroom table, the board forced him to return to the studio if he simply cooperated with the foreclosure and threatened to shut down the company if he didn't comply. Which begs the question, why would the board offer to reinstate a man they genuinely believed was actively robbing their company? Ultimately, no deal could be struck, and the people who took the absolute brunt of this executive power struggle were the developers and the players. The planned 70% downsize instantly devolved into a total operational shutdown. Intrepid Studios closed its doors, and that Steam revenue, which rounded to about $5 to $8 million, Valve noticed the conflicting bank accounts, saw the wave of terrified player refund requests, and immediately terminated the partnership, permanently freezing the capital while the studio bled out in the dark. So, what is the final verdict? Was Steven Sharif an innocent, naive creator coerced by multi-level marketing sharks, or a master recruiter who finally ran out of cards to play? Well, on May 1st, 2026, the judge officially dismissed the Robert Dawson's board lawsuit against Steven Sharif without prejudice, meaning the door is closed right now, but could be open later. Sharif immediately took a public victory lap on Discord, claiming absolute vindication. He vowed to maintain his countersuit against TFE Holdings, defeat the cartel in court, regain absolute ownership of the IP, and one day rebuild Ashes of Creation from the ashes of liquidation. But for everyone else, the devastation remains absolute. The developers are still out of a job, left to sue a defunct corporate husk for their unpaid wages. The studio dead, and the game effectively with it. And the thousands of longtime backers who poured millions into the dream since 2017 are left with absolutely nothing. And to end it, if you think this ongoing drama and lawsuits couldn't get any more crazy, it was claimed as I was editing this video that on the day of the mass terminations, leadership staff were physically shown on surveillance cameras removing server hardware from the studio's data center and hiding it in a storage shed. Yes, that is one of the claims with photo evidence. Ultimately, there is no clean conclusion to be found inside the wreckage. What remains is multiple question marks on a highly volatile, completely fragmented disaster, an absolute mess of conflicting depositions and mutual betrayal that will drag through the legal system and the public for years to come. But what we can deduce from both sides is a grim reality. The proud claim that Steven Sharif was prepared to personally bankroll the entire project was always far more complicated than the studio let on. Sharif routinely relied on massive, high-interest loans just to stay afloat, utilizing his deep multi-level marketing connections to keep the lights on. It was this exact reliance on debt that directly invited the very same people that he claimed caused this whole mess. And even if Steven Sharif is completely cleared of all legal wrongdoing when the final gavel strikes, the deception remains. While Sharif may legally argue that accumulating massive private debt can still constitute absolute self-funding, in the court of public opinion, that statement has been shattered. Steven Sharif allegedly searched for capital across the globe, trading equity through loans in the dark, selling massive dreams of Fortnite-scale revenue to MLM execs, all the while aggressively weaponizing a relentless FOMO factory to extract millions in raw capital from a desperate and exhausted player base, and all for an incomplete game. And remember that referral program that heavily skewed towards content creators? Well, they got nothing, and people were only left with a bunch of intrepid bucks, embers, on a defunct website. Whether the investors from Keramanes to Dawson were driven by malice, or just trying to protect their investments and hopefully turn a bleeding company around through drastic measures, we are left to pick which side of this toxic boardroom war is marginally less corrosive than the next. Yet, there is a deeply tragic paradox at the absolute heart of this destruction. It is entirely plausible that, at the same time, Steven Sharif, and especially his core developers, truly loved the genre, that they were genuinely trying to build the ultimate monument to the golden age of MMORPGs. But in the end, it wasn't just a boardroom coup that executed Ashes of Creation, it was the crushing weight of the sunk cost fallacy, a grueling 10-year timeline, over $150 million with zero returns. If projects with tens of thousands of active players like New World fail, what hope was there for an independent studio trying to engineer the most complex MMORPG in existence? And as the vultures continue to tear apart the corpse of the project in the courts, the MMORPG
Nescafe
community
iced
left
coffee.
back
Still
where it started, beaten, fleeced, and waiting in the dark for a savior that may never come.
Nic jiného mě nenapadá než Minecraft. A nemám rád Minecraft. Ne. Pak asi Skycraft mě bavil. Skycraft jsem si nikdy Skycraft načil. A tady někdo Relecraft. Ty vole, no. Jako jo, možná bych měl znát ten Relecraft. Porazit ho, protože on porazil mě. Ukaž nám hru. Ne! Jakou hru? Tady žádná hra neprobíhá. Tady mám teď. Hej.
24 hodin Silent Hillu načil. Ty vole, Silent Hill jsem taky nedohrál. A to mě bavil, dobře, měl bych hrát ty hororovky asi, no. Nikdo se nechytl na tu konverzaci o Arkaneu. Asi nikdo taky neví. Já jsem se díval na to video, kde Borec explainuje ten konec a Borec tam musel zmívat takový věci, ty vole, že se divím, že to víc lidí jako neřeší, protože když jim unikly takovýhle detaily. Jakože to, že jako když se vrátí v čase, tak to ovlivňuje jeho držku, že on se sice vrátí v čase, ale prostě tam byl, takže to nevrátí jeho v čase. Je to zase crashlo. Biorealcraft je teď 1000krát těžší, jsou tam zombie mutace v dobu, kdy si to hrál, to bylo mega easy. Okay.
Protože jakoby tím, co si udělala, tak těžce se to posrala, těžce. Věř tomu, že to jsme ani jakoby se nesnažili někomu
to je
hodit,
big
tak
beat!
Jakoby nás nervy. Takže ber to tak, že na 2 týdny nám tady budeš dodávat 40 000 pesos, bohužel, tvůj příjem se nějak stopne. It is what it is, tak to chodí, prostě když něco
to je big beat!
Ale potom po těch 2 týdnech to budu brát, tak jak jsem to bral s tím, co jste zabili s tím dým, jako za uzavřený obchod a udělám za tím tou čáru. Nebudu ti říkat, že tě budu mít rád, protože budu mít za stejnou píču, ale budu tě brát jako neutrálního člověka teď. Jsi moje numero 1, kdy ti budu kurvit život. A nejenom tobě, i lidem, co se s tou rozpojovat, i lidem, co jsou kolem tebe, co byli na byle a teda však poznáš. Takže.
Kdo je ten chudák?
To zní jako
I don't like it over there though. Did we just die to this decent guy? Fuck. That's mental. He walked over this rock. And I'm pretty lit.
To někdo vypl?
Já si kněz.
Já vím.
Ty víš, proč to neděláš? Teda je střílíš a míříš do nebe. Mohla jsi mít 2 killy. 3 možná vlastně.
Okay. Ona trolí. Executed. Executed kill nejde nic asi. Chtěl pušnout. Trefíš snare? Hezky. Dobrý. To je good. Ale
Počkej, Lušťa pedofil znáš? To jsou tě naspíval 15... Ježíš, to asi vím, no. Asi jo.
Stop. Ale sa s nami budeš celú dobu. Prosím? Víš, čo spievaj, Štefan?
And the window shaba, get the lights and the rest. Ask them like it's the over New York. You get my father and the mother lies. You mother and say you want a mother place. My father and like get the mother for lies. Get my father my ass and your mother your place. Get my fucker and I'm missing I'm the lies. This is your win.
Dobre, a prestaň mi nadávať a poď niečo zaspievať.
Prosím?
Ty píčo, to jsou strašný sračky. Hej, ty píčo, to jsou fakt sračky. Já nevím, co jsem měla ráda ještě jako dítě, na čem jsem se ujebávala. Co je fakt jako... Počkej. Počkej. Já mám strašně ráda toho týpka jednoho a mě teď vypad, vole. No ten... Jak chodí, jak vždycky na ulici a... Ježišmarja, vole. Ten úchyláček. Ježiš, jak to je, chat? Víš, koho myslím, ne? Jo! Ahoj, Mikulasi, ptáček. Já zapnu zvuk, nebojte, já to vidím.
A s kým jsi na baráku, s kým?
Děkuju, Loki.
Já to mám popisu práce. Jsi zabiják, hej, jsi nějak změnil, ty...
Ne, tak jako říká se, že jo. Uchyl z chebu.
A jak to? Neděláš u policie? Nevím o tom teda. Hele, a mám tady pro tebe jednu holku. Ona, chceš lízat? Já ji vylížu, omrdám. No ale jak, ukaž jak. Takhle jo. Kamaráde, na to jsem specialista. Cože? Že to hrozně dobře umím a je to dokázané. Ale jak to umíš? Ukaž, jak to děláš.
Měl, že týpek připadá kolegu z práce? Tak to je piči.
Jak? Hele, to je jednoduchý. No. Ty, teď jsem tam měl jednu šapku. No. Ty zmrde, no.
Nikdy si někdo a snaží se přesvědčit kámošou, že jo?
To se jemu, tady tomu. Jo. Hele, nekecám, ty vole. No, ty rakovino. No. Žádná rakovina to nebyla. Ne, tady ne, jedna. Taky, ona se vohne. No. Kam? Do kýble nebo? A do žádného kýble. Vohne se. Ty... A jak se ohne? Jak se ohne? Jak se ohne? No normálně, vole. No co ty, jak? Ale jak? Ukloní se nebo jak? No, ukloní se nebo jak?
Typka.
Já se směje. A teď ty lížeš píčo i z prdelí. Ne, jak to lížeš? Jak to olížeš? Ukaž jak. Fakt jo.
Ještě sračka.
No a takhle jak? A potom jí omrdáš, vole. Ale jak jí omrdáš? No normálně. No ukaž jak. Polož tu brašnu, tu tašku a ukaž jak.
Polož tu brašnu.
Tak brašna, nebrašna, ty vole. Tady voj tu lampu. Co mám dělat?
Víš, co mě víc rozjebávalo? Jak týpek vždycky na něj jako byl takový agresivní a týpek co mám dělat? A on ne, dobrý a začal prostě být za spohodě.
No ukaž to.
Vždycky nasral.
Tady voj tu lampu. Co mám dělat?
Co mám dělat? A on pak ne, dobrý a týpek jo.
No ukaž to. No.
A začal zase svým
tím. Tím co jdeš nohy, až je semle. Ještě jednou.
To jedno si
Pojď, to nahlas. Semle si jedá. Ale co tam dáš za krk? No ty jedí pastelky, ty vole, ne? No a kam se je potom strčí ty pastelky? No a pak jim ošukáš, vole, a blížíš ještě jednou píču, vole. Fakt jo. Ale jak ji to olížeš, když ji šukáš, jak? Normálně. Fakt? Ty to umíš? Jo, to umím. A perfektně. Ty zmrde, ty zas tam šlo volné do toho, ty kamery. Hele, a kolik ti je, ptáčku? Ptáčku je 56, vole. A kde jsi byl, kam jdeš? Do svýho bytu. Chtěla se zlízat?
Braňa zpětky, vole.
Nikdy jsem nebyl proti.
Já
mám jednu holku na lízání, chceš?
Tohle strašná sračka, prej.
Ty pičo. To nic. Dobře. A kam jdeš?
Až si příště prdnu, vole.
Teďka.
Vitamíny pro biotagrecký jogurt.
Hej, bramborák, kam jdeš? Já ti dám bramborák, že to můžu. Jsem řekl jemu, tomu, tady tomu.
Jak
Ty
znádá se
zmrde.
vždycky. Hej, a pak jo.
Hele, a kde máš zuby?
No klamě, kde bych je měl mít, vole?
Fakt jo, já nevidím tady. Hej, já chceš fakt jednu holku, mám jednu holku, fakt raketu.
Jo?
Češka. Je.
Člověk se zastavil. Že, fakt?
Hej, já chceš fakt jednu holku, mám jednu holku, fakt raketu.
Jo?
Češka. Je to. Špinavá Češka.
Špinavá?
Jako blond, špinavý blond. Chce žít?
Jak se jmenuje?
Martina. Na skalce bildí. Lomený. Víš, že ne?
Lomená, to mi něco říká.
Že jo?
Jakože jak jsi u toho, ty by si myslel, že konečně jeho meč bude po škvrně. A já si myslím, že on má, tyhle, ten má ženský, tyhle, podívejte sex appeal. Může asi fakt? Ne. On fakt zemřel. To je legenda, ale. Tak je legenda.
Vím, že to je na skalce, no, 100%.
Hele, a máš rád chlapy?
Ne. To ne.
Hele, a ukáž nám ptáčka, jaký máš ptáčka. Ne, prosím tě, když mi teďka zatancuješ, tak ti dám pajdu.
Fajda.
Bereš nebo ne?
Jak se rozmýšlí?
Nebudu pryč. Hele, neber nebo neber.
Člověk ten klišácký úsměv.
Neber.
To by mi to přišlo na smích, ne? Tohle je prostě fakt sračka, vole.
Zatancuj jim a on ti to ukáže z okna. No!
Nic moc!
Ukáž, to je jedno! To je
Že on fakt ukázal, to ani nevím, kurva. Celkom úsměvné.
Ty ne? Ty vole! Kolik měří?
Asi 17.
V klidu.
Já vím, že to má kolik dílů, to už nedám.
No, v klidu samozřejmě.
Jo, v klidu. Ty píčo, to je taková sračka, ty vole. Hej, ale on fakt jako umřel, jo. To mi neříkejte. On fakt umřel. Ne, počkej. Škoda, že to... GG. GG. Ale podle mě týpek byl nějaký, já si myslím, že on musel být nějak postižený, ale... Že upřímně si myslím, že on nebyl úplně zdravý, jako. Týpek má podle toho vzadu tak 65 minimálně. Zahraješ lolko? Jako kvůli tomu, že má být za starý lolko, no jako nagle by mě to nevadilo. Nagle by mě to nevadilo zahrát jako asi. Vychlastaný bude klasik, já vím no. To je jako baby, macko z lobby. Počívka. Odcházím. Ale jako takhle, já to nehrál na streamu. Chat, Macko je uferka! Let's go! Macko je uferka! Po píči. Než ho budeš zlobit. Než ho budeš zlobit, jo? Na streamu. OK. Čekaj, než na streamu off stream. No teď já to bylo na Johndyho. To by mě konečně mohlo bavit se. Jo, to loko je fajn, mě vždycky bavilo loko jako táto, no. Já se fakt těším strašně na tu GTA 6. A mohli bychom dokoukat ještě ty klipy, chat, když už jsem je tady rozkoukala s váma. Mě zajímá, co dělali moji kamarádi streameři. Ne, že bude zlobit, ale nebude. No a pak musím fixnout to GTAčko, no. To bude Mordor, zase u toho budu bulet, vole, šutka.
weil er gerade die Dailies durch, bin auch fast.
Nescafé Iced Coffee. Stylová. V chillu. Vždy ready.
O sia una... Ah, sia una seratoria.
Cítíte tu energii ve vzduchu? To vzrušení? Díky tomu poznáte, že jste vstoupili do areny!
Oh, yeah.
Když je to dobrý spot. Je to dobrý spot. Je to spot jako perfekt.
čestnému hostovi.
Ja jsem Boko.
As a practicing physician, I frequently speak with patients and viewers who are hesitant to take medical advice. They don't trust doctors, hospitals, or the healthcare system in general. They claim doctors are sheep, they think pharmaceutical companies are only interested in money, they believe government is not interested in bodily autonomy. And in some cases, to some degree, they may be correct. One area where I think we definitely need to do better is transparency, especially in owning up to our mistakes. Not just as a form of apology, but also to ensure that we're learning from them so they are not repeated. From hiding cures of preventable diseases, to giving children polio, to attempting to erase entire racial groups through lies and deceit. I'm a doctor, I believe in science, but I also believe in the truth, which includes acknowledging where medicine has made catastrophic mistakes. Huge thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this series. Have you ever heard of syphilis? There's a good chance you have, and there's a better chance that if you were to ever get it, you'd be able to treat it right away with a dose of penicillin available at any pharmacy with a prescription. And if you treat it early, it's really not that big of a deal. But it wasn't always this way. You see, syphilis is a bacterial infection, most commonly transmitted through sex. It starts with a small sore called a canker at the site of infection, and if it's left untreated, the disease can worsen over time, causing rashes, hair loss, muscle aches, fever, and even sore throat. Now, if it gets to late-stage syphilis, it can impact your nervous system, your heart, and even cause blindness. Eventually, it can kill you. So in 1932, the U.S. Public Health Service began a study to research the long-term effects of syphilis. The goal was to record the natural progression of the disease when left untreated, but the study itself was wickedly evil. It enrolled 399 black men with syphilis and 201 uninfected black men to serve as controls. They offered men an annual free physical and other perks like meals, transportation, and burial insurance. For 600 poor black men in the South at the height of the Great Depression, this offer was too good to pass up. Unfortunately, the scientists did not tell the men the purpose behind their special. They did not tell them that they were testing them for syphilis, nor did they tell them if they tested positive. And in 1945, when CDC was recommending penicillin as a treatment for syphilis, the scientists didn't tell them that either. Their logic was that you can't study the long-term effects of syphilis if you cure your patients. Pretty dark and unethical. A whistleblower within the Public Health Service went to the press, and a story eventually ran on the front page of the New York Times. The public outcry was intense, and federal health officials ended the study in 1972 after 40 friggin' years. Of the original 399 men, reported figures say 28 died of syphilis, 100 died of syphilis-related complications, 40 of the men's wives had been infected, and 19 of the children were born with the disease. In 1974, the men and their families settled with the federal government for $10 million. In 1997, President Bill Clinton issued a formal presidential apology. In the late 1970s, we certified the global eradication of smallpox, ridding the world of a disease that had ravaged humanity for millennia. Unfortunately, a new threat emerged around the same time: AIDS. Acquired immunodeficiency syndrome begins as human immunodeficiency virus, or HIV. It attacks specific immune cells, making you more vulnerable to other infections and diseases. If left untreated, HIV can turn into AIDS, at which point the immune system gets so weak that you become highly susceptible to infections like tuberculosis, toxoplasmosis, and without treatment, people with AIDS typically only survive about 3 years. It's thought to have been transferred from chimpanzees to humans in Central Africa in the early 20th century, likely through hunting and butchering infected bushmen. However, it wasn't truly recognized until the early 1980s when doctors began seeing these clusters of rare infections and cancers among previously healthy gay men, especially Los Angeles, New York, and other major cities. While there is no cure yet for HIV or AIDS, we have developed treatments that can dramatically slow its spread and reduce its impact on the human body. But in the early years of the epidemic, those treatments either did not exist or were painfully limited. Critics argue that those delays were made worse by stigma, political indifference, and a terribly slow federal response. While the US government did not create AIDS, of course, its response helped shape how much suffering went ignored.
We've made remarkable progress, as you've heard. Work on a vaccine is now underway in many laboratories, as you've been told. This fiscal year, the federal government plans to spend $317 million on AIDS research. It's also important that America not reject those who have the disease, care for them with dignity and kindness.
Sounds pretty good, right? Throwing big financial weight behind a cure and urging Americans to be compassionate to those who were suffering. Unfortunately, this address wasn't delivered until 1987, nearly 6 years after the CDC's first public report of the condition. By the end of 1987, there were more than 50,000 cases and 40,000 deaths. Can you imagine if nobody responded to COVID until 2026? In the early days, AIDS was derided as a gay plague. Before being called HIV and AIDS, the disease was named GRID, Gay-Related Immune Deficiency Syndrome. Listen to the laughter during this White House press briefing in 1982.
It's known as gay plague. It's a pretty serious thing that 1 in every 3 people that get this have died, and I wonder if the president is aware of it.
I don't have it. Are you? Do you?
You don't have it. Well, I'm relieved to hear that, Larry. In other words, the White House looks on this as a great joke.
The reputation for the condition didn't get better either. HIV started to spread amongst people sharing needles for drug use and among sex workers. Tragically, many ended up considering the disease a good thing, purifying the world of sin. Jerry Falwell, a famous religious leader and key political ally of Ronald Reagan, said, AIDS is not just God's punishment for homosexuals, it's God's punishment for the society that tolerates homosexuals. President Reagan changed his tune and began to take the illness more seriously when it impacted his longtime friend and Hollywood movie star, Rock Hudson. Seeing it up close really made the president feel the intensity of the illness, and 2 years after that, the full weight of the US government was finally put behind finding a cure. Despite being aware of these historical tragedies, recently RFK Jr.'s HHS has canceled hundreds of millions of dollars in federal grants and terminated over 230 HIV-related research grants. So all this time later, we're still working on it. After a regrettably late start and delays galore, but perhaps there is hope on the horizon. Look at this story I found on Ground News, the sponsor of today's video. Apparently, a 63-year-old Norwegian man in Oslo has achieved long-term HIV remission 5 years after receiving a stem cell transplant from his brother. There's still a lot of work ahead, but stories like this are encouraging. And thanks to Ground News, I not only learned so much about what happened in this story, but really how this story is being covered. You see, it's an app and website that combines the world's news all in one place, allowing me to compare coverage and verify sources of information. You can check it out using this QR code on screen. Swiping between headlines with context, like the funding of each source, and a factuality rating indicating potential subjectivity is really interesting because not only can I see every side of the story, but also better understand how these outlets are using language. With Ground News, I can see how the story was covered by 70 different outlets, and the words they use are no mistake. They're thoughtfully chosen to make us feel a certain way about a story. I don't know about you, but I like to know if someone who's trying to make me feel something about breaking news and why. Given today's media landscape, I think we need a transparency tool like this more than ever. Go to ground.news/doctor to subscribe for 40% off unlimited access to the same plan I use when you subscribe for yourself and send it as a gift. The link is down below. That's ground.news/doctor. All right, let's move on to the next story. The words 1909 Asexualization Act should send shivers down your spine, but more on that in a second. The United States has a long and ugly history with eugenics, which is the scientifically discredited belief that a population can be improved by controlling who is allowed to reproduce. This is literal Nazi territory. At various times throughout history, the United States has experimented with different forms of forced sterilization. Laws were passed that allowed medical professionals and state institutions to deem a person unfit to procreate and sterilize them through a variety of horrible means, from chemical castration to surprise hysterectomies, where a woman's uterus is removed without her consent. This was forced on a wide variety of folks, from the disabled, psychiatric patients, to Black people, Latinas, Native Americans, and any others deemed undesirable by those in power. And California was the worst offender in the US by passing this Asexualization Act. Between 1909 and 1979, this act, and many others, resulted in more than 20,000 Californians being sterilized, accounting for more than 1/3 of all officially recorded sterilizations nationwide. Across the country, more than 60,000 people were sterilized under these laws. This isn't ancient history either. Between 2006 and 2010, investigative reporting found that nearly 150 women incarcerated in California prisons received tubal ligations, what people often call getting their tubes tied. A later state audit reviewed 144 of those cases over an 8-year period and found that nearly 1/3 were performed without proper legal consent. At this point, the laws in the US that allow such horrifying behavior have mostly been repealed or rendered effectively useless. But the damage has already been done. Doctors and governments have taken advantage of countless numbers of our most vulnerable people, all in an effort to try and shape the genetic makeup of America to their liking. Horrible. What's so brutal about this next one is that not only was there an initial mistake, but also an overcorrection that led to even more suffering. Poliomyelitis, or polio for short, was ravaging the US in the early 1950s. Most people who get polio will experience no physical symptoms at all, but others won't be as lucky. Some will have flu-like symptoms that can clear up on their own, while others will develop meningitis, paralysis, and in the worst cases, death. You may have seen photos like this from back in the day of polio victims inside iron lungs. These were gigantic devices that could allow someone paralyzed by polio, often a child, to continue to breathe. It's a horrifying disease, and America was struggling. Dr. Jonas Salk was eventually successful in creating a safe and effective vaccine. And after years of testing and trials, it was finally time for mass production. 5 pharmaceutical companies were given the green light to manufacture it, including Cutter Labs in California. Unfortunately, Cutter made a catastrophic manufacturing error. You see, Salk's vaccine was inactivated, which means it used real pieces of the virus in his recipe, but the virus was 100% dead. But in some batches made by Cutter, the virus had not been properly inactivated. Live polio virus made it into the vaccine, which meant, yes, some people developed immunity, while others came down with full-blown polio. Cutter's vaccine resulted in 40,000 cases of polio. It paralyzed over 150 people, most of them children. 10 died. You see, Jonas Salk's vaccine wasn't to blame. When properly made, the vaccine worked, and it helped drive polio cases down. But in the years that followed, the US government overcorrected by phasing out his vaccine and replacing it with the one from Dr. Albert Sabin. One vaccine is as good as the other, right? Well, not exactly. Sabin's was a live attenuated vaccine, meaning it contained a live but weakened polio virus. It had major advantages. It was given by mouth, it was easier to distribute, and it was very effective at stopping the virus from spreading in communities. But there was a catch. In extremely rare cases, the weakened virus could mutate and cause paralysis. Yes, it was less than 1%, but who wants to gamble with those odds? The United States used the Sabin vaccine for the next 40 years. While it contributed to a heavy decline of the disease, every year a few people would get their polio vaccine and wind up contracting the disease instead. Jonas Salk never backed down from arguing that his inactivated vaccine was the safer choice, which it was, and finally in the 1990s, the US government changed its mind again and switched back to using Salk's vaccine exclusively. Today, thanks to the efforts of both the Salk and Sabin vaccines, polio has been isolated to just a few remote pockets in Asia and Africa. It's nearly been eradicated from Earth, but not without a few major bumps along the way. Smoking is bad for you. Look at me, a doctor warning against smoking. Way to go, Mike. Really sticking your neck out with that one, huh? Turns out doctors used to sing a different tune about smoking tobacco. Check this out.
What cigarettes do you smoke? You'll be interested to know how the doctors of America answered that question. Tens of thousands of doctors. Doctors in all parts of the country, in every state of the Union. Doctors in every branch of medicine were asked, what cigarettes do you smoke, doctor? In this nationwide survey of general practitioners, surgeons, throat specialists, diagnosticians, and so on, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this survey, more doctors smoke Camel than any other cigarette. Try Camel yourself.
Pretty wild, right? To see doctors actually advocate for smoking. Cigarette advertising dominated American culture in the early and mid-20th century, with commercials like those for Camels to Lucky Strike claiming their toasting process made their cigarettes less irritating on the throat. Lucky Strike urged women to reach for a Lucky instead of a sweet. Wink, wink, smoke our cigarettes and you'll be skinny. Highly respected medical journals like the New England Journal of Medicine and the Journal of the American Medical Association accepted big advertisements in their publications, and tobacco companies didn't just buy ad space. They also funded clinical studies designed to cast doubt on smoking as dangerous, and the journals published them. They weren't just marketing cigarettes, but manufacturing biased research to make experts believe cigarettes weren't so bad. Now, while cigarette advertising has been significantly regulated off America's TVs and magazines, believe me when I tell you that there are no shortage of dangerously addictive companies coming to take their place. Gambling companies. I'm looking at you. Henrietta Lacks, a black woman from Maryland, died from complications associated with cervical cancer in 1951. But that's just the beginning of her story. During treatment, doctors biopsied her cancer cells, and upon closer inspection, they realized her cells behaved unusually. They multiplied at an incredible rate, doubling roughly every 20 to 24 hours, and under laboratory conditions, they can keep dividing again and again, making them the first widely used immortal human cell line. This made the cells extremely valuable for research purposes. A never-ending supply of cancer cells that could be used for tests, research, trials, and development of new treatments? Sounds like a researcher's dream. Her cells were distributed to labs across the globe. Jonas Salk even used them in developing the polio vaccine. What a great story, right? Just wait. About 20 years after
What
Henrietta's
the
death,
fuck?
scientists discovered that her cells had contaminated other cultures and labs around the world. To sort out the mess, they tracked down her family and asked for blood samples. If her cells were so valuable, maybe her family's would be too? There was just one problem. No one in Henrietta's family knew what the heck they were talking about. Henrietta's cells had been harvested and used around the world for 20 years without her permission. And they still are today. Look, while it's a positive that so much good has come from the research performed on her cells, I think we could also agree it's just not right to have this happen without her or her family's permission. Since the dawn of time, pregnant women have struggled with morning sickness, or nausea associated with carrying a baby. In the 1950s, a new drug called thalidomide hit the market abroad. It was a tranquilizer that could help women sleep and treat morning sickness, allowing them to sail smoothly into motherhood. Felt like modern medicine had a win on their hands, until it was realized that it also caused birth defects in thousands of babies. It's unknown how many miscarriages and stillbirths thalidomide caused, but for the thousands of babies who survived through birth, many had severe injuries affecting their eyes, ears, internal organs, and nerves. Some were born with shortened or fully absent limbs, sometimes with hands or feet attached close to the body. A German pharmaceutical company, Chemie Grunenthal, had been selling the drug without a prescription in West Germany and raking in profits. Other companies licensed and marketed thalidomide around the world under dozens of different brand names. Countless families had their lives ruined. But interestingly enough, very few of those cases occurred in the US. Why? Well, the Food and Drug Administration refused to approve thalidomide thanks to a woman named Frances Oldham Kelsey. Richardson Merrill Pharmaceuticals, a US company hoping to sell the drug in America, submitted an application for FDA approval more than once, and Frances always said no, because they never submitted enough reliable safety data. Richardson Merrill was conducting their own safety studies and discovered disfigured fetuses in rats during animal testing. Shockingly, they kept it hidden from the FDA. Richardson Merrill kept pushing, but Frances stood firm. Who knows how many lives she saved by refusing to back down from a shady pharmaceutical company. President Kennedy actually awarded her the President's Award for Distinguished Federal Civilian Service in 1962. She's a hero. But she's also not alone. In this video, we looked at some of the darkest stains in the history of medicine. Widely corrupt, selfish, and unethical practices that harmed and killed millions. These are the stories that make some of my patients doubtful when we recommend a treatment, and keep many others from even coming to see me or any doctor in the first place. Sadly, it's this cynicism that drives people to the dark corners of the internet for healthcare, making them susceptible to the snake oil salesmen who really are trying to maximize their profits with smoke and mirrors, as they face no scrutiny and little to no liability. But it's also these mistakes that have led to massive reforms. Thalidomide led to a bolstering of the FDA. The Cutter incident improved the guardrails we have for testing and distributing new vaccines. The abuse of patients in the Tuskegee study and the theft of Henrietta Lacks cells helped affirm the notion of informed consent and bodily autonomy in healthcare. Smoking deaths have plummeted in the US, in part because of strict advertising regulations. Polio is nearly eradicated, and we continue to make progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Medicine is not perfect. It never has been, and it never will be. Heck, this is why we always say we're practicing medicine, because we could always do better. But I can say quite confidently that the vast majority of people in healthcare, from the doctors and hospitals to the researchers and pharmaceutical companies to the officials and regulatory agencies, genuinely care about making you happier and healthier. There will be exceptions, which is why we must remain healthy skeptics, but I ask that you trust when we say first do no harm and the rest of our oath, we really do mean it. Oh, and I forgot to talk about the wildest one. The doctor who was basically murdered for trying to convince people that they should wash their hands in between patients. That story is truly unbelievable. Click here and check that out. And as always, stay happy and healthy.
Cítíte tu energii ve vzduchu? To vzrušení? Díky tomu poznáte, že jste vstoupili do arény.
Slyším jen burácení kamenu.
Máte nějaké slevy pro důchodce? Bojovná sopa. Taková mám nejlepší.
Nebo smrt.
Sázím všechno.
You're looking at the most dangerous bug in the entire world, where most assassin bugs hunt insect prey. These guys have graduated to a much more challenging target. And it's not even their bite that makes them dangerous. It's living in this insect's gut that actually kills you. Hope you got a strong stomach, as we're diving deep into the world of bloodthirsty parasites.
As darkness falls, a flat, skittering insect ventures out from between cracks in its rocky boulder hideaway. This habitat is crawling with deadly creatures, but it isn't the outback of Australia or in the middle of Arizona's Sonoran Desert. And this weird-looking bug is responsible for more human kills than most of the venomous snakes here.
Now, there are few insects that are this unsettling to me. You'll already see that I'm using forceps instead of my own hands to hold onto it. Because this is probably the nastiest bug you could ever possibly come across. What I have right here is a kissing bug, and its name may sound somewhat pleasant, like, oh, it's gonna give you a nice little kiss, but don't be fooled. This is probably the most dangerous bug in the entire world. Responsible for tens of thousands of deaths a year, this is not just one of the deadliest insects, but one of the deadliest animals on the planet.
You know it's a big deal when I'm not hands-on with a creature. Normally, I'm out braving arid deserts and tropical rainforests to handle some of Earth's deadliest invertebrates. I often do get hands-on with animals to show their true nature. Simple creatures just trying to make their way in the universe. But this isn't a video where I'm going to myth bust or otherwise disprove that the kissing bug is dangerous. I'm not holding it in my bare hand for a reason, and it has nothing to do with this insect's bite.
Now, this is an assassin bug, and I see comments all the time when I'm working with assassin bugs saying, oh, they're deadly, they spread Chagas disease. The truth is, it's only this particular insect that is dangerous to people, and they're assassin bugs in the subfamily Triatominae. And the best way to tell that you're looking at a kissing bug is actually the head. See that really, really pointed nose and that thin, creepy-looking rostrum there? These guys have another name, the blood-sucking cone noses, and they get that because of that really cone-shaped, skinny head. Most assassin bugs don't have that cone head. They have kind of a blunt beak that comes down to a sharp point. Their head isn't quite as long as this. So that's one of the best ways to tell looking at a dangerous kissing bug. You'll also notice that it actually has some somewhat aposematic warning coloration on the back. That jet black color with the red accents usually is a warning that something is dangerously venomous, but I actually wonder if in the case of the kissing bug, it's actually mimicry, because their bite is not known to be very painful. It doesn't seem to be their venom that actually kills you. What's happening is something even more insidious and even more terrifying.
It isn't the bite of the kissing bug that makes it so terrifying. The bite is only part of the kissing bug's deadly secret, but to understand why, we first need to dig into what makes this bug different from all the rest in the first place. We throw the word bug around a lot to kind of describe any weird little invertebrates that might come up in our backyards. Anything from worms to slugs to spiders to insects. But technically, the word bug really only describes one group of insects, the order Hemiptera. The order Hemiptera is a vast group of insects, and there's so much diversity within the true bugs, it's hard to even describe a simple way to identify them all, except for one feature. The bigger clade that all insects belong to is called Mandibulata, and it's a group of arthropods that have mandibles instead of chelicerae. That's kind of how arthropods are divided. You have spiders and arachnids and stuff in the chelicerata, and insects, crustaceans, and myriapods in the mandibulata. But the mandibles of the hemipterans have been modified. They've fused into straw-like mouth parts they use to basically suck out the insides of whatever they're eating. Whether it's plants, other animals, or even you, hemipterans are sucking, not chewing. It's one of my favorite groups too because they kind of really get creative with it. You have just about every body plan, every role in the ecosystem you could possibly think of. Everything from cicadas that spend over a decade underground before emerging for just one summer, to camouflaged ambush predators, to insane moth-like herbivores. The hemipterans get wild. And within the Hemiptera, there's one family that has particular interest for today's topic, and that is the Reduviidae, the assassin bugs. These are among the largest terrestrial true bugs in the world, with wheel bugs and horrid king assassin bugs reaching up to multiple inches in length. They get their name because they are assassins. They're lying in ambush, usually waiting for other insects to come to them and pouncing on them and piercing that beaked roaster right in the front. They have these sharp, piercing mouth parts, and these insects are armed with a paralyzing venom that kills their prey in seconds and dissolves their insides so they can slurp it up just like a milkshake. The bite of an assassin bug is usually immensely painful, one of the most painful experiences you can receive from an insect. But what's crazy is, as painful as their bite is, most of them are really not that scary. They're not aggressive, and their bite might leave you with a welt, but there's no permanent symptoms associated with any of these insects. Except for one group, the Triatominae, a weird subset of assassin bugs that split off somewhere around 100 million years ago. We're not sure why one group of assassin bugs decided to become parasites, but somewhere along their lineage, insect prey might have been scarce. And because kissing bugs tend to be more associated with like rock crevices and caves, it's possible that the only other animals near them were things like bats and rodents. And since assassin bugs need to feed on the body fluids of other animals, they had to make do with the other animals that were around. You've probably been bitten by mosquitoes before. I mean, anyone who's gone outside ever has been bitten by mosquitoes at some point. One of the drawbacks of touching grass. But have you ever wondered how these biting insects even find you in the first place? Insects that feed on mammal blood are what we call hematophagous. And when your entire diet revolves around blood, you need a good way of detecting your warm blood victims. They rely on a few different cues to find their prey. At long distance, they hone in on rhythmic pulses of carbon dioxide. As we breathe, we release this gas into the air. These six-legged vampires have evolved special receptors to smell the CO2 we breathe and hone in until they can detect other cues that were there. As they get closer, our body heat shows up on their radar. We actually release infrared light. It's outside of our range of vision, but the insects that feed on us can detect it from significant distances away. Once they've got our carbon dioxide and heat signature, it's only a matter of time before they lock onto our scent and come in for the bite. In the caves these kissing bugs call home in their natural habitat, there are lots of rodents and bats that use the rocky structure as shelter. which means a buffet for these reclusive arthropods.
No, no,
Not
pops.
dead of night, hungry for blood.
They actually have the name the Mexican bedroom. In
Pičo,
parts of
parchant,
Mexico and
vole.
Latin America, they're found in people's bedrooms. They hide inside the mattress, or inside cracks and crevices in your bedroom,
Do,
cutting out
pičo, do zóny, vole.
They're following heat
To měl
signals,
jebnout,
smelling
vole.
bursts of CO2 as you exhale in the night, and that gives them clues
Krista.
the meal is ready. But these guys are greedy feeders, so they literally will poop to make room for the next blood meal.
It's this poop that we need to fear. At this point, we've talked about how dangerous the kissing bug is, but in a way, the actual bug is just a nuisance that causes an itchy bite. On its own, the kissing bug is completely harmless, and there are even some species that are not typically considered deadly to people. It's what lives inside the poop that's dangerous.
What makes this creature so dangerous isn't its venom, it's what lives inside it. See, this is actually more than one organism. Living in the gut of this creature is a microscopic protozoan, a life form from its own kingdom. It isn't an animal, isn't a bacteria, isn't a plant or fungus. It's a whole different thing, and it lives inside this insect. What happens is, when these creatures are feeding, they actually will poop to make room for their next meal, and inside their gut lives a parasite by the name of Penisoma cruzi. That parasite comes out in the poop, then it's even
Kurva.
disturbing. Penisoma cruzi is the pathogen behind the deadly Chagas disease. In acute cases, it can kill you. In most cases, it just causes life-altering symptoms.
Named for Carlos Chagas, the Brazilian physician who first studied and described the disease, Chagas disease is a nightmare. It occurs in two stages, acute and chronic. The acute stage, when the parasite is first getting established, might have a swollen welt near the bite site. Sometimes fever and malaise will show up, but the scariest part is many cases go completely asymptomatic. It's the chronic stage where this disease gets truly frightening. Unless you're treated with an antiparasitic, you will remain infected after the acute phase ends. This isn't some run-of-the-mill cold or flu. The disease attacks your organs, most commonly your heart and digestive system, leading to heart disease in up to half of all chronic cases. When it kills you, it's because your heart can no longer pump blood for your body, leading to cardiac arrest. Chagas disease claims nearly 10,000 human lives every single year, meaning the kissing bug is among the deadliest animals on the planet. I talk a lot about deadly creatures here on the channel, but what actually are the deadliest animals in the world? They might surprise you. Spiders on the list. Sharks are barely on the list, and they're not even in the top 10. Counting down from 10, you have crocodiles with around 1,000 kills a year, tapeworms with 2,000 kills per year, roughly, roundworms with about 2,500 kills per year, freshwater snails with around 10,000 deaths per year, hissing bugs, finally, with around 10,000 kills per year as well, tsetse flies with around 10,000 kills per year, dogs with over 25,000 kills per year, snakes with around 50,000 kills per year, people with over 475,000 kills per year, sometimes more than that depending on the year, and finally mosquitoes with nearly 3/4 of a million human deaths per year. What's crazy is in the top 10, only one of them is there because of venom. Venom is by and large nowhere near the most deadly thing that animals are eating. In fact, all of the insects that are up there, the mosquitoes, the tsetse flies, and the assassin bugs, it's not even the insects themselves that are killing us. It's diseases that these insects spread. And the kissing bug is tied for 5th deadliest animal in the world with the freshwater snails and tsetse flies. Yeah, this thing kills more people than any spider ever has, and it's only killing less people than snakes because in parts of rural Asia and South America, access to medical treatment isn't that great. As far as deadly animals in the Western Hemisphere are concerned, the kissing bug is really, really high up there. But what's crazy is they didn't originate around humans. They used to stick to caves and rock crevices and stuff. So how exactly is it that they're killing so many people? The answer is we've moved into their habitat. And the thing is, these are nocturnal animals, but they actually have pretty good vision. You notice, compared to other assassin bugs, they have rather large compound eyes. They're using that probably to detect infrared light in the darkness of night to help them hunt their various prey. But that means they're also drawn to other lights, like their portraits. Yeah, even here in my home state of North Carolina, I have seen dead kissing bugs in the spider webs at my porch lights in summer. They are a real threat throughout most of the southern part of this country. Makes you think twice about having your lights on at night, doesn't it? What's basically happening is they zoom in towards that porch light, and then once they get to your house, they find little cracks and crevices to hide during the day, little gaps in your door or your window. They worm their way into your bedroom, and at night, there's no bright lights, but there's infrared light emanating off of your body, heat. They follow that heat to its source, and then rhythmic release of carbon dioxide as you just breathe in your sleep confirm to the kissing bug that it is a living, breathing animal that it's been attracted to. They're rather large insects, but they are extremely light-footed and very sneaky with how they move. They crawl up over your shoulder, looking for thin skin to just ever so imperceptibly bite. The reason they get the name kissing bug is they often will bite the corner of your lip, right here, areas where the skin is really thin and really vascular, and they will fill themselves up with your blood before disappearing back down a crack.
What happens is, these guys are typically feeding near mucosal membranes, things like your mouth, your eyes, areas where the skin is soft, and there's lots of capillaries and stuff it can feed off of. But the thing is, when it bites there, it might not be painful, but it is very itchy. When you wake up in the morning, have this itchy bite on your eye, on your mouth, you go and you kind of rub it, like, oh, what the heck happened? You think you have a cold sore or maybe a zit or something that happened in the night, and as you're rubbing, that liquid poop gets rubbed into the bite. And as disgusting enough as it is, that is where your fate is sealed. That trypanosoma, that parasite, gets into the womb, gets into your bloodstream, and then wreaks havoc on your physiology.
There's a lot of mystery around the parasite Trypanosoma cruzi. We're not sure exactly what the first animal it infected was. In fact, we're not even sure how its life cycle evolved. This organism is not an animal, it's not a fungus, it's its own thing. It's an euclid called Discoba, one of the groups that were formerly called protists. It's a type of organism called a euglena, which are named after euglena, a sort of algae protozoan hybrid kind of thing that moves around with a flagellum, a single whip-like tail. And that's kind of how this thing moves, but instead of living in pond water, it's living inside larger organisms. But the way that this organism survives, it's why it's so dangerous to people. Trypanosoma can only live inside of other animals, and it spends most of its life inside mammals. Like I said, we're not sure what mammal it started in, probably bats or rodents, and it spreads when the kissing bug feeds on an infected animal. It lives inside your cells. The type of protozoan that it is basically burrows into the cell membrane, in your tissues, in your organs, and then it just decides to replicate inside your cells. Kind of like a virus. Over time, it just bursts your cells open and then spreads, infecting more cells and more cells until it's used up all the cells in your body. Where this infection gets particularly dangerous is when the parasite inevitably makes it to your heart. Because they seem to travel mostly through your blood, well, your blood eventually gets to your heart. And when they infect that tissue, you start to have serious cardiac problems. And given that we kind of need our heart to survive, and we need our heart to be operating as good as possible to live a healthy and long life, you can start to see why Trypanosoma cruzi is so deadly to humans.
Chagas disease is one of the nastiest illnesses you can get, and it literally claims tens of thousands of lives throughout the Western Hemisphere every single year. Here in the US, Chagas is quite rare. We're at the southern border of the US, and this is where these guys start to get more common. But as you work your way south into Mexico, into Latin America, these become more and more prevalent, and the incidence of these guys actually carrying the parasite gets higher.
In many of my videos, I try to paint scary animals like snakes, spiders, and centipedes in a more positive light to show how we don't need to fear creatures that might be dangerous. This is not going to be the case with the kissing bug. Unlike spiders and snakes, they actively hunt us and should be considered highly dangerous. What's funny though is this is exactly one of the reasons to keep spiders and other creepy crawly arthropods around. They may look scary, but they don't want much to do with us. They do, however, love to eat the bugs that find their way into our homes. In parts of the southwestern US, some people don't mind when certain species of huntsman spider find their way into the house, partially because they eat the highly venomous Arizona bark scorpions, but also because they clean up the kissing bugs that find their way in too. Throughout the kissing bug's range in the US, there are various large spiders that would happily hide away in forgotten corners of your house where you don't even need to see them, and they can also help keep you safe from these potentially deadly insects. Personally, I'd rather have the creepy spiders than the parasite-carrying assassin bug.
That is one terrifying insect. Doesn't look like much, but honestly, it's the stuff like this. It doesn't look that impressive, doesn't look that scary, that sometimes hides the most terrifying secrets.
The most insane part is that the deadly nature of the kissing bug is an unintended byproduct of their evolution and lifestyle. They don't mean to be deadly, they're just trying to get by and survive. It's insects like these that make me happy to have spiders and scorpions around. Venomous or not, they're a lot less terrifying than the parasite this thing carries. It's kinda neat when you think about it. The best solution to combat these deadly bugs is another arthropod. Whether it's feeding on other bugs or leveling up to take on animals as large as us, arthropods have found their way to just every role in the ecosystem. Decomposers? Check. Herbivores? Check. Predators? Check. And even parasites. They've diversified well over the nearly 500 million years they've existed on our planet, but not all of them have changed as much as these have. Some arthropods are living fossils. Their build has served them so well over the millennia, there's been little pressure for them to look or act different than they did in prehistoric times. One of the most ancient of these is not only one of the largest arthropods on the planet, it's also the largest arachnid. What if I told you that the world's biggest arachnid wasn't a tarantula and didn't even live on land for most of its life? Despite its name, the horseshoe crab is not a crab at all. It's a giant marine arachnid. And in the latest episode of Beyond the Backyard, I'm heading to the Jersey Shore to get face to face with these alien creatures during one of their rare appearances on land. I have always loved the weirdest life forms in our world, and it doesn't get much weirder than horseshoe crabs. My new series, Beyond the Backyard, dives into the secret lives of bizarre creatures just like these. In every episode, I head beyond my backyard on adventures into some of the most remote, or in this case, unique habitats on Earth to find equally uncommon animals and tell their stories to the world. From the far reaches of Australian outback to the mountain rainforests of Central America, our world is full of amazing biological secrets just waiting to be discovered. And we're going beyond the backyard to find them all. You can watch this show today only on Nebula. Nebula is home to the most thoughtful videos on the internet. From deep dives into engineering secrets to the mysteries of our own bodies, it's got a rabbit hole for just about everything you might find yourself wanting to know more about. Founded by independent creators for independent creators, you know that every video you watch has real love put into it, and you can feel it in every frame. Not relying on sensational algorithms, this allows me to cover some more obscure and lesser known animals that would otherwise be totally forgotten here on YouTube. Oftentimes animals that you've been requesting for ages. Nebula puts you back in control of what you want to watch, and lets you go as deep as you want in the topics you're curious about, and like my exclusive series, many of the videos you'll find here can be found nowhere else on the internet. If that sounds like something you're interested in, click on the link in the description or use the QR code on screen to get 50% off an annual subscription. That's $30 a year, or less than $3 a month, or 40% off a lifetime, one-time purchase membership. Subscribing to Nebula helps support this channel and allows me to continue to create the animal documentaries you love. Watch Beyond the Backyard, streaming now on Nebula. Hope to see you there, but until next time, get outside and find your own adventure.
Tým Kameňák vyhrál kolo. Po takové době má pořád ráno. Bojujte! V tomhle věku se musím udržovat v pohybu.
To be crazy, man. Oh my fucking god. Ty vole, crazy hra. Single-handedly jsem to dotáhl. Jo.
Let me explain. About 2 years ago, we went to a 1-star rated pizza place called Pizza Loca. Guys, they weren't lying. One of the worst pizzas I've ever had. Fast forward to a couple of weeks ago, I get an email from one of the executives saying that they had a change in management and that I should try it again. They said they would cop my food. We're not going to do that, just in case they try to pimp out the pizza. Now, Misery Loves Company have a special guest, Bilal Dawson. In case you guys don't know, Bilal's an expert at reviewing 1-star restaurants, hotels, theme parks, etc.
What was the one thing that you didn't like about it?
It smelled like poop. I looked all over the box. I couldn't find it, but it had this weird smell. All right, so they had a special. You get one pizza and the other one is free. Smells normal. It does not smell like poop, thank God. Little bit of flop.
2 bites.
Nobody knows the rules. Tastes almost like Little Caesars. A lot more sauce and cheese than the last time I tried this.
I feel like their dough is pretty soft.
Your shields will detonate on expiration. Kurva. Do prdele, jsem mohl tam. Tak aspoň Apex Inventor. Teďka 10 sekund reálně. Na Redemption a Roll Outcat.
No, venku začalo foukat, já takovou radost. Byla taková atrakce.
Jo. A náhodou dneska nebylo takový vedro, kámo. Já nechápu, že je tady takový vedro, kámo. Klimatizace prostě nefunguje.
Wait a minute, I got smolder. Let's go.
Přesně.
Jo, vlastně se seklo stěnu, kámo.
Já už na mě, vole, to víš, že jo.
Vlastně.
Aby
To
nepředal
tam
zase to
bylo,
čau.
ne?
No počkej, aha, co to je, ty vole, sabríku, vole?
Já
Máte 5 sekund kůla na zóně, tady kdyby to nějak uspěl. A to už nějaký piky, co budete chtít dát na turnaji? Ty vole, ještě nemáme, ne?
Urgo, Sona a Evelyn.
Jako bude znát.
To je na ty nějak stav mluvit.
Ty pičo. Ty pičo.
Ale to s těma čepicama není špatný, mi to dává 192 adaptive
Je to
force,
docela dobrý.
28 armor magic resist, 50% práce a 64 mana.
Těším se, až uvidím, co s ním uděláš.
708
Huge.
Menší tak to se nebude fungovat.
As well. Before, I feel like when I had...
Je to boj na život a na smrt. Vyhráli jste tohle kolo.
Doufám, že nepatříš k těm hodným. To by mě mrzelo.
Podařilo se ti akorát zmačkat mi úvod.
Hej jo, počkat.
Uvnitř vidím vojenskou bednu na munici. Já ti říkám, že tohle bude zlatý grál.
Pokud tohle je ten jeden cápek, co se rozhodl o víkendu, bez toho, aby to řekl svojí rodině, vlíz s nulovou přípravou bez mobilu a světla do jeskyně, která se jmenuje Satanova anální průrva nulového přežití.
Ne, dobrý, jsi tady u nás, jsme tady s tebou, vole.
To je debil, no tak to jsem neviděl.
Bylo vidět, že jakmile se fakt necítíš dobře, musíš to okamžitě přerušit.
Čau, jasný.
Tak, u Pekingu, no, to souhlasím.
Vítám vás u nového videa, dneska nás čeká zase zajímavá mise. Opět jsme na Slovensku, tady zjazdy sem.
No a chat, neřeknu jediný kontroverzní take na Slovensku, prostě už to nemám zapotřebí, jenom dělám to.
Matějem, s Nelčou, Kájou. Tohle složení značí, že dneska se stane buď nějaký totální průser.
To značí, že na Facebook Marketplaceu najdeš listingy od všech zúčastněných, aby to nebylo tak podezřelý.
A nebo naopak právě povedený video. Mám malinko strach, my jsme tady totiž včera v noci, bylo to asi kolem 5 ráno, že jo? Jsme to malinko oblíželi. Dostali jsme se bohužel jenom sem, to vám ukážu, a zbytek jsme si řekli, hele, musíme dělat přes den, protože to bylo fakt jako riskantní, bylo mokro, Matěj se na to necítil. Tak kámo, Slovensko máme v podstatě rádi, že jo? Jo, zdravíme všechny.
To je skvělá věta. Slovensko máme v podstatě rádi. Čer, já vlastně jakoby, hele, já vlastně bych to řekl stejně diplomaticky.
Jakoby Slováky, stal se nám bohužel ale takový incident. Matěj, který vlastně byl s náma při posledním tripu tady na Slovensku, tak můžu to říct, ne? Jo, nestydíš se za to?
Ne.
OK. Tak já to tady řeknu na plnou hubu, prostě jsme byli ubytovaný, jo, že bylo to rozdělený prostě jakoby na pokoje, ale bohužel v tomhle případě jsme měli prostě jenom jeden pokoj a kluci měli dvě možnosti. Buď stan, venku máme pod čirákem třeba, anebo naopak si lehnou u nás na zem, že jo, prostě nevycházelo.
A proč ne do postele s Denim, kamaráde, WTF? Udělal se ne, do píče.
Házelo nám to. No tak co jste zvolili vy, kluci?
Třetí možnost.
Třetí možnost byla ta, že tam byl ještě nějaký prázdný pokoj a moje si vzalo za kliku, nějak jste tam něco namačkali, úplně random, otevřeli se dveře a šli jste spát. Poprosím, střihneme sem teď fotku, jak jste byli zachumlaný pod tou peřinou ve dvou čouhat.
Kámo, proč to vypadá ty vole, jak kdyby Dennis TV Twix byl Kajumi, ale pásl místo toho kluky na OFku. Co je tohle za záběr?
Vám jenom ty palice, tak vyspali jste se v podstatě docela, ne? Jo. Když tam nepočítáme to, že policie jim vyrazila dveře, tím, že došlo k
AI slov nejenom v knížce, ale už i ve videu.
nějakým údajně vloupání, že uklízečka nahlásila, že jsou tam 2 cizáci, že jo? Že nerozumějí slov.
2 cizáci. Chat, co je tohle za...
How did the Matrix series go from this to this?
This isn't happening. It's in my mind. It's in my mind.
The original film's trailer posed a question. What is The Matrix? In 1999, no one knew they were about to get a groundbreaking, paradigm-changing cinematic masterpiece. The series was created by filmmakers the Wachowskis, with Lana Wachowski going solo for the final film. No one had seen anything like The Matrix before. It was a singular vision composed of far-reaching influences like Eastern and Western storytelling traditions, religion, and a plethora of genre references, such as Hong Kong wuxia films, cyberpunk literature, and body horror, all the way to ancient philosophy. Shout out Plato. The Matrix also proved insanely influential itself. On a technical level, with its innovative blending of CGI and practical effects, along with a complex camera technique called bullet time, which we'll see in multiple of the film's biggest moments. The story focuses on Neo, a low-level office drone who moonlights as a hacker. He uncovers his destiny as the central force in a war between mankind and sentient machines that want to control humanity. The Matrix lends itself to multiple interpretations, and each subsequent film gets progressively weirder. There's a boatload of characters, lore, and places, but this story is better told with you knowing as little as possible. So without further ado, let's plug into The Matrix. The Matrix begins with the Warner Brothers logo redesigned in a green tint as if we were looking at a computer monitor. Green text code takes over the screen and we zoom in and emerge in an abandoned building. A group of cops bust down the door to find a woman in all black at a computer. This is Trinity, one of the core fighters in the war against the machines. She has an incredible romance that I'm not going to spoil just yet. She is also insanely badass, which we are about to see in spectacular fashion. But first, 2 guys in suits pull up to the scene. Are these the feds? Not quite. They're agents, the main antagonists of the series, who are significantly stronger than any of the heroes. Before they can reach Trinity, she's already wrecking the cops, and we get our first instance of bullet time. Still so damn cool after all these years. She clears the room, but they've got backup on the way. The agent chases Trinity to a rooftop, and it looks like she has nowhere to go. Trinity leaps over a huge building, but the agent follows. She then reaches street level and sprints for a ringing payphone. She picks it up and disappears as the truck rams into it. An agent gets out of the truck and confers with others. One of them says the name of their next target is Neo. After that action-packed opening, we're introduced to another character. This is Thomas Anderson. He lives a mundane life with a boring office job, a fate worse than hell in late 90s movies, but comes alive online as the hacker Neo. He wakes up to his computer displaying the words "The Matrix has you." Follow the white rabbit, knock knock Neo. As soon as the text appears, a knock on Neo's door. He opens it up to some fly cyberpunks who are buying illegal software from him. They invite Neo to the club to party. He says no at first, but then notices one of the girls has a white rabbit tattoo. Oh, what is going on? Neo, not much of a raver, just observes when he's approached by the badass lady from the intro, Trinity. She knows his name, but he's aware of her too. She's a legendary hacker. Trinity tells him that she can lead him to Morpheus, a prominent figure in the Resistance, which is basically a band of humans who fight the machines. According to Trinity, Morpheus will answer Neo's questions, the big one being, what is the Matrix? The next day at work, Neo gets a package. It's a cell phone. Neo gets a call from Morpheus, who warns him that goons are coming right now. It's the agents. Oh, snap. Neo, guided by Morpheus on the phone, tries to escape, but he chickens out when he's told to scale his office building, and he ends up dropping the phone like a dumbass. Sorry, Keanu, we can all be Tom Cruise. Neo is caught and then interrogated by Agent Smith, who is the main villain in the entire series. But for now, he's on the same power level as the other agents. Smith seems to know everything about Neo and asks about Morpheus. He also endows Neo with his condescending pet name that we see him repeat again and again.
I'm going to be as forthcoming as I can be, Mr. Anderson.
But Neo is not going to talk, so Smith really shuts him up. Oh god, that's horrific. Next, Smith slips a robot bug right into Neo's stomach. When the horror seems to be too much, Neo wakes up. Just a dream? No way. The next morning, Neo gets a call from Morpheus, who tells him that he's the one, whatever that means. He gives Neo a meeting location, and Trinity picks him up. On the car ride, she pulls out a seriously sci-fi looking device and extracts the bug from his stomach. They arrive to meet Morpheus. They talk and have a mind-blowing conversation about the nature of reality and the Matrix as a system of lies meant to maintain the current power structure. They could be talking about capitalism or gender or any of the other dozens of interpretations people have for this film. Morpheus offers Neo a choice.
The story ends.
Por eso yo estamos...
Whatever you want. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland.
Neo takes the red pill and seeks the truth. Neo's reality begins to alter. He gets wrapped up in a mirror-like metallic substance that runs down his throat. Neo suddenly awakes in a pod, covered in tubes. He's surrounded by literal towers of other humans in the same kind of capacity. His awakening is discovered by a sentinel, a terrifying insect-like machine. It unplugs the tube connecting to Neo's head, and the water drains from the pod, taking Neo with it. Neo wakes up on board the Nebuchadnezzar. Morpheus is beat up but trusty hovercraft named after an ancient biblical king. Neo slowly recovers, and Morpheus finally decides to give him a tour of the bay and introduces his crew, including the rat-faced Cypher, Tank, his brother Dozer, and Mouse. Once they get acquainted, Morpheus plugs Neo's head into a virtual realm called the Construct to finally explain what the heck is going on. You see, it's not actually 1999. We're far off in the year 2199. Humans made really smart AI robots and, shocker, they turned on us. There was a war between man and machine. Earth was basically destroyed. In a desperate move, humanity tried blocking out the sun to cut off the machine's solar charging, so the machines began to derive their power from humans themselves, turning them into batteries. Mentally, humans are plugged in at all times to the Matrix, a giant simulation.
The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world, built to keep us under control.
The Matrix makes everyone believe life is normal when, in reality, they're trapped in pods with no clue of what's really happening. Morpheus thinks Neo could be the one, basically the one chosen by the system who can hack the simulation, fighting the machines and saving humanity. The next morning, Tank, the Nebuchadnezzar's operator, tells Neo about Zion, an underground city where the surviving free humans congregate in a harsh existence. Next, Tank brings Neo to training and installs combat skills directly into his brain, using the port. And yeah, we also get one of the best Keanu line deliveries.
I know Kung Fu. Show me.
This is a sparring program, similar to the programmed reality of the Matrix.
Neo and Morpheus train in the Construct, and the fight choreography is amazing. Morpheus shows that the simulation can be manipulated to perform superhuman feats. Oh, so that's how Trinity leaped buildings in the beginning. Anyway, Neo is still getting the hang of things. When Neo is unplugged, he's bloody. The simulation is so strong, your mind makes it real, which means death in the Matrix equals death in the real world. That's what I call high stakes. In another training session, Morpheus explains agents. They're sentient programs in the Matrix that can inhabit anyone who isn't unplugged. They can move between software and possess control of the Matrix on a level that greatly exceeds that of Morpheus' crew. While we're learning all this information, Morpheus gets a call. He and Neo are extracted. The Nebuchadnezzar is chased by a machine, but goes stealth mode and escapes. Inside, Neo hangs out with Cypher, the crew member with the rat face. He definitely has a crush on Trinity. Anyways, Cypher tells Neo to run away from the agents if he encounters them in the Matrix. We then cut to Cypher eating a steak in a nice restaurant. And it turns out he's an actual rat. He's meeting with Agent Smith and makes a deal. He'll betray the Nebuchadnezzar's crew in exchange for having his mind wiped and replugged into the Matrix for a comfortable life. Because who can turn down a good steak? Back on the Nebuchadnezzar, the crew eats slop. Neo, Trinity, Morpheus, and the rest are plugged into the Matrix while Tank manages the ship. They're off to see the Oracle, who, as her name implies, can make accurate predictions. She foresaw the coming of the One after all. On the way over, Trinity says the Oracle predicted her future but stopped short of telling Neo any specifics. They arrive at an apartment building. We see the potentials, human children with the ability to manipulate the Matrix. In private, the Oracle asks Neo if he thinks he's the One. Neo admits that he doesn't know. She says he would know if it were him, implying that Morpheus may be mistaken. The Oracle then makes a shocking prediction. Morpheus will sacrifice his life to save Neo. Someone has to die, Morpheus or Neo. Oh boy, that's not good. Tank warns the crew of agents headed their way. They go up a building, but all exits are sealed shut. Mouse distracts the agents with gunfire, but is no match for them. The crew hides inside the building's walls, but it's only a matter of time before they're discovered. Morpheus, still convinced that Neo is the One, sacrifices himself to stop Agent Smith, allowing the others to escape. He's overpowered and taken prisoner. Outside, Cypher gets to a phone before the others and calls Tank to be extracted. Cypher wakes up and lasers Tank immediately and begins disconnecting the others. This guy is a real son of a... He's about to disconnect Neo and Trinity when... Let's go, Tank! He extracts Neo and Trinity. Smith interrogates Morpheus to get the codes for Zion's mainframe. Morpheus doesn't say back on the ship. Tank wants to disconnect Morpheus, but Neo says hell nah. We're gonna go save him. Trinity doesn't want Neo to put himself at risk because he's the One and all. He reveals that the Oracle implied he's not the One, but Trinity still doesn't believe him. Neo tells the others he can bring Morpheus back. Back in the Matrix, Smith breaks Morpheus down with philosophical monologues on the nature of existence and evolution. It doesn't seem like he can hold out much longer. Neo and Trinity show up in their most iconic outfits for easily the series' most unforgettable shootout.
Back up! Stand back up!
Neo and Trinity clear the lobby and advance through the building, causing a massive slow-mo explosion on their way up. Yeah, I don't think insurance covers that. On the roof, it looks like Neo and Trinity have taken out all the baddies when an agent shows up. Neo isn't strong enough to fight him, so he dodges the bullets instead. Even if you haven't seen this movie, you've probably seen a parody of this scene or two, or three. Neo's distraction opens the agent to a shot from Trinity. Next, they get in a helicopter, which is conveniently sitting right there, blast the agents inside, and get Morpheus out. Trinity crashes the chopper into the building on the way out, leading to a seriously cool effect. Damn, they ain't playing. Morpheus asks Neo if he's accepted his destiny as the One, but he's still not sure. Morpheus and Trinity find a phone exit point and they use it to escape. It's Neo's turn to evacuate, for they've got company, Agent Smith. Neo decides to fight instead of running. It's a showdown for the ages, with Neo keeping Smith on the ropes and eventually throwing him in front of a train. But that's not enough to stop him. The bastard regenerates and keeps coming after Neo. At the same time, on the Nebuchadnezzar, Sentinels begin closing in on the ship. Neo tries to find an exit, but ends up getting shot in the gut by Smith. In the real world, Trinity confesses to Neo's dying body about what the Oracle told her. The man whom she will love is the One. Trinity goes in for a kiss. Ooh, chills. Motivated by locking lips with a baddie, Neo gets the strength he needs to finish the job. Damn, he really is the One. Anyway, the agents quickly run away. Neo reaches an exit point just as the Nebuchadnezzar fires an electromagnetic pulse, stopping the machines in the real world. Neo wakes up looking at Trinity, his new love. The screen is taken over yet again by the green code of the Matrix, with Neo's voice on voiceover, promising to free the minds of other humans. The final image is Neo flying away to a Rage Against the Machine song, the way every 90s movie should end. Up next in release order came The Matrix Reloaded, but I'm gonna hack into this video to cover the Animatrix first. The Animatrix was released to the public only a month following the second film. It's an anthology of short films set in the Matrix universe, each directed by a different animation studio. Art styles span from computer animation to anime and back again. All segments are worth watching, but we're going to cover the most essential portions that move the story forward. The most notable segment is a two-parter prequel, The Second Renaissance, that tells the story of the machines' rise to power. This is the only segment fully written by the Wachowskis. In the mid-21st century, humans live in luxury, with machines serving them and doing all the hard work. This all changes when a robot, B-166ER, kills its owners. He's put on trial and claims self-defense. Bad news, buddy. Machines don't have rights. In the end, he's destroyed, which causes mass unrest amongst the machines. Humans respond with absolute brutality. World governments decide they've had enough of machines and start mass extermination. But a few survivors escape to what was once ancient Mesopotamia. Kind of like how humans founded Zion, the city Tank was talking about that we're gonna see real soon. Machines established the Society of 01 in Machine City. Left to their own devices, the machines level up their tech to the point that their innovations take over all financial markets. The UN, which is now a unified world government, decides to blockade 01. The machines try to solve things peacefully by joining the UN, but the humans aren't interested in partnership. The UN decides to nuke the heck out of 01. Their infrastructure is destroyed. The machines themselves are resistant to the nuke's effects. Now, with a taste for revenge, they rise up and begin taking over the world. The humans try a last resort, Operation Dark Storm, block out the sun to stop the machines from accessing their power source. Machines reinvent themselves into sentinels, the bug-like robots we saw earlier. In the waning days of the war, the machines begin using humans as their batteries.
The machine, drawing power from the human body, and endlessly multiplying infinitely renewable energy source.
With a new power source, the machines finished the job, until the last human leader surrendered. Humans are beyond cooked. From here, machines level up their human battery farms and create the Matrix to keep their captives complacent. Damn, what a setup. The next one, Kids' Story, directed by Cowboy Bebop creator Shinichiro Watanabe, is the only entry to feature Neo and introduce his kid, who becomes the important in the end. It's also a good case study for what Neo was doing for the 6-month time period between movies, freeing human minds all over the Matrix. We find Kid like Neo at the start of the movie, a disaffected hacker who knows something isn't right. He ends up on a chat room and starts talking to Neo. The next day at school, he writes in his notebook, "Get me out of here," along with Neo and Trinity's names. Right on cue, several agents pull up outside. Kid leads them on a chase throughout his entire high school, and the animation is seriously insane. They chase him to the roof, and he takes a leap of faith. Later, Kid wakes up in the real world, and we see some familiar faces.
I didn't save you, kid. You saved yourself.
And that's how Kid freed his mind. The next one, Last Flight of Osiris, is closest in chronological order to the start of Matrix Reloaded. On board the Osiris, the ship's operator Robbie alerts his crew, including Captain Thaddeus, to some radar showing a scary amount of sentinels nearby. The ship takes out some smaller sentinels and the Osiris flies up to the surface of Earth. Captain Thaddeus sees the unthinkable, an entire army of machines drilling towards Zion. That is very bad. It isn't long before the Sentinels find the Osiris and chase it. Thaddeus and his partner Ju know that they're doomed. So Ju goes into the Matrix to pass along what they saw in a message, which kicks off the events of the game Enter the Matrix. Ju tries to extract, but the Osiris gets torn apart by Sentinels, killing everyone on board. And just like that, the stage is set for Matrix Reloaded. That covers the Animatrix. We also recommend checking out The Shorts, a detective story, a film noir homage in black and white, with a moody voiceover featuring a private investigator looking into Trinity, and World Record, which has some stunning animation and focuses on a human awaking from the Matrix mid-Olympic game. Alrighty, with that out of the way, let's plug back into live action. Like the original film, The Matrix Reloaded opens with Trinity mid-mission. She jumps out of a building and an agent follows her. They exchange fire in the air, all in glorious bullet-time slow-mo. Unfortunately, she takes a shot in the gut. It looks pretty bad, then Neo wakes up. He's next to Trinity. Looks like they're official now. The Nebuchadnezzar is driven by its new pilot, Link, who's married to Tank's sister. The crew arrives at a meeting in the Matrix with Captain Niobe, who reports the last transmission from the Osiris. The machines are digging to Zion, and will reach it within 72 hours. All ships are summoned back to Zion to prepare for the assault, but Morpheus asks one ship to remain broadcasting in case the Oracle contacts them. It isn't long before agents crash the party and Neo shows off his masterful combat skills. Smith is on the scene too, and there's two of him. The fight with Neo in the previous film set Smith free as a rogue program, existing outside of the machine's control with powerful new abilities. The Nebuchadnezzar arrives in Zion, and we see some guys in badass mechs standing guard. Morpheus is brought by security to meet with Commander Locke, commander of the defenses of Zion. He's also super skeptical of the One prophecy. Neo is met by an adoring fan, the kid from the Animatrix. He's super annoying and practically begs to join the Nebuchadnezzar. You gotta dress a lot cooler for that, buddy. Neo is given a Messiah's reception by the people of Zion, even if the top brass of the Resistance are skeptical of him being the One. That night, Zion gathers to hear Morpheus' announcement of the impending machine assault. Before they gear up defenses, they have a giant freaking rave. I'm glad to see electronic music is alive and well in 2199. All this goes on while Trinity and Neo bone in a scene I totally didn't rewind a few times as a teen. Moving on, back in the Matrix, two Resistance members, including Bane, run from Agent Smith. Bane's partner unplugs through a phone. Bane is about to follow, but Smith sticks his arm into Bane's stomach and turns him into another Smith. Next, Smith picks up the phone to enter the real world. The next day, Neo is alerted that the Oracle wants to make contact. On their way out, Bane, with Smith's consciousness, sneaks up behind the crew with a dagger, but they catch him, and he plays it off as totally normal. On the ship, Neo enters the Matrix and meets Seraph, the Oracle's bodyguard. They get into a friendly kung fu match, and he takes Neo out of the Japanese-style restaurant into the back door, an area of the Matrix that is programmer access only, represented as a sterile office hallway full of doors. They open one that leads to a city park, where they find the Oracle. She and Neo talk. It becomes clear the Oracle is a program in the Matrix, not another human. She tells Neo that he's gotta reach the source, the machine's mainframe, to fulfill his destiny as the One. But for that to happen, he needs to find the Keymaker to gain access, who's being held prisoner by the Merovingian, an information trafficker and one of the oldest programs in the Matrix. Should be easy enough, right? Alright, enough talk, it's fight time. Smith shows up and demonstrates his new cloning powers. He tries to take over Neo's body, but the One fights him off, leading to an explosive battle. The Smith clones keep coming and coming. They dogpile him, but Neo is able to buck them off and fly away. I guess that's a power the Smiths don't have. Neo, Morpheus, and Trinity go to see the Merovingian, who's posted up in a luxurious French restaurant. Merovingian is a complete bastard France lover. There's also a weird detour where a woman at a nearby table had while eating cake, which is shown filtered through Matrix code. Creep extraordinaire Merovingian seems to love it. Anyways, he won't give up the Keymaker, but his wife, Persephone, intercepts them on the way out and volunteers to lead our heroes to the Keymaker if Neo kisses her. Trinity is not a fan. Neo reluctantly agrees, and this has to be the unhappiest anyone has ever looked while making out with Monica Bellucci. Anyways, she leads them to the Keymaker, who is literally surrounded by keys. Really creative name. They escort him, but are met in the lobby by Merovingian and his goons, including fan favorites, the Twins, who are powerful ghost-like rogue programs with an incredibly sick character design. The fight starts in the lobby with Neo kicking it off in style by stopping a hail of bullets. Damn, he's strong. The fight leads onto the streets for a legendary car chase scene that runs for 15 minutes and required the construction of a 1.5-mile road, hundreds of vehicles, and death-defying stunts to pull off. In the end, Morpheus obliterates the Twins, Trinity escapes, and Neo rescues Morpheus and the Keymaker from Merovingian's forces just in time. Later, the Keymaker gives Neo a plane to access the source. Two other ships' crews need to take out facilities simultaneously. In the real world, Neo asks Trinity to stay out of the action. As he's been having visions of her death, she reluctantly agrees. Alright, source time. They launch the plan, but one of the ships is destroyed. So Trinity enters the Matrix to fulfill their role, which is the mission she was on at the film's start. In the back door, the Keymaker, Morpheus, and Neo are ambushed by Smith clones. The Keymaker unlocks the source's door, but dies from the crossfire. Neo gets into the source, which is a room covered in TVs. He meets the architect, the creator of the Matrix. They have an incredibly trippy conversation where he reveals that the One is part of the Matrix's design, and this is the 6th go-round for humanity's fight for freedom. The architect then reveals that Neo has a choice: reboot the Matrix from the source while being allowed to repopulate Zion, or save Trinity and let everyone plugged into the Matrix die from an unavoidable system crash.
Already I can see the chain reaction. The chemical precursors that signal the onset of an emotion.
All 5 of his predecessors chose door number 1, but Neo ain't built like that. Trinity is chased by agents out of a window, but this time, Neo saves the day. He does some real messiah and removes the bullet from her chest. But she still dies, so he freaking restarts her heart, mirroring Trinity saving Neo in the first film. Back in the real world, Neo tells Morpheus what he learned from the architect, but Morpheus keeps his faith in the One. They got bigger problems right now. Sentinels are attacking the ship, causing the crew to leave on foot while the trustworthy Nebuchadnezzar is destroyed. The Sentinels come for the crew, and Neo does a feat greater than anything we've seen so far. That's right, this dude can manipulate reality itself, but the energy usage causes Neo to fall into a coma. Luckily, another ship, the Mjolnir, picks up the crew. The captain reveals that all other ships have been destroyed in the machine's attack. Neo is placed in the ship's medical bay next to the sole survivor of another craft, the Smith-possessed Bane. Oh snap, talk about a cliffhanger. Fans didn't have to wait long for the payoff. The Matrix Revolutions came only 6 months later. This concludes the main trilogy and is the start of when these movies begin to get a bit divisive among both critics and fans. Let's get into it. We pick up right where we left off, with Neo and Bane Smith laying real close on the medical bay. Inside Neo's mind, he wakes up in a subway station known as Mobile Ave. Neo meets Sati, a program with no purpose, and later her family who are smuggling her to avoid deletion. This is a sort of purgatory between the Matrix and the real world. Meanwhile, Morpheus and Trinity go to meet the Oracle, who tells them about Neo's predicament. The station is overseen by the train man, who is the employee of our old French friend Merovingian. Seraph is gonna take them to see him. Back at Mobile Ave, a train finally arrives and Neo thinks it's his ride. Instead, he meets the train man. That's gonna hurt. Neo tries to leave on foot, but his ass is trapped. Seraph, Morpheus, and Trinity go to a Merovingian hideout, Club Hell. After a gunfight in the lobby, they find the Frenchman holding the port on the dance floor. Merovingian wants to cut a deal in exchange for Neo's freedom, but Trinity has a better one in mind. Release Neo or get a bullet in the head. Trinity rides the train in and gets Neo out of there. Next, Neo goes to see the Oracle, who is now watching after Sati. She tells him that Smith is trying to gain the power to destroy all life in and out of the Matrix. Neo is extracted back to the real world, and our old favorite Agent Smith visits the Oracle. He assimilates her and gains her psychic abilities. In the real world, Bane is interrogated, but doesn't seem to remember. The ship finds Niobe's craft Logos powered down and brings Niobe on board. Morpheus and the others begin planning to defend Zion, but Neo has other plans. He wants to go right to Machine City and take on the robots directly. Niobe gives Neo Logos. Neo and Trinity take off, but little do they know, they have a stowaway. Bane takes Trinity hostage, and Neo can tell it's Smith right away. They get in a fight, leading to Neo getting blinded by a power cable. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Without eyes, Neo is still guided by visions.
No fokusnul tu Kaisu, my bad.
Meanwhile, over on Zion, Sentinels
Middle
break
to
through
the
and humanity begins its epic fight, using mechs, rocket launchers, and everything else they have. The Mjolnir, containing Niobe and Morpheus, rushes to make it back, but the gate is shut. The responsibility to clear the way for Mjolnir's entry falls on Kid. When his captain dies, Kid takes his mech and gets to the gate, opening it just in time. The ship detonates an EMP, which disables the Sentinels. Good. But also disables Zion's defenses. Not so good. More Sentinels arrive, and Zion waits for the inevitable. Elsewhere, Logos arrives at Machine City. Neo's able to shut down a few Sentinels, but passes out pretty quickly. Trinity does some fancy flying. Oh no. Spoke too soon. Trinity is fatally wounded. Trinity and Neo share one last moment together. Man, that is incredibly tragic. Not long after, Neo meets the leader of Machine City in the machine's collective consciousness, the Deus Ex Machina, which literally means God of Machine. Neo tries to make a deal. He'll kill Smith for Zion's peace in exchange for the machines leaving Zion alone. Right when Deus Ex agrees to the deal, over at Zion, the attack suddenly stops. Neo plugs back into the Matrix, which should be called the Smith Trix. Seriously, he took over everything. Oracle Smith says he has foreseen victory, Neo is like, nope, and they fight for a long-ass time. It's Dragon Ball Z style, as these two seemingly evenly matched warriors fly, punch, kick, and throw each other all over the city streets and sky. Eventually, Neo can't take it and allows himself to be assimilated, but it's not over. The machines send energy into Neo's body, which causes a crazy light show, complete with a Christian-style cross. All Smiths explode in bursts of light. Neo dies, but everyone else in the Matrix is restored. At Zion, the Sentinels retreat, and at long last, humanity is free. Back at Machine City, the Sentinels take Neo's body away. So after all this, is the Matrix still active? Yep, it's just rebooted. The Oracle meets our old friend the Architect from Reloaded on a park bench. They agree there will be peace for some time, and anyone who wants to leave the Matrix will be free to do so. The Oracle also tells Sati, the girl from the train station from earlier, that they will see Neo again. Looks like she just predicted another movie, and she was right. Even though the Matrix Revolutions had epic action, some fans were a little unsatisfied with the way the story wrapped up and spent decades begging for a sequel. In 2021, that time finally came with an even more controversial legacy sequel, The Matrix Resurrections. After the cinematic spectacle of the other installments, it's a little disappointing that this one went right into streaming on initial release with a limited theatrical presence due to the COVID pandemic. This go-around adds a meta layer, and is the most hated entry by fans so far. We meet Bugs, a young hacker with a white rabbit tattoo, just like in the first movie. Bugs and her partner see the scene of Trinity in the opening of the original movie. This is the old code within the Matrix playing out again and again. Agents crash the party and Bugs shows off some smooth moves. One of the agents happens to be a new version of Morpheus, this time in program form. Both Bugs and Morpheus have visions of strange repeating loops that visually call back to the original film. Bugs brings new Morpheus into the real world. Alright, let's get to Neo. He's going by a familiar name, Thomas Anderson. In this incarnation, he's created a hit game series called, wait for it, The Matrix. I told you this one was meta. He goes to get a coffee and observes a woman from afar. Trinity? Nope, he has no memory of her. This woman is named Tiffany. Anderson created a character in his game based on her, which is weird because Tiffany is a married woman. Thing is, Anderson is not doing so hot mentally. He struggles to tell the difference between dreams and reality. Sounds like a bad case of matrixitis. He goes to see a therapist and gets prescribed blue pills. Back at work, his team discusses their plans for Matrix 4, leading to some glorious meta commentary.
Obviously, the Matrix is about transparency. Crypto-fascism. It's a metaphor of capitalist exploitation.
Eventually, Neo decides to stop taking the pills and finally gets to know Tiffany. He has no memories of his previous life, but flashes do appear regularly. I hope you like clips to the previous movies because there's a lot of them in this one. Anyways, back at the office, Neo gets a message from Bugs to get out of there, and he meets the revamped Morpheus in the bathroom, who offers him a red pill. But Neo is in denial that any of this is real. Cops overtake his office, and the carnage awakens new memories in Neo's business partner, who is a new form of Smith. Still, Neo denies it all. Later, Bugs meets Neo on top of a building that he contemplates jumping from. She brings him to Morpheus, and he finally takes that damn red pill. Wakes up in a pod and sees Trinity in another. He's brought by a sentinel to Bugs' ship. There's some memory jogging, including another sick dojo martial arts scene with Morpheus. Bugs brings Neo to the city, Io. He meets a familiar face, Niobe, who catches us up to speed. It's been 60 years since the Machine War and all of Neo's friends, including the Morpheus we know from the other films, have died. Sidebar here, but the first Morpheus' death is shown in the MMO game The Matrix Online, and admittedly, it's pretty lame. Humanity has been at peace, but mass amounts of people leaving the Matrix created an energy crisis among the machines. A group of machines attacked Zion, but others remembered the truce and tried to stop the robot brethren. The people of Zion escaped and founded EO, alongside the contingent of machines that support the humans. Neo wants to rescue Trinity, but Niobe thinks it's too risky. Neo gets sent to his room, but is shortly retrieved by Bugs. Neo and Bugs plug into the Matrix to meet with Trinity, but Smith attacks along with other exiled programs, including that French bastard, the Merovingian, who looks really rough. Neo's abilities return in the fight, and they fend the baddies off. Neo finds Trinity, and she begins to remember, but then dissolves in front of him to reveal Neo's therapist from earlier. He is actually the Analyst, a program made to study the human psyche. Neo attacks, but gets stopped in his tracks. Literally, the Analyst can freeze time. Buckle up, because he's about to share a whole lot of lore. Apparently, after Neo and Trinity died, the Analyst studied Neo's body and then used his findings to convince his higher-ups to resurrect both Neo and Trinity. He wanted to harvest the one's unique energy to generate more power than before. He discovered that keeping Neo and Trinity apart generated an insane amount of power. The Analyst was able to take control of the Matrix from our old friend, the Architect. He creates a new version of the Matrix that thrives off emotional manipulation instead of creating an authentic world. When Neo was freed, it messed up the new Matrix. The Analyst threatens Neo to return to his pod or he will kill Trinity. They're extracted when Niobe's men from EO find Bugs' ship, which left without clearance. Bugs and Neo head back to EO, where Niobe is pissed. But Neo quickly gets summoned to meet with Sati, the girl from the train station. She hates the Analyst too because he killed her parents. What a... She helps Neo come up with a plan to free Trinity. Morpheus, represented in the real world as floating nanobots, will infiltrate Neo's pod and pave the way for Bugs to reach Trinity's pod. Neo meets with the Analysts in the Matrix and cuts a deal. He'll head back to his pod if he can't convince Trinity to leave the Matrix. He meets up with her, and an audience of the Analyst's men observe. Trinity tells Neo he has to be mistaken and starts to go back with her husband and kid. But at the last minute, she looks back and realizes who she really is, the one and only Trinity. The Analyst freezes time as Neo and Trinity begin wrecking, but an even bigger bad shows up, Smith. He throws the Analyst off, allowing Neo and Trinity to finally do some kung fu together. They head outside to see a mass of people, manipulated by the Analyst, closing in. They get on a motorcycle and get the hell out of there. There's a massive chase, and they're pursued to the top of a skyscraper. Neo and Trinity decide to jump when... she's the one who can fly now. That's what I call character development. They're extracted and finally reunite in the real world. Aw, finally, a happy ending. Later, they head back to the Matrix to rough up the Analyst a bit, but Trinity and Neo are now the one, with complete mastery of the Matrix. Maybe they should be called the two? Okay, I'll shut up now. Neo and Trinity fly away with plans to reinvent the Matrix and free the minds of those inside once and for all. So, what did we think? Is the hate for the resurrections deserved? Could the story continue after this? Would you take the red pill or eat a good steak? Be honest. Let us know in the comments.
Imagine finding out that the smartest scientists on the planet are offing themselves one by one. The laws of physics have stopped working, and the stars in the sky just start blinking at you like a freaking code. Now imagine finding out that all of it, every single bit, traces back to one woman who made a phone call to outer space 60 years ago. Yeah, that's the kind of show we're dealing with here. Three Body Problem is Netflix's big-brain sci-fi series based on the book by Liu Cixin. It's got alien invasions, quantum physics, a virtual reality death game, and a full-on doomsday cult. And it all starts with a girl watching her dad die in 1960s China. Buckle up. The first episode kicks off in Beijing, 1966, right in the middle of the Cultural Revolution. We're at Tsinghua University, and a crowd of students is dragging professors onto a stage to publicly humiliate them. One of those professors, Yi Zhetai, a physics professor, and his daughter, baby Wenji, is standing in the crowd watching this happen. Now, these students aren't just heckling. They're accusing Wenji's dad of teaching counter-revolutionary physics. His crime? Teaching the theory of relativity. Because apparently Einstein helped America build the atomic bomb, so relativity is now political treason. The Big Bang Theory? Also a crime. Why? Because if time had a beginning, that leaves room for God. And God is not on the party's approved list. Wenji's dad doesn't back down. They ask him if God exists. And this absolute madman tells them that science hasn't proven it either way. Jeez. In this political climate, that's basically a death sentence. And that's exactly what it becomes. They bring his own wife, Shaolin, onto the stage, and she publicly denounces him, her own husband, right in front of their daughter. The crowd beats Yi Zhetai to death while baby Wenji screams. Holy crap! We are 5 minutes in. Cut to present-day London. A detective named Da Shi is investigating the death of Dr. Sadiq Mohammed, a cosmologist who was basically a lock for the next Nobel Prize in physics. The guy mutilated himself and scrawled a countdown on the walls. Da Shi's partner says there's no history of mental illness, no previous suicide attempts, just like the others. Others? Yeah. Scientists are killing themselves all over the world. That's comforting. Meanwhile, at Oxford, we meet Saul and his mentor, Vera Yi. They're working on a particle accelerator, and the experiments are producing results that make zero sense. Every major accelerator on the planet is spitting out impossible data. The physics of the last 60 years? Apparently wrong. All of it. Vera looks at Saul and asks him if he believes in God. Not a great sign from your mentor. Shortly after, Vera drowns herself in a Cherenkov tank. Just like that. Now we meet the rest of the gang. The Oxford Five are at a pub for karaoke night. Because apparently that's how physicists cope. There's Jin, a theoretical physicist, and the brain of the group. There's Augie, a nanotech genius, who started her own company. There's Snack King, who literally named his crisp company Jack's Snacks, and won't shut up about how it's the third highest selling crisps in the UK. And there's Lovesick Will, a physics teacher who clearly still hung up on Jin. These five study together at Oxford. They're tight.
My bad.
They're also terrified because their friend just killed herself, and nobody can explain why the laws of physics are falling apart. Jin puts it perfectly when she calls the accelerator results Alice in Wonderland.
What the fuck?
But here's where it gets weird. Augie has been seeing something that nobody else can see. A countdown, floating in her vision, ticking down all the time. She's been to a neurologist, no explanation. After the pub, Augie steps outside for a smoke and meets a strange woman. This is Psycho Tatiana, and she's unsettling from the jump. Tatiana knows about the countdown. She knows exactly how much time Augie has left, and she tells Augie to shut down her nanofiber lab before it hits 0. Because nothing good happens when it does. Then she tells Augie to look at the sky at midnight tomorrow and ask if the universe has ever winked at her. Augie is rattled. She calls Saul, drags him out to a dark field the next night, and tells him to just watch. No details, no context, pure scientific observation. Saul, who is completely out of it, agrees. At midnight, the stars start blinking. Not twinkling, blinking. On and off. Every star in the sky flickering in unison. Saul watches this happen and immediately realizes it's not random, it's a code. Not Morse, but a pattern. Just numbers. Augie is terrified. Saul is terrified. The universe just winked. Elsewhere, up on a London rooftop, Ice Cold Wade and Da Shi are watching the same thing. Wade is the head of some shadowy intelligence agency that most governments report to, and he's been tracking the scientists' deaths. When Da Shi asks what the flickering stars are, Wade calmly tells him they're looking at the enemy. This is bad. Now, while all that chaos is happening in the present, let's rewind back to the 1960s China. Baby Wenji has been sent to a labor camp in Inner Mongolia. There, a worker named Bai Mulin gives her a banned Western book called Silent Spring about how humans are destroying the environment. When the book is discovered by a commander, Wenji refuses to give up Bai Mulin's name. That decision earns her a trip to prison, where she nearly dies. But then 2 military officers show up and offer her a deal. They've read one of her astrophysics papers, and they need someone with her specific brain. They take her to a remote military base with a massive radar dish in the mountains. Red Coast Base. There's a catch, though. Given her political status, if she enters, she will never leave. Baby Wenji doesn't hesitate. She tells them she'll stay for the rest of her life. Inside Red Coast, Wenji watches her first test transmission and immediately figures out what nobody told her. The emissions are modulated. Frequency modulation isn't needed for weapons, but it is necessary for communication. This base isn't building missiles, it's sending messages to whatever might be listening. Smart girl, dangerous answer. Back in the present, Dashi digs deeper into the mystery. He's tracking a VR headset that keeps showing up connected to the dead scientists. He also follows a rich recluse named Mike Evans who showed up to Vera's funeral in a helicopter and then vanished over the Atlantic. Dashi's satellite lost him. Wade makes it clear that his satellites don't malfunction on their own, so someone is actively hiding Evans. Interesting. At Vera's home, Jin visits Yi Wenji, who is Vera's mother. The old woman is gutted but composed. She gives Jin the VR headset Vera has been obsessively playing before she died. Jin puts it on and suddenly she's standing in front of a giant pyramid on an alien world. The game welcomes her to level 1. And yeah, that's where we're left. Scientists are dying, physics is broken, the stars are sending coded messages, some shadow organization is pulling strings, and Jin just strapped a dead woman's VR headset to her face and teleported to another planet. Trust me, it gets worse. Before we get to that alien planet, let's talk about Augie. She walks into her lab for a major test. Her team has been working on nanofiber technology for 7 years, and today they finally demonstrate it. A synthetic diamond is raised into a lattice of nanofibers, threads 3,000 times finer than human hair, invisible to the naked eye, and strong as steel. The fiber slices clean through the diamond like it's made of butter. Everyone in the room is celebrating. Augie just made history, and then she shuts the whole thing down. Right there, in front of her entire team, she orders the project killed. Development stops. Done. Why? Because Psycho Tatiana told her the countdown would stop if she quit working. And it did. The countdown is gone. But now her board wants to fire her, and she can't exactly explain that the stars told her to do it. Meanwhile, Dashi pulls Augie in for a chat and shows her something wild. Remember Tatiana from outside the pub? Dashi has the CCTV footage. Augie is on camera, standing in the alley talking. But Tatiana? She's not there. Completely scrubbed from the footage. Dashi's tech team couldn't find a single trace of manipulation. The only proof she existed? Augie's cigarette was unlit in one frame and lit in the next. She didn't light it herself. Her lighter was broken. Someone was there. Someone who can erase themselves from security cameras. Dashi also drops a nasty detail. Augie isn't the only scientist who's seen a countdown. Professors, AI researchers, physicists, a couple dozen of them around the world. And every single one either stopped working or ended up dead. Jeez. Cut to the VR game. Jin puts on the headset and enters as Copernicus. She meets the Count of the West, a pompous royal character, and his silent companion. Follower, a young girl who tags along everywhere. The Count tells Jin her mission is to solve the riddle of this world. Jin has no idea what that means. Yet. The game world is beautiful, but horrifying. There are two types of eras. Stable eras, where one sun hangs in the sky and civilization thrives, and chaotic eras, where the sun goes haywire. Temperatures swing to extremes and entire populations get wiped out. To survive the chaos, the people dehydrate. Their bodies flatten into thin husks that can be stored and rehydrated when stability returns. Jin watches followers shrivel up into what looks like a paper cutout of a person. If one of us survives, we all survive. That line is going to matter later. The Count presents his prediction to Emperor Zhao, claiming a new stable era is coming. Jin calls it out. His method is the I Ching, divination, not real science. The Emperor ignores her. They rehydrate the masses, and then a second sun appears. The temperature plummets, and Civilization 137 is obliterated by extreme cold. Everyone dies. The game tells Jin she didn't save them, but she did prove that science beats mysticism. On to level 2. Snack King also tries the VR headset. He lasts about 4 seconds before a character chops his head off. He tries again, head off again. The game is indistinguishable from reality. You can smell the air, taste blood, feel the cold. Jin and Snack King both agree this technology is at least 50 years ahead of anything that exists, maybe 150. And this is what Vera was obsessively playing before she died. Not suspicious at all. Elsewhere, lovesick Will finally tells Snack King the truth. He has stage 4 pancreatic cancer. It's already spread to his liver and lungs. Median survival time, 2 to 6 months. Snack King, being Snack King, absolutely refuses to accept this. He wants to fly Will to Switzerland, New York, anywhere with better doctors. Will shuts him down. I'm too far gone, mate. Snack King fires back that Will always gives up on everything. He quits physics, he gave up on Jin, he's not giving up on his own life. The scene is brutal. These two clearly love each other. Now let's rewind back to the 1960s. At Red Coast Base, Baby 1G has figured out something brilliant. The base has been transmitting signals into space for years with no response. The signal is too weak, but 1G discovered that the sun can act as a natural amplifier. Jupiter's radio emissions bounce off the sun and come out millions of times stronger. If Red Coast aims its signal at the sun will amplify it and blast it across the galaxy. She works out the math. Yang Wening, the chief engineer and now her husband, takes the idea to the political commissar, Lei, and here's where politics ruin everything. Commissar Lei asks who the Red Sun is in the heart of the people. That would be Chairman Mao. So aiming a radio beam at the Red Sun, that's political suicide. Lei kills the idea on the spot and warns them they could all be executed for even suggesting it. But Wenji doesn't care about politics anymore. She sends the transmission anyway, alone, in secret, aiming directly at the sun. Around the same time, we get a flashback of young Wenji meeting a young American named Mike Evans. He's living alone in the Chinese countryside, planting trees by hand to save a subspecies of bird from extinction. He's the heir to the biggest private oil company on the planet, but he's out here planting saplings because he says thousands of species are going extinct every year thanks to human greed. Wenji recognizes a line from Silent Spring, the same book that got her thrown in prison. These two broken idealists find each other. Remember this moment, it's gonna have consequences. Back in the present, Da Shi keeps digging into Mike Evans. Turns out old Evans has been funding all sorts of anti-science garbage. Anti-vax propaganda, 5G conspiracy theories, anti-science politicians around the world. Da Shi also connects Evans to the 1977 WOW signal, a 72-second radio burst detected by Ohio State University that looked like an attempt at alien communication. Nobody outside Ohio detected it, except one observatory in northeast China. And guess where Evans was living in 1977? Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Finally, we reach the moment. Back at the Red Coast, years after Wenji's secret transmission, she's on her overnight monitoring shift when something comes through. A message from out there, an alien, claiming to be a pacifist, warning her not to respond. Begging, actually. 3 times over. Because if she answers, they will come, and they will conquer Earth. But here's the thing. Wenji has watched her father be beaten to death. She's been betrayed by her own mother. She confronted the woman who killed her dad, Tang Hongjing, and that woman looked her in the eye and said, "Even now, I would scythe him like wheat." No remorse, no repentance, nobody repents. So Wenji sits down at the terminal and sends a message that dooms the entire human race. Come, we cannot save ourselves. I will help you conquer this world. And just like that, it's done. One woman, broken by everything humanity did to her, just invited an alien civilization to take over the planet. Or does it? Oh, it does. And a lot of people are going to die because of it. But first, the VR game. Jin and Snack King have been grinding this thing hard. They enter level 2 together. Jin as Copernicus and Jack as Sir Francis Bacon. The setting is Tudor England. There's a pope, there's an emperor, and Jin finally cracks the big puzzle. She makes observations of the sun's size, luminosity, and position, and realizes the game world doesn't orbit one sun, it orbits 3. A 3-body star system. That's why the eras are unpredictable. When the planet gets caught in one sun's gravity, things are stable. When all 3 suns pull at it, chaos. The game confirms she's right. Civilization 152 is still destroyed, but Jin solved the structure. On to level 3. Level 3 drops them in Xanadu, at the court of Kublai Khan. Here, Isaac Newton and Alan Turing show up with the wildest flex in the whole show. They've built a human computer, 30 million soldiers standing in formation, each one holding a flag. Ones and zeros. It's a living calculator, and it actually works. It predicts a chaotic era. The soldiers dehydrate. When they rehydrate 8 months later, the prediction was right. But Jin knows something Newton and Turing don't. The 3-body problem has no general solution. Their computer might work short-term, but long-term, impossible. She tries to explain this and gets sentenced to be boiled alive. Then all 3 suns line up in a syzygy, and the gravitational pull tears civilization apart, again. But this failure actually wins them the game. Jin realizes the point was never about solving the math. It was about saving the people. Survival is the mission. If one of us survives, we all survive. Level 4 unlocked. Meanwhile, the real world is falling apart. Augie, still rattled from shutting down her lab, tries turning the reaction chamber back on just to test if the countdown was real. It comes back immediately. She calls Saul in a panic, saying she finally understands why the scientists have been killing themselves. Saul races over. Level 4 is a wasteland, no civilization left. Follower appears one last time and delivers the truth. The game world is real. The Santee are an alien species from a 3-body star system 4 light years away. Their planet is doomed. Every civilization ends in destruction. So they built a fleet of 1,000 ships and aimed them at Earth. They're on their way. We can't wait to meet you. Jin is stunned. Snack King, he calls the whole thing a scam and storms out, because apparently being told aliens are real is where he draws the line. Jin stays because what other explanation accounts for the flickering stars, the broken accelerators, the countdown, and the impossible VR technology? None. And then Snack King dies. They find him in his house, dehydrated, flattened, just like the game characters. His body looks like it was pressed through a machine. The VR headset did this. The same headset that was collecting biometric data, retinal scans, brainwaves, oxygen levels the entire time. Ice Cold Wade figures it out. It's a recruitment tool. Whoever built it is targeting the smartest scientists on the planet, screening them while they play. Snack King didn't want to be recruited, so they killed him. Evan reviews the roster of the London Summit and asks about Jack. What happened to Rooney? His assistant doesn't blink. He didn't work out. Cold. Just cold. Over on Evan's ship, the Judgment Day, we see what this tree hugger turned doomsday cult leader has been up to. Evans is sitting in his cabin, reading fairy tales to the Santee through some communication device. Specifically, he's reading Little Red Riding Hood, and the Santee cannot wrap their heads around it. Why would the wolf pretend to be the grandmother? Why would he hide his intentions? The Santee communicate through transparent thought. When they think something, everyone knows it. They have no concept of deception, no concept of lying, none. Evan tries to explain metaphors, stories, fiction. The Santee just can't process it. They ask if the story is basically a lie about a liar. Then they decide that liars can't be trusted, and they refuse to coexist with the species that deceives. We are afraid of you. The Santee go silent. Evan panics. He's been filtering the Santee's communications for years, controlling what they learn about humanity, and what Wenji knows about them. He's running his own agenda from that ship, and now the aliens he's been cuddling up to just realized that every human being on the planet can lie.
Thank
yeah,
you.
that's gonna be a problem.
You too, man.
We see how Evans and Wenji reconnected years after their first meeting. She told him about the Santee, and he was all in. The Earth Trisolaris organization around this secret. He took Wenji to the Judgment Day, set up a transmission center, and told her the Santee have been trying to reach her ever since her original message. The aliens are on their way, and it's all because of her. Back in the present, Dashi sends Jin undercover to the ETO summit. His instructions are simple. Keep your mouth shut. Listen to everything and get out without anyone noticing. Jin goes in, and what she finds is basically a doomsday cult. People worship the Santee as their lord. They believe the aliens will fix everything humanity has broken. Then the founder walks on stage. It's Yi Wenji, Vera's mother, the woman who gave Jin the VR headset. She invited the Santee to Earth because humanity is beyond saving. We keep destroying each other and the world around us, she says, and nothing has changed. The Santee are coming to share their knowledge. It'll take 400 years, and this organization's job is to prepare humanity for their arrival. Dashi raids the summit. Wenji is captured. Evans escapes back to the Judgment Day. During interrogation, Wenji drops a chilling line. She wasn't caught because Dashi was clever. She was caught because the Santee let it happen. She's no longer useful to them, and Evans has been filtering the communications the whole time, controlling the flow of information between two civilizations. Wade locates Evans' ship, a Panamax oil tanker in the Mediterranean, 200 miles north of Alexandria. Could be 1,000 people living on it. Dashi asks if they should move in. Wade says, no, we wait. For what? Trust me, you don't want to know. What Wade is waiting for is a way to crack open Evans' ship and steal every scrap of data about the Santee. Problem is, the Judgment Day is a floating fortress with potentially over 1,000 people on board. A boarding party means a bloodbath and destroyed hard drives. A missile strike blows up the data along with the ship. Gas won't work on a vessel with too many air vents. Every option is a non-starter. But Dashi finds out that the Judgment Day just booked a transit slot through the Panama Canal, and that's when the plan comes together. Dashi visits Augie in the safe house where she, Jin, and Saul are hiding out. He asks her to restart production on the nanofiber. Augie is not having it. She reminds him that the last time she was working, something planted a countdown bomb in her brain. Dashi doesn't deny any of that. He just says he needs her help, and they have one shot to stop these people. Augie asks what nanofiber could possibly do against them. Dashi can't tell her, he just needs her to trust him. Meanwhile, Ice Cold Wade recruits Navy boy Raj for the engineering side of the operation. Wade tests Raj by asking him what he thinks of the Royal Navy's newest destroyer. Raj, being Raj, tears the ship apart, calls it a billion-pound relic designed for the wrong century, and says he'd spend the money on drones instead. Wade hires him on the spot. This guy is cold, brilliant, and exactly the kind of person Wade collects. On the Judgment Day, Evans is desperate. The Santee have gone silent ever since they learned that humans can lie. Evans begs them to speak again, insisting he never lied to them. Nothing. Radio silence from the aliens he built his entire life around. Wade's team strings Augie's nanofiber across the narrowest point of the Panama Canal. between two towers. Invisible wires stretch from bank to bank. The fibers are so thin you can't see them. So strong they can slice through steel, concrete, pipe, and bone without slowing down. Augie doesn't know how many people are on that ship. She asks Raj, he doesn't know either. She pushes him on it, asking if he understands they're about to kill people they've never met. And for reasons nobody fully explained to them. Raj pauses and says he thinks they're at war. The ship enters the canal. It passes through the wires. And the Judgment Day fans open like a deck of cards. The nanofiber slices through everything. Steel, walls, furniture, people. Over 1,000 people on board sliced apart in seconds. Evans is cut in half mid-sentence, still begging his silent lord for forgiveness. The canal pilot, an innocent man required to be on board, dies too. Wade knew he would. He didn't care. When Augie asks about the pilot beforehand, Wade responds by talking about how many people died building the canal and asks which is more important, a canal or defeating an enemy invasion. That's just who this man is. Augie watches the whole thing. Her life's work, the technology she spent 7 years perfecting for water filtration and medical science, just killed over 1,000 people. Dashi congratulates her. She doesn't say a word. But the data drives survived. That was the whole point. The nanofiber was positioned to slice through the ship while keeping the drives intact. There's just one problem. The data is encrypted with something way beyond human capability. Wade's tech team can't crack it. They estimate the median decryption time at 3.8 trillion years. Dashi suggests they physically crack it open. The tech guy says that's insane. Then 2 weeks into the standoff, the drive just opens on its own. The Santi unlocked it. They wanted humanity to see what was inside. And what's inside changes everything. The recording confirms what Wenji suspected. Evans had been filtering communication for years, playing gatekeeper between two civilizations, hiding things from both sides to run his own agenda. Dashi plays the recording for Wenji. She hears Evans teaching the Santi about lying. She hears them say they're afraid of humans. She hears the silence after. But that's not the big reveal. Wade brings Jin to a secure location and hands her a VR headset recovered from the Judgment Day data. They put it on together and a figure appears. A woman. Not human, just wearing a human face. She introduces herself as a representative of the Shanti, and she explains why humanity is doomed. The Santi's fleet will take 400 years to reach Earth, but here's the thing. Humans went from hunting to farming in 90,000 years. From farming to industry in 10,000. From industry to atomic power in 200. Computers in 50. The Santi took way longer for each of those jumps, because their three-sun system kept wiping out their civilization. In 400 years, humanity will be so far ahead of the Santi that we'll swat their fleet like it's nothing, and then come back and wipe out their homeworld for good. So the Santi built something to stop us. Sophons. They took a single proton, unfolded its hidden higher dimensions into something the size of a planet, turned it into a sentient supercomputer, then folded it back down to proton size. They made 4 of them, sent 2 to Earth at near light speed, and parked them inside every particle accelerator on the planet. That's why the experiments are producing garbage data. That's why physics is broken. The Sophons are scrambling the results. They are killing human science so we can never catch up. And that's not all. The Sophons can see and hear everything. Every conversation, every screen, every secret. The only thing they can't do is read minds. They are everywhere, always watching. The figure in the headset tells Jin directly that they will wrap her world in illusions, replace truth with miracles, and teach humanity how to fear again. Then she vanishes. And then the sky changes. A giant eye appears overhead. Every screen on Earth flashes the same message. 3 words that hit every human being on the planet at the same time. You are bugs. That's it. That's the Santi's message to all humanity. You don't matter. You're insects, and we're coming. Augie saw those words. Jin saw them. Saul saw them. Every person on Earth saw them, and nobody knows what to do next. The world loses its mind. Riots in every major city, mass panic, military deployments, curfews. The NHS declares a mental health emergency. Religious cults spring up worshiping the Santi as saviors. People are hanging from lampposts along the Thames. And this is all over 3 words on a screen. 400 years away and humanity is already tearing itself apart. The Santi didn't even have to show up. Jin visits Wenji in custody and finally lets her have it. Why did Vera have to die? Why did Jack have to die? Wenji eventually speaks. She saw what the Cultural Revolution did to China and believed nothing had changed. Humanity keeps destroying everything. She was willing to risk the entire species on the hope that the Santi would fix what humans couldn't. But after seeing the eye in the sky, even Wenji admits the plan fell apart. The Santi learned that humans lie and deceive, and now they're too afraid to coexist with us. Jin calls Wenji a traitor. Wenji asks how Jin wants to be remembered instead. Jin's answer is simple, as someone who fought back. And fight back she does. Ice-cold Wade sets up a planetary defense council at a remote manor, far from the riots and chaos. He gathers the best scientists on the planet and basically tells them to deal with it. The Santi are real. They've declared war, and he plans on fighting back. He also points out something important. The Santi only have 2 Sophons, and those Sophons can't read minds. Those are the only advantages humanity has. Jin proposes the Staircase Project. The idea is nuclear pulse propulsion, an old concept of the 1940s. You line up a series of nuclear bombs in space, stretching from Earth toward the Santi fleet. A lightweight probe with a radiation sail passes each bomb in sequence, and each detonation accelerates it faster, like climbing steps on a staircase. After about 1,000 explosions, the probe hits 1% light speed and intercepts the fleet in roughly 200 years. The scientists push back hard. Untested, zero margin for error, treaty violations, trillions in cost. Jin shuts them down. Treaties can be amended. Someone else can figure out the money. Wade backs her, saying it's the first proposal he's heard that gets them to 1% in their lifetime. But there's a problem. They only secure 300 bombs instead of the 1,000 they need, which limits the payload to under 2 kilograms. Way too light for a hibernation pod. Way too light for anything else, unless you don't send a whole person. Wade proposes sending just a brain, cryogenically preserved, frozen in the same way his team demonstrated on a monkey. The idea is that the Santi will intercept the probe and be curious enough to reconstruct the person. If they do, humanity has a spy inside enemy territory, someone who knows what it's like to be human, who can observe the fleet, who can learn things no telescope could ever show. They need someone who understands physics, who's willing to die, and who's probably dying already. Everyone in the room knows who Wade is talking about. Lovesick Will volunteers. He's dying of pancreatic cancer anyway. His time is running out, and this gives his death meaning. Jin and Saul are devastated. Saul tries desperately to talk Will out of it, painting the darkest possible picture. Maybe the aliens rebuild him and just use him as an interrogation subject, in an isolation tank, pumping questions in, pulling answers out. Maybe they study what makes humans suffer. Maybe they push him past every limit, and when he breaks, they just bring him back and do it again. For a century. For 10,000 years. Saul's voice cracks as he says it. Will listens to all of it. Then he asks Saul what his favorite movie is. Saul says The Shining. Will just smiles. The goodbye scene between them is gut-wrenching. Will says he never had many friends, but the ones he had always felt like enough. Saul tells him he's going to miss him. Will's response? If they bring him back, he'll miss Saul too. Meanwhile, Will pulls off one last beautiful, stupid secret move. Using the 20 million pound Snack King left him in his will, Will buys Jin a star. Star DX3906, a faint red star visible to the naked eye. Purchased through the Stars Our Destination fundraiser for $19.5 million. He makes Saul swear never to tell Jin it was him. Saul, being Saul, thinks this is insane. Will doesn't care. He wanted her to look up at the sky someday and say, that one is mine. And she'll never know why. Augie, meanwhile, makes her choice. She can't keep working for Wade, not after what her nanofibers did at the Panama Canal. She designs the solar sail for the Staircase probe, finishes the engineering work, and then walks away. She takes her nanofiber technology to Latin America to build clean water systems for the people who need it most. No more weapons, no more war. And then there's Wenji. Released from custody, she travels back to the greater Kingin Mountains, to the place where the Red Coast base used to stand. She knows what's coming. She even tells the Sophons directly that she has an idea or two left in her, and that centuries from now, there may be a fair fight. But before any of that can matter, Psycho Tatiana shows up. The Santi Center. Wenji isn't surprised. She asks to sit and watch one last sunset from the mountains. Tatiana agrees. The two of them sit side by side, looking out over the landscape where everything started. Then Tatiana pushes Wenji off the cliff. The woman who started it all is gone, but not before she planted one last seed. Earlier that day, Wenji met Saul at Vera's grave and told him a joke about Einstein meeting God. The Sophons saw them talking, but couldn't read Saul's mind to know what Wenji actually said. And whatever she told him in that joke is important enough that the Santi will soon try to kill him for it. That seed is going to grow. It grows fast. Saul hooks up with a woman named Nora. The next morning, as she walks to her Uber, 3 autonomous cars get hacked at the same time and slam into each other right where she's standing. Nora dies. The hit was meant for Saul. A kid on a skateboard bumped into him seconds before impact, and that's the only reason he's alive. Dashi shows up and explains. The cars were under autonomous control. Someone or something hacked into all 3 onboard
Get your head
computers
up in the game.
seconds before the crash. After
Get your
Wenji
head
spoke to Saul at
in
the
the
graveyard,
game, bro.
she was murdered in China. Now someone's
What?
trying to kill Saul too. Whatever Wenji planted in his head, the Santi want it gone. Dashi hands Saul a bulletproof vest and drives him to the United Nations
What do you
in
mean,
New
bro?
York. Saul has no idea what's happening. He's a stoner physicist who hasn't accomplished anything notable. He's confused, scared, and very much not dressed for what comes next. The Secretary General of the United Nations announces the Wallfacer Project. Since the Sophons can see and hear everything but cannot read minds, the UN has selected 3 people to develop secret defense plans entirely inside their heads. No sharing with anyone, no explaining their actions, unlimited resources, total authority, 3 people carrying humanity's survival in their skulls. The first 2 Wallfacers make sense. General Ho Bolin, a legendary military strategist, Professor Layla Eric, a war hero who fought and won asymmetric battles. Then the Secretary General says the third name, Saul Duran. Saul, standing in the back of the room in street clothes, looking like he wandered in off the sidewalk. A low-level research assistant with no major publications, no military background, no obvious qualifications. He asks the Secretary General why him. She says the enemy knows why. That's it. That's the answer. The Santi are afraid of something Wenji put in his head, and nobody, including Saul, knows what it is. Saul refuses. He rejects the title, the powers, everything. He storms out of the building, and the second he steps outside, a sniper shoots him in the chest. Dashi's bulletproof vest saves his life. The shooter, an ETO operative who later apologizes for not hitting his head. Yep, they're still out there. Meanwhile, Jin preps for the staircase launch at Cape Canaveral. She fights Wade to include a small pouch of seeds in the capsule alongside Will's brain. Corn, wheat, chili pepper. Wade says every milligram counts, and the seeds will slow the probe down. Jin threatens to resign. Wade gives in. Those seeds weigh 18 grams, and they might be the most human thing about this whole mission. Launch day. Cape Canaveral. The rocket goes up, the sail deploys, the first nuclear detonation fires, and the probe accelerates to 57 kilometers per second. Second detonation, 68. Third, 80. It's working. Jin watches the numbers climb. Dashi watches Jin. For a moment, everything is perfect. Then the trajectory starts to deviate. Something went wrong. A parachute string snapped, and the probe veered wildly off course. Will's brain is now drifting through space on a random heading. Based on his final trajectory, it'll be 6,000 years before he passes another star. Maybe 5 million before he leaves the Milky Way. The staircase project is a failure. Jin is shattered. She sits in the mission control aftermath, knowing that the man who secretly loved her for a decade is now floating alone through frozen space. Not alive, and not dead. And she never told him she loved him back. On his flight home, ice-cold Wade gets a visitor. Sophon, the Santi's avatar, appears on his plane. First on the TV screen, then physically manifesting in the cabin right next to him. She tells Wade that the staircase project failed, and that the Santi would have liked to meet Will Downing. She says there will be a place for Wade when they arrive, that he's part of their plan. Then the chilling promise. Every room he enters, they'll already be there waiting. Whatever they want him to see, he will see, until the day he dies. Wade doesn't flinch. He plans to go into cryogenic hibernation, waking up for 1 week every year, fixing problems, hiring people, firing people, and going back under, for 400 years. Someone has to be there when the Santi arrive. Someone has to keep the plan on track. His motto, only advance. And then there's Augie, down in Latin America installing nanofiber water filters in a village hit by a dysentery epidemic. No weapons, no warships, no slicing through anything, just clean water for people who need it. She filters everything, pesticides, parasites, bacteria, viruses. The epidemic ends. This is what she built her technology for. This is where she belongs. The final scene, Dashi drives Jin and Saul through the Florida swamp. They're both wrecked. Jin says what everyone's thinking. They're slow, they're outmatched, they die easy, they're bugs. Dashi pulls the car over. He points out the window at swarms of insects covering everything in sight. Humans have been trying to get rid of bugs forever, he says. We spray pesticides from planes, we put poison in the ground, we sterilize them, we swat them, zap them, step on them. Then he tells them to look around. The bugs are still there. They're not going anywhere. Dashi pulls out a bottle of rum, raises it, and offers a toast for the bugs. Then he puts the car in gear and says the only thing left to say, we've got work to do. And that's the entire first season of 3 Body Problem. If you think that's wild, the books get way, way crazier from here. Alright guys, that's all I've got. If you enjoy this, smash the subscribe button, drop a comment, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Fuck.
How does a woman who's supposed to die on a toxic wasteland hillside end up surviving? Walking over that hill and discovering that there are dozens of other underground bunkers just like hers, stretching across a destroyed landscape as far as the eye can see? Yeah, that's Silo for you. This Apple TV Plus series is one of the most gripping, paranoia-fueled sci-fi shows that come out in recent years. And trust me when I say, once you start peeling back the layers of this thing, it just keeps going deeper. Literally, because the entire show takes place inside of a 144-level underground structure called a silo, where over 10,000 people live, work, and die without ever knowing what's really going on above them, or who put them there in the first place. Based on Hugh Howey's best-selling book trilogy, Silo is a mystery wrapped inside of a conspiracy shoved inside a giant concrete tube buried underground. We're talking hidden cameras, population control, mind-altering drugs in the water supply, secret rebellions, and a government that will straight up murder you if you ask too many questions. Fun times, right? And we're about to break down the entire story across both seasons, so buckle up. This is gonna be a long one. If you enjoyed this, smash that like button, subscribe, and let's get freaking started. We open up on a man named Holston Becker pinning his sheriff's badge onto his shirt and stepping out into the massive underground structure that is the silo. Right away, we can see this place is enormous. There's a giant spiral staircase connecting all 144 levels, and there are people everywhere going about their daily lives. Porters are running up and down the stairs with baskets on their backs. There are little marketplaces, workstations, the whole deal. It feels like a living, breathing underground city, which it is. But here's the thing. Nobody knows why they're down there. Nobody knows who built the silo. Nobody knows what happened to the outside world. And nobody knows when, if ever, it'll be safe to go back up. What they do know is that going outside right now equals death, period. There's a big display screen in the cafeteria that shows a live feed of the outside world. And it looks awful. Just a gray, desolate, toxic wasteland with dead trees and ruined earth. And every now and then, someone gets sent out there to clean the camera sensors. It's basically a death sentence, because whomever goes out to clean always ends up wiping the sensor and then collapsing and dying on that hillside. Now we jump back a bit in time. About 3 years before Holston is standing in the silo looking like a broken man, he's actually living a pretty decent life. He's the sheriff, he's got a wife named Allison, and the two of them are trying to have a baby. See, in the silo, you can't just have kids whenever you want. There's a lottery system. You apply for a birth permit, and if your name gets picked, you get 1 year to conceive. Allison and Holston win the lottery, so they've got 12 months to make it happen. But while they're trying for a baby, Allison, who works in the IT department as a data recovery specialist, stumbles onto something she was never supposed to find. A co-worker named George Wilkins brings her an old hard drive, a relic from before the silo's history was erased. Now, some context here. About 140 years before the events of the show, there was a rebellion inside the silo. The rebels lost, and in the aftermath, all the books were burned and all the computer hard drives were destroyed. Or at least, that's what everyone was told. Turns out not every hard drive got the bonfire treatment. George and Allison crack open this relic drive together while everyone else is upstairs celebrating Freedom Day, which is basically the silo's annual holiday commemorating the end of the rebellion. Ironic timing, huh? And what they find on that hard drive is absolutely wild. There are blueprints and schematics of the silo itself, and there's video footage showing the outside world with blue skies, green grass, and birds flying around. Wait, what? Yeah, the outside doesn't look toxic and dead in this footage. It looks beautiful. So either the display in the cafeteria is lying, or this footage is fake. Either way, something is very, very wrong. Allison starts spiraling. She digs deeper, meeting with a woman named Gloria Hildebrand, who works as the silo's fertility counselor. Allison also discovers something horrifying on a personal level. She was told her birth control implant was removed so she could get pregnant. But after some painful investigating, including cutting herself open with a knife, she finds the implant still inside her body. They never took it out. They were never going to let her have children. Allison is devastated and furious. She marches into the cafeteria, makes a huge public scene, and tells everyone the silo is lying to them. And then she says the words that seal her fate. I want to go out. In the silo, saying you want to go out is essentially a crime. It's called requesting to clean, and once you say it, there's no taking it back. You go out, you clean the sensor, and you die. That's how it works. Allison gets suited up and sent through the airlock. She steps outside, walks up to the camera sensor, and cleans it. Then she starts walking away from the silo, up the hill, and she collapses near a dead tree. She's gone. But here's where things get really interesting. From Allison's perspective, through her helmet visor, the outside looked green and beautiful. From the perspective of everyone watching on the cafeteria display inside the silo, it's the same old gray wasteland. And Allison just died on a poisoned hillside. So which version is real? Hold that thought, because it's going to take a while before we get the answer. We jump forward 2 years. Holston's world has completely fallen apart. His wife is dead, he's a broken man, and on top of all of that, George Wilkins, that IT guy who brought Allison the hard drive, has shown up dead. Supposedly a suicide. He fell off a railing down in the lower levels. But there's an engineer down in mechanical who doesn't buy it for a second. Her name is Juliet Nichols, and she's been in contact with Holston about George's death, convinced it was murder. Holston does some digging, and eventually he hits a wall. He can't find the truth, and without Allison, he doesn't really want to keep going. So Holston makes a decision. He walks into Holding 3, locks the door, and tells his deputy, Sam Marnes, that he wants to go outside. Yeah, the sheriff just asked to go out and clean. Before he goes, Holston does two final things. He carves one word into the back of the sheriff's badge, True, a message for Juliet, the woman who's been pushing him to investigate George's death. And then he names his replacement. The new sheriff will be Juliet Nichols, the engineer from the bottom of the silo who's been hounding him about George's murder. Nobody saw that coming. Holston gets suited up and sent outside. And through his visor, he sees the same thing Allison saw. Blue skies, green grass, flowers, the whole deal. They see Holston clean the sensor, walk up the hill, stumble, and collapse. He's dead. So what the hell is going on? Is the display inside the silo lying, or is the visor lying? Somebody is being deceived here, and right now nobody alive in the silo knows which version is real. Back in the silo, we get a deeper look at who George Wilkins was and why his death matters so much to Juliet. George was a computer guy who ran a repair shop, and he was also a secret relic dealer. Relics are items from the old world, from before the silo. Possessing them is illegal. Books, old photographs, technology from before the rebellion, all of it is banned. But George had been secretly collecting and trading them. George and Juliet were in a relationship, and George was obsessed with uncovering the silo's secrets. He had this theory that there was something hidden deep in the lower levels, some kind of door or passage that the founders of the silo left behind. He dragged Juliet into his investigation, taking her to the hidden cavern beneath the mechanical level where a massive digging machine sits abandoned. This was the machine that was used to dig the silo in the first place. It's enormous, and it was just left down there because there was no way to get it out. George also showed Juliet relics from his collection, including documents and notes that suggested the silo has way more secrets than anyone realizes. Juliet was fascinated but cautious. She's an engineer, practical and grounded. George was a dreamer, convinced there's a truth worth finding even if it kills him. And then it killed him. His body was found at the bottom of the stairwell, ruled as suicide. He supposedly threw himself over the railing. Juliet doesn't believe it for 1 second. She knows George was onto something big. He'd been talking about a hidden door, a massive metal door about 15 feet high, hidden somewhere deep in the flooded bottom of the silo. And now he's dead. Something isn't right. Now that Holston is gone, the silo needs a new sheriff. And Holston already named his pick, Juliet Nichols, the grease-covered engineer from the literal bottom of the silo. Nobody in the upper levels is happy about it. Bernard Holland, the head of IT and one of the most powerful people in the silo, thinks she's a terrible choice. He calls her a thief, referencing an incident from before the show, where Juliet swiped some heat tape that belonged to IT. Quick note on Bernard. Tim Robbins plays this guy, and he is incredible. Bernard is the kind of leader who smiles at you while plotting your disappearance. He speaks softly, follows the rules to the letter, and genuinely believes he's doing the right thing. He's terrifying. Robert Sims, played by Common, is the head of security for Judicial, and he has his own candidate in mind. Judge Meadows, the head of Judicial, suggests a former judicial administrator who has a secret medical condition called the syndrome that gives him tremors. Keep an eye on Billy. He's going to become very important. But it's not up to Bernard or Sims. It's up to Mayor Ruth Jans and Deputy Sam Marnes, and they decided to honor Holston's dying wish. Mayor Jans and Deputy Marnes prepare to make the long trek down the 144 levels of the silo to find Juliet and officially offer her the job. Remember, there are no elevators in this place, no escalators. You want to go from top to bottom, you walk, and that walk takes days. Meanwhile, back at IT, Bernard is clearly nervous about something. He's got a little key fob device with the number 18 on it, and when trouble is brewing, this thing glows and pulses red. It's not yet clear what this device does, but Bernard treats it like a ticking time bomb. Whatever it's connected to, it's above his pay grade. And that alone should tell you how deep this conspiracy goes. Juliet is still grieving George and diving into her work at Mechanical. She's the only engineer capable of keeping the silo's main generator running. And that generator is the heart of the entire operation. Without it, no power, no lights, no life support, nothing. The entire underground city depends on this one machine, and it's falling apart. Juliet holds it together with sheer willpower. She also has a surrogate mother figure down in the depths named Martha Walker, or just Walk. Walk is an electrical engineer who runs a little workshop and hasn't left the lower levels in 25 years because she's got severe agoraphobia. But she's smart as hell and loves Juliet like her own daughter. Remember Walk. She's gonna do something absolutely clutch later on. We also get a clear picture of the silo's social structure. The upper levels are where IT and Judicial operate, basically the brains and the muscle of the silo's power structure. The mids are where most regular folks live and work, and way down at the bottom you've got Mechanical. where Juliet and her crew keep the lights on. These people are basically the working class of the silo, and they're treated like it. There's real class tension between the upper and lower levels, and it's gonna boil over eventually. So Mayor Jans and Deputy Marnes begin their journey down to the bottom of the silo to meet Juliet. And the trip itself is an event. Along the way, they stop at different levels, talk to people, gather intel on this woman Holston picked. They stop by Bernard's office, who warns them she's a bad choice. They visit Juliet's father, Dr. Pete Nichols, an obstetrician who admits he hasn't spoken to his daughter in years. She left home at 13 to go work in mechanical, and their relationship has been broken ever since. During the journey, Mayor Jans drinks from Deputy Marnes' water bottle because hers has a slow leak. Seems like a small detail. It isn't. Down at the bottom of the silo, Juliet is a mess. She's tried to follow George's clues by diving into the flooded depths below mechanical, looking for that metal door he kept talking about. But she panicked, hauled herself back up, and spent the rest of the night drinking herself stupid. When her friend Shirley finds her the next morning, Juliet is hours late for work, hungover and covered in vomit. Not exactly sheriff material. While she was out cold, her young apprentice Cooper tried to step up and tinker with the generator on his own. When Juliet finally stumbles into work and finds him messing with her machine, she punters him right in the face. Yeah, great mentor. Her boss Knox chews her out, but they both know the real problem isn't Cooper, it's the generator itself. The thing is dying. The rotor blades are cracked and bent, and every fix they've done so far is just delaying the inevitable catastrophic failure. If this generator goes down for good, the entire silo loses power, lights, ventilation, water pumps, everything. 10,000 people sitting in the dark. Meanwhile, Mayor Jans and Deputy Marnes have finally made it down to the lower levels after their multi-day trek. The mayor witnesses Juliet in action, barking orders, taking charge of the generator crisis, and she's impressed. She formally offers Juliet the sheriff position. Juliet turns it down flat. She's not a cop, she's an engineer. And this generator is more important than any badge. The mayor respects her decision and hands over Holston's old badge anyway, saying it belongs to her regardless. Juliet flips the badge over, and there it is. One word scratched into the back. True. That changes everything. Holston told Juliet he'd send her a sign when he found answers. This is that sign. He found something out there, and he wanted her to keep digging. Juliet chases down the mayor and accepts the job on one condition. She needs 8 hours to fix the generator first. What follows is one of the most intense sequences in the whole show. The entire silo goes dark as the generator is powered down for emergency repairs. Everyone is told to stay indoors. Down in the generator room, it's chaos. Juliet and her team rip open the panels and find the broken blade. They have a 30-minute window to fix it before the whole system overheats and explodes. Pipe starts bursting, water floods the chamber, and Juliet is literally drowning while trying to hammer a cracked blade back into place. Cooper, the same kid she punched in the face hours ago, is right there helping her. They get the blade refitted and the generator restarted with seconds to spare. The team erupts in celebration. The lights come back on across the silo. During the blackout, while everyone was sitting in the dark, something else happened. The mayor and Marnes, alone together, shared a kiss. These two old friends have been dancing around their feelings for years, and in that moment of darkness, they finally let their guard down. They talk about retiring, spending the rest of their days together. It's sweet. It's hopeful. It won't last. Juliet says her goodbye to Martha Walker, her surrogate mother down in the depths, and starts the long climb up to her new life as sheriff. Bernard confronts the mayor one more time, making it clear he's not happy about this decision. The tension between Bernard and Juliet is set in stone from this moment, and then the mayor signs the paperwork officially instating Juliet as the new sheriff. Marnes grabs some drinks to celebrate, and that's when he finds her on the floor. Mayor Jans is convulsing, bleeding from the mouth. She's been poisoned. Remember that water bottle? The one Jans kept drinking from because her own bottle had a leak? It was Marnes' bottle. Somebody poisoned it, and Marnes is convinced he was the real target. Someone wanted the deputy dead, and Jans just happened to drink from the wrong bottle. She's gone. The mayor of the silo is dead, and somebody in the underground city is a murderer. Juliet is barely into her new job, and she's already standing over a crime scene. Bernard, Sims, and Marnes are all there. Marnes is absolutely devastated. The woman he just kissed hours ago is lying dead in front of him. Bernard takes over as interim mayor, which puts one of the most powerful and secretive men in the silo in charge of everything. Great. Bernard officially instates Juliet as sheriff, though he makes it clear she wasn't his choice. He'll tolerate her, but that's about it. Juliet gets Holston's old office and apartment. Sandy, Holston's old assistant, takes an instant dislike to her. Nobody up here wants the grease monkey from Mechanical playing cop. Through flashbacks, we learn more about why Juliet is the way she is. Her brother Jacob was born with a hole in his heart. He was always sick, always needing oxygen, always one bad episode away from the end. Their mother, Hannah, was a surgeon, and she desperately tried to build a magnifying device that could be used to repair the condition. But here's the problem. The Pact, the silo's set of governing rules, bans the creation of devices that magnify beyond a certain power. The technology Hannah needed to save her son was literally illegal. Jacob died, and not long after, Hannah died too. Suicide. Juliet was told it was because of grief, but there's more to it than that. And she'll find out the full truth later. Her father, Dr. Pete Nichols, completely shut down after losing his wife and son. He buried himself in work and basically stopped parenting. Juliet was left to fend for herself, cooking her own meals, fixing broken furniture around the apartment. She discovered she had a real talent for fixing things. And at just 13 years old, she forged a transfer letter and showed up at Martha Walker's workshop in the lower loft, begging to be taken on as an apprentice. Martha saw through the fake letter immediately, but recognized something in this girl. The same grief, the same need to keep her hands busy so her mind wouldn't eat her alive. She let her stay. Knox put her to work, and Juliet never went back upstairs. That's how a doctor's daughter became the best mechanic in the silo. Back in the present, Juliet starts setting into Holston's old apartment and makes a discovery. There's a vent in the wall, and inside it she finds hidden documents. George Wilkinson's file, the one she's been looking for. Holston had found it and stashed it before he left, tightening the bolt on the vent so nobody else would find it. But the hard drive, the one with the blueprints and the video footage, that's still missing. Juliet and Marnes agree to work together. She'll chase George's murder, he'll chase the mayor's killer. They're both hunting for answers in a place that really doesn't want them asking questions. But that night, while Marnes is alone in his apartment, someone breaks in. Marnes is found dead the next morning. 3 murders now. George Wilkins, Mayor Jans, Deputy Marnes, and they're all connected. Somebody is systemically eliminating anyone who gets too close to the truth, or anyone who's trying to protect Juliet. With Marnes gone, Sim wastes no time installing his own man. Paul Billings becomes the new chief deputy. Billings is a former judicial administrator and a former deputy. Technically competent, but clearly placed there to be Sim's eyes and ears on Juliet. He's also hiding that medical condition, the syndrome, which gives him tremors he can barely control. If anyone found out he lied about his health to get his position, he could be sent to clean. He could end up being Juliet's enemy or ally, depending on which way the wind blows. Bernard wants to keep Marnes' death quiet to avoid panic. The silo is already on edge after losing a sheriff and a mayor in quick succession. If people found out the deputy was murdered too, the whole place could spiral. They come up with a cover story, burying Jans and Marnes together as lovers in a ceremony complete with the silo's funeral tradition. Each mourner bites into an apple and tosses the rest into the grave. It's a haunting, beautiful ritual. And it gives the people a love story to mourn instead of a conspiracy to fear. Smart move. Ruthless, but smart. Juliet gets to work immediately. In Marnes' pocket, she finds a list of names. People he suspected were involved in the murder. One name is circled, Doris Kennedy. She tracks down Doris's widower, Patrick Kennedy, and breaks into his old apartment. Inside, she finds the missing drawing of Mayor Jans that was stolen from Marnes' apartment, along with a stash of rat poison. Evidence, clear as day. Patrick is the killer, except he isn't. Juliet catches the key detail that everyone else missed. Patrick doesn't live at this address anymore. He moved to a different apartment. Whoever planted this evidence didn't know that, which means it was a sloppy setup by someone who doesn't actually know Patrick. This isn't evidence, it's a frame job, and a bad one. Somebody with access to judicial resources, but not enough local knowledge to pull it off clean. The answer is Doug Trumbo, a judicial enforcer who works directly for Sims. Juliet spots Doug lurking outside Patrick's address, clearly waiting to arrest the poor guy for a crime he didn't commit. She confronts him about the planted evidence. Doug's face goes pale. He knows he's been caught, and he runs. What follows is a chase to the silo's massive central staircase, and the timing couldn't be worse, or better, depending on how you look at it. Bernard has organized a big public foot race up the stairwell as a distraction to the citizens, so the stairs are packed with runners. Doug weaves through the crowd heading up while Juliet barrels down after him. It's chaotic, people crashing into each other, runners stumbling, the whole thing turning into madness. Doug manages to double back, get behind Juliet, and shoves her over the railing. Juliet is dangling from the stairwell, looking down at a drop that would absolutely kill her. Her hands are slipping, but the crowd spots her, and a group of citizens grabs her arms and hauls her back to safety. Doug has disappeared into the chaos. Here's where it gets really dark. Sim knows Doug failed on every level. He didn't successfully frame Patrick, he didn't kill Juliet, and his sloppy work with planting evidence in the wrong apartment exposed the whole operation. Doug is a liability, a massive loose end. So Sims takes him to a quiet spot at night, has a calm conversation with him about his own father, and about how his dad was a janitor in the silo, but also had another role, a secret, more important calling that they need to uphold. It's a weird philosophical moment. And then Sims pushes Doug over the railing to his death, just like that. No hesitation. The killer has been killed by the man who ordered the kills in the first place. With Doug dead, the case is officially closed. The story goes that Doug killed Marnes and George. Case solved. Everyone move along. Judge Meadows signs off on it, but Juliet isn't stupid. She knows Doug was just the weapon. The man pulling the trigger is Robert Sims. and he's still walking around the silo like nothing happened. Where Sims just revealed something important during that conversation with Doug. He called what his father did the most important job in the silo, and it wasn't janitorial. There's a hidden layer in this place that even the sheriff
Kolik má
doesn't have access
konoští tu
to.
vole.
Something operating in the shadows behind walls, watching everything. One more thing to pack. The silo's constitution has a rule that nobody talks about. Devices that magnify beyond a certain power are banned. Technology more advanced than what the silo currently has is illegal to possess. They call these items relics and they're contraband. But the technology that exists on the relic hard drive, the one George found, is way more advanced than anything the silo is today, which raises an obvious question. If the founders had this technology, why did they take it away? What are they trying to stop people from seeing? Bernard, oddly enough, seems impressed with Juliet's work. He asks her if there's anything she needs, and she requests 2 days off to go back to mechanical and pack up her things. It's a simple request, but really Juliet wants to go see Martha Walker and regroup. Down in the depths, Martha has been busy. She's been fixing an old camcorder, a relic from before the rebellion that belonged to George, that Juliet had found in the depths. This thing is massively illegal. If Judicial found it, Martha would be in serious trouble, but she's doing it anyway because she loves Juliet. And if this camcorder contains anything useful, anything that might help explain why people keep dying, it's worth the risk. Martha is terrified, though. The mayor is dead, Marnes is dead, George is dead. The only person connected to all these deaths is Juliet. And Martha is convinced that Juliet is next on the list. There's also a new face worth mentioning. Somewhere during all of this, Juliet crosses paths with a guy named Lucas Kyle. He works in IT as a system analyst, but he's a bit of an oddball. He likes to sit in the cafeteria and draw the stars that he can see through the sensor display. Lucas is curious about the outside world, which in this place makes him dangerous. He and Juliet share a quiet moment, and there's a spark there, but Juliet isn't exactly in the place for romance. She's too busy trying not to get murdered, and still grieving for George. But she can't stop, not now. George died trying to uncover the truth about this place, and the word scratched onto that badge is still burning in her mind. Truth! She's not walking away from it, even if it kills her. And somewhere, behind a door marked janitorial, Bernard Holland is watching. He's always watching. Juliet isn't done investigating. She breaks into Doug Trumbull's apartment with Billings and Deputy Cairns. The power's been cut, the place is dark, and the custodian's keys don't even work. Juliet kicks in the door. While searching the rooms, Billings finds something in the bathroom, a relic. It's a small plastic toy, a Pez dispenser shaped like a duck. Doesn't seem like much, but in the silo, owning something like this is a crime, and Juliet recognizes it immediately. It belonged to George. Here's the thing, though. Juliet planted it there. She took the Pez dispenser from George's old collection and stashed it in Trumbull's apartment to create a legal link between Trumbull's and George's case. She needs an excuse to reopen George's murder investigation, and this relic is her way in through the Pack's own rules. It's Forgiveness Day in the silo, a holiday where people are encouraged to turn over illegal items without punishment. Perfect timing. Juliet marches into Judicial and asks Judge Meadows for permission to conduct a broader relic investigation. Meadows is sick and barely interested, but Sims, surprisingly, agrees to it. There's a catch, though. Billings has to accompany Juliet everywhere she goes. Every letter, every interview. Sims wants eyes on her at all times, and Billings is those eyes. Juliet and Billings track down Patrick Kennedy, the relic dealer from before. Patrick is paranoid as hell, convinced he's going to jail no matter what he says. After some pressure, including Billings threatening to move into the empty space outside his apartment, Patrick gives up one name, Regina Jackson. Regina is a nervous wreck. The second she sees the watch on Juliet's wrist, she knows who Juliet is. The watch belonged to George. He gave it to Juliet. And before that, George got the watch from Regina herself. See, Regina was George's supplier. He had her buying relics for his collection because her large family made the purchases less suspicious. But Judicial caught on. Not through normal channels, through something much worse. Regina describes what happened to her, and it's one of the creepiest moments in the show. A man used to break into her apartment at night. He'd unplug the lamp so she couldn't see his face, and he'd sit at the foot of her bed in total darkness. Then he'd make her tell him everything. Every relic dealer she knew, every person she'd talked to that day, he would recite the names of everyone she'd spoken to, proving he already knew. If she refused to answer one question, he'd threaten 2 people she loved. Her friends, her family. Her mother was doing time in the mines, and for every name Regina gave up, her mother got another day of freedom. So she talked. She gave up every name she knew, including George's. She even tried putting up soundproofing in her apartment, but she has no idea if it works. The man might still hear every word. George is dead because Regina gave his name to a man in the dark, and she knows it. She's been living with that guilt ever since. But George wasn't just taking from Regina. He gave her something in return, something incredibly rare, a children's travel guide booklet called Amazing Adventures in Georgia. Inside are photographs of forests, animals, sunsets, real photographs of the real world. This thing was passed down through generations over 100 years, hidden and protected by people who believed the truth about the outside world was worth preserving. George got it from his Aunt Gloria, who got it from George's mother Anne. It was the most treasured possession in a chain of people who refused to let the past be erased. Regina kept it hidden inside her doormat. Judicials tossed her place multiple times but never thought to check under the mat. They literally stepped over it every time. Juliet takes the booklet back to her apartment and opens it. Real photographs of the real world, green, alive, beautiful. And while she's sitting there staring at these images, the show reveals something that makes your stomach drop. We see a room full of screens somewhere in the silo. Two men are sitting there watching feeds from cameras hidden throughout the entire structure. They can see Juliet right now in her apartment, looking at the booklet. The silo isn't just a shelter, it's a fishbowl. And somebody has been watching everyone from every angle this entire time. Meanwhile, Billings figured out that Juliet planted the Pez dispenser in Trumbull's apartment. He confronts her about it, furious that she used him, but Juliet fires back. She's noticed his shaking hands. She knows he has the syndrome, and she knows he's been hiding it. Under the pact, that's illegal. Billings should have declared his condition, so now they both have dirt on each other, and instead of blowing each other up, they reach a tense understanding. There's one more thing happening during all of this. Juliet has been running into Lucas Kyle, the IT guy who likes to draw stars from the cafeteria display. They share a few quiet moments together, and it's clear Lucas is developing feelings for her. He's awkward, honest, and completely out of his depth with women. He admits he came to the cafeteria not for the stars, but to see her. Juliet laughs at him, but she also smiles. And in the silo, a smile is a rare thing. Juliet tracks down Gloria Hildebrandt, the fertility counselor who spoke with Allison Becker before she went out to clean. Gloria is in the medical ward, suffering from advanced dementia. She's being kept there under Judge Meadows' orders, and she's being medicated into a fog. But even through the haze, Gloria recognizes things. She recognizes names, and when Juliet shows her the children's booklet, Gloria's eyes light up. Gloria tells Juliet about the Flamekeepers. After the rebellion 140 years ago, when the books were burned and the hard drives destroyed, a small group of people refused to let the past die. They collected relics, preserved memories, and passed them down through generations. The silo's leadership tried to erase them. They put something in the water supply to make people's memories fade over time, and they made sure the Flamekeepers couldn't have children. The same birth control trick. Doctors would tell them the implant had been removed, but it was still there. The goal was simple: breed the Flamekeepers out of existence. Gloria was one of them. She had a husband named Henry who desperately wanted children, but the silo made sure she could never have them. When Gloria figured out the deception after failing her second fertility lottery, she couldn't bring herself to tell Henry the truth. She pushed him away instead. Let him think she didn't want him anymore. Eventually he moved on, had children with someone else. Gloria ran into him once, years later, with his kids. He pretended not to know her. That's what the silo took from her. George's mother, Anne, was a Flamekeeper too, and Juliet's mother, Hannah, shared the same curiosity, the same dangerous desire to know the truth. Anne had even helped Hannah with something, a magnifying device. The Flamekeepers weren't a formal organization with meetings and badges. They were just people who refused to forget, and one by one the silo picked them off. Gloria also reveals something critical about the surveillance. She whispers to Juliet that there are cameras hidden behind the mirror in her room, small devices like the sensors outside watching everything. Holston knew about this. He visited Gloria before he went to clean, put flowers in front of the mirror to block the camera's view, and hid something in the air vent, a bag. Juliet checks the vent and pulls out what Holston left behind. This is what she's been looking for, the connection between Holston's investigation and George's murder. But Sims is watching. He doesn't have video in Gloria's room anymore thanks to Holston's trick, but he has audio, and he hears enough. He sends his raiders after Juliet immediately. Gloria grabs Juliet's hand before she runs. "You're the last Flamekeeper now," she says. Juliet doesn't want it, didn't ask for it, but Gloria is right. Everyone else is dead or drugged into forgetting. If Juliet stops, the truth dies with her. Through flashbacks, we finally learn the full story of Juliet's mother. Hannah was a surgeon who built the silo's first magnifying device. She wanted to use it to see inside the hearts of babies born with defects, the same condition that killed her son, Jacob. She brought young Juliet along to help test it. They got a sick rabbit from a farmer, brought it to a secret workspace, and Hannah showed her daughter what the device could do. "My darling Bean," she called her. "This is a magnifier. It's the first one in the silo. It makes tiny things appear big." She let Juliet watch as the rabbit's heartbeat filled the screen. If this technology worked on humans, they could fix the holes in babies' hearts. No more dead children. No more families torn apart the way theirs was. But building a magnifying device violates the pact, and Judicial found out. They raided the Nichols family home, tore the place apart, and made Hannah hand over everything: the magnifier, the glass, and the metal components. Even the rabbit. When Hannah refused at first, they threatened to arrest the farmer who supplied the animal. They crushed everything she'd built right in front of her. Pete Nichols, Juliet's father, stood there and let it happen. He didn't fight them. He didn't resist. He bowed to their will because he was terrified of what would happen if he didn't. Hannah believed that Pete had reported her to judicial. So did Juliet for years. It's the reason she left home at 13. The reason she
Like
stopped
this is
talking to her
broken.
father. But Pete swears he didn't. There are f***ing whisperers everywhere, he tells her. And for once, he's not being defensive. He's telling the truth. People who report to the silo's hidden surveillance network are embedded on every level. Pete didn't turn Hannah in. The walls did. After the magnifier was destroyed, Hannah's spirit broke. Pete tried to bring her back, but she wouldn't listen. He gave up, and then she killed herself. Pete had carried that guilt ever since. He tells Juliet that her mother's grief turned outward, pushing her towards dangerous things, while his own grief turned inward, drawing him into work and away from the people who needed him. He failed Hannah. He failed Juliet. He knows it. And sitting across from her now, watching her walk the exact same path her mother walked. He's terrified he's about to lose his daughter the same way. You're like your mom in so many ways, Jules, he says. And for the first time in the show, they actually understand each other. In the present, things are spiraling fast. Judicial raids Juliet's office, tearing through everything, flipping furniture, pulling up floor panels, looking for the hard drive. They don't find it, but the search itself is a violation. Billings is livid. He knows the search skipped about 10 steps of proper protocol. There was no initial notice, no request for evidence, nothing. And this is where all those pack knowledge competitions pay off. Billings won the pack competition 4 times, more than anyone in the silo's history. He starts rattling off section numbers and subsection paragraphs like a human legal database. Juliet marches straight into Sim's office, finds him yelling at his own agent for not bringing back the hard drive, and arrests him for illegal search and seizure. She cuffs him in front of his own people. Sim's face is priceless. His own agents stand there, stunned. It's incredibly satisfying. Sims warns her she'll regret it, and he's right, but not for the reason he thinks. Bernard calls Juliet in for a meeting, and this is where the mask comes off completely. Bernard isn't just the head of IT. He isn't just the interim mayor. He's the one running everything. Meadows doesn't control Sims. Bernard does. The founders designed the silo so that one person would possess all the knowledge, all the information, all the power to make the hard decisions. And that person is Bernard Holland. He tells Juliet plainly, the needs of the many require the sacrifices of the few. The hard drive threatens the lives of everyone in the silo. She is the greatest threat to their home in 140 years.
Oh no.
He even has a name for this arrangement. There's a door in IT with the number 18
To
on
je
it.
dobré,
Behind it is
pokládám.
something called the vault. Bernard is its keeper. He knows everything, he sees everything, and he decides who lives and who dies. And then he does something unforgivable. He tricks her. During the conversation, he twists her words to make it sound like she said she wants to go outside. Juliet catches it too late. I'm sorry, Sheriff Nichols, did you just say you want to go outside? Bernard asks, playing innocent. Sims confirms he heard it. Bernard confirms he heard it. 2 witnesses, that's all the pact requires. Juliet has just been sentenced to clean. She screams that she never said it, that they're setting her up. But it doesn't matter, the system is rigged and Bernard is the one who built the rig. Sims punches her in the face to shut her up. Billings tells him that that was uncalled for, but Sims doesn't care, and then something unexpected happens. When Sims grabs Juliet again, Billings, the guy who was supposed to be Sims' eyes and ears, kicks Sims in the legs and gives Juliet a window to run. Juliet bolts. She's now a fugitive in her own silo, sentenced to die on the outside, with the most powerful man in the underground world hunting her down. Down in Mechanical, when word reaches Martha and Shirley and Knox that Juliet has been sentenced to clean, the reaction is fury. Knox always said that the upper level would eventually punish them for the rebellion. Nobody believed him. They believe him now. And the only thing Juliet's got going for her is whatever Holston left in that vent. A network of friends spread across 144 levels who are about to decide which side they're on, and the fact that nobody in this silo knows the stairs better than a girl who's been climbing them since she was 13 years old. Juliet is running for her life. She's still wearing the sheriff's uniform, still carrying the badge, and she's using both to bluff her way past checkpoints and into places Judicial isn't expecting. Sims has every watcher in the silo glued to their screens, agents combing every level, and raiders on standby. But Juliet grew up in this place. She knows the blind spots, she knows where the camera coverage gets spotted, and she knows the trash chute system that runs from top to bottom, an internal ladder hidden inside the wall that nobody thinks about. Back at the Billings household, Paul is falling apart. His hands won't stop shaking. The syndrome is getting worse, and all the herbs and medicine his wife Kath has been giving him aren't working anymore. Kath wants him to go back to Judicial, where the physical requirements are lower. Paul refuses. He didn't claw his way to deputy by hiding who he is just to slink back to a desk. But Kath isn't being cruel, she's being practical. Picture your daughter growing up without you, she tells him. 2 sheriffs are already gone. Neither of them had kids. Paul does. Sims, meanwhile, is methodically working through everyone Juliet might turn to. He visits Pete Nichols in the nursery, tries to appeal to his fatherly instincts. Pete doesn't budge. He tells Sims about the railing on the level 1 balcony. worn smooth by all the people who gripped it before going over. His wife was one of them. Juliet is all he has left. Would you help the people hunting your child? Pete asks. Sim says he would because no one person is more important than 10,000. Pete looks at him and says he has no idea where she is. It might even be the truth. Juliet pulls off something insane. She sneaks into Robert Sims's own apartment. His wife, Camille, is home with their son, Anthony. Juliet has a weapon, but she doesn't really know how to use it, and she tells Camille she won't hurt them. Camille isn't some helpless housewife. She was a raider for 12 years before transferring to IT. She can handle herself. But Juliet isn't there to fight. She's there to hide in the last place anyone would look. The two women have a tense, fascinating standoff in the kitchen. Camille cuffs herself to nothing and refuses to leave her son's line of sight. Juliet accesses a computer while Camille watches, and they talk. Juliet tells Camille about the judicial raiders who broke down her family's door when she was a little girl, how they destroyed her mother's life. Camille says her husband works for the good of the silo. Juliet says Camille has no idea what her husband is responsible for. Before all of this, Juliet sent a message to Lucas Kyle through a porter. Lucas went to her apartment and retrieved something she left for him. Bernard catches wind of it and hauls Lucas in for interrogation. Lucas is scared out of his mind, but he's already in too deep. He's crossed a line he can't uncross. Juliet also reconnected with Patrick Kennedy, who introduces her to a hacker named Danny. Danny is a black market computer guy who can hack into the silo's security network and bounce signals to fake locations. Exactly what Juliet needs, because she has the hard drive, and she's finally going to see what's on it. Danny plugs it in and bounces the signal to level 98, so when Bernard traces it, the raiders go to the wrong address. Patrick watches nervously. He spent years trying to crack this device before he sold it to Regina. It was just collecting dust. Then Regina traded it to George, who couldn't crack it either, but Allison Becker could. She was a data recovery specialist, and she got around the directory problem that stopped everyone else. The drive contains thousands and thousands of files, but there's one that matters the most right now, a video. It's George. He recorded a message for Juliet, a goodbye, just in case he didn't make it, and in it he confesses everything. He tells her the truth about why he came to mechanical in the first place. He transferred down there specifically to find someone who knew the lower levels, someone who could guide him to the hidden door he'd been looking for. He chose Juliet because she was the best engineer down there, the know-it-all, as he put it. His plan was to use her for her knowledge and then leave her behind. But then the most annoying thing happened, George says on the video. I fell in love with you. He tells her that he found the door. It's huge, maybe 15 feet high, made of metal, hidden in the flooded depths below mechanical. The water that terrified Juliet, George says it turned out to be nothing to worry about. He couldn't get through the door alone, but she can. He also tells her to look for another file on the drive labeled Jane Carmody Cleaning. And then he says it one more time, looking straight into the camera. I love you. She's in tears. The man she thought used her and lied to her loved her enough to record a final message, and then jump off a stairwell to protect her name. They pull it up. Jane Carmody was a woman who was sent out to clean over 200 years ago, long before Holston or Allison, and the footage shows her stepping outside, looking around and reacting with pure joy. She's sobbing. It's so beautiful, she says. The display in the cafeteria, people have to know. They have to see. The display is a lie. The outside world, at least through the visor, looks green and alive. Allison was right all along. Juliet wants everyone to see this. If the whole silo could watch this footage, the conspiracy collapses. Danny says it's possible to link the video feed to every screen in the silo through signal boosters that exist every 30 levels. The lowest one is on level 126, which is deep enough to be out of the heaviest raider coverage. Patrick doesn't want to go. He's already risked enough, but Danny's going to need the drive physically present, and Juliet reminds Patrick that Bernard is going to trace the signal back to his apartment any second now. Patrick looks at the drive, looks at Juliet. Me, he says. They run. Patrick guides them through the silo, using back routes, avoiding checkpoints. On 126, Danny gets to work on the signal booster. He starts linking screens across the silo. For a brief moment, it's actually working. The video is pushing out to displays across multiple levels. People are gonna see. And then Bernard shuts everything down. He orders every watcher to close their eyes. He forces everyone in the surveillance room to turn away from their screens. What you have just seen, you will unsee, he tells them. The feed is killed before it reaches the whole silo. Deputy Cairns arrives on 126 and arrests Patrick and Danny, but Juliet is gone. She's in the trash chute again, climbing down through the walls. Cairns figures it out and starts dropping heavy objects down the chute to knock her off the ladder. Something clips Juliet and she falls. She lands in mechanical. Her people, Knox, Hank, Shirley, Martha's workshop. But Knox makes a decision that tears the group apart. He turns Juliet in, not because he wants to, because if he hides her, Judicial will tear mechanical apart, and every person in the down deep will pay the price. Knox is thinking about the 10,000. Juliet doesn't blame him. He's right, she says. But Shirley is furious. Martha is devastated. Before Judicial takes her away, Juliet gets 1 minute alone with Martha Walker. That's all. 1 minute to say goodbye to the woman who raised her. Martha can barely hold it together. She tells Juliet things she needs to know. and Juliet tells Martha things that need to be done if she doesn't come back. And then Martha, who hasn't left her workshop in 25 years because she's too terrified to step outside her own door, does something extraordinary. After Juliet is taken away, after the door closes and Shirley is fuming and Knox is sitting in guilty silence, Martha forces herself to stand up. She walks to the door, she puts her hand on it, and she pushes through it. She's shaking so hard she can barely walk. She's gasping for air. She talks herself through it step by step, whispering, "You're not gonna die, just feels like it. You're all she's got." And she walks. For the first time in a quarter century, Martha Walker leaves the Down Deep. She climbs the stairs, she passes through the levels she hasn't seen since she was a younger woman, because she has somewhere she needs to be, and love is stronger than fear. Bernard offers Juliet a deal. If she cooperates and waives her rights to a judicial hearing, he'll show her what happened to George, and he'll spare her friends in Mechanical from the consequences of her actions. Juliet agrees. Bernard takes her to the surveillance. He pulls up the camera footage of George Wilkins on the stairs, and we finally see how George really died. George didn't jump, and Doug Trumbull didn't push him. George was cornered by Trumbull on the stairwell, and he stopped deliberately in front of a camera so there would be a record. Doug told George he'd been ordered to bring him in alive. George knew what that meant. They'd torture him until he gave up the hard drive and names of everyone he worked with. So George chose option 3. He jumped. George Wilkins killed himself rather than betray the people he loved. Juliet watches this in silence. The man she thought was murdered actually chose to die to protect her. Bernard also has a final conversation with Juliet that reveals the full scope of who he is. He tells her that her parents were never supposed to have killed her. The silo's birth control system should have prevented it. But accidents happen. Juliet's entire existence was an error in the system. He compares himself to an engineer, just like her. She watches gauges and adjusts pressure to prevent explosion. He does the same thing. Except instead of a generator, he manages 10,000 human lives. When Allison and George opened that hard drive, pressure started building. Unless adjustments were made, the whole thing would go boom. "I won't clean," Juliet tells him. Bernard smiles. Nobody intends to, but they always do, as the founders in their wisdom knew they would. Meanwhile, Martha has made it to supply. She finds Carla, an old friend, and asks her about the heat. The good stuff, not the flimsy IT tape that the silo uses for cleaning suits. The real industrial-grade tape that Mechanical uses for the generator. The same tape that Juliet once stole from Supply in a heist that started this whole mess. Martha sends a box of cookies down to Juliet's cell with a note tucked inside. "You wanted the truth? The truth is I love you. Have no fear, they're good in supply." Juliet reads it and almost misses the point. Then it clicks. They're good in supply. The tape, the cleaning suit that IT provides to every person sent outside, is sealed with their cheap heat tape. The tape fails. The suit breaches. The air gets in. You die. That's why everyone cleans and then collapses. The suit is designed to kill you. But if someone swapped IT's tape for Supply's tape, the good stuff, the suit wouldn't breach. You'd survive. Juliet's last request before going outside is granted. Paul Billings gets his syndrome exemption and is officially sworn in as sheriff. He's earned it. Bernard tells Billings he should have been the pit from the beginning. When Juliet asks Billings if he regrets it, he says no, he doesn't. Bernard also deals with Lucas. The kid who drew stars in the cafeteria and fell for the wrong woman gets sentenced to 10 years in the mines. No light, no stars, just hauling iron ore underground. Bernard tells him it's a shame because Lucas has so much natural talent, so much intellectual curiosity. He'll see no light in the mines. It's brutally cruel, and it's delivered with the same calm smile Bernard uses for everything. The cleaning ceremony begins. The largest crowd in the silo's history gathers to watch, even larger than Holston's. Bernard reads the ritual words. "We do not know why we are here. We do not know who built the silo. We do not know why everything outside the silo is as it is. We only know that that day is not this day." Juliet's last words to the crowd, "I'm not afraid." She steps through the airlock, and through her visor she sees it. Green, grassy, blue sky, birds, a beautiful world that looks nothing like the gray wasteland on the cafeteria display. The visor is showing her the same light showed Holston. The same light showed every cleaner for over 200 years. A gorgeous fake world designed to make you want to clean the sensor. Designed to make you think the outside is safe and the silo has been lying about the danger. But Juliet knows the display's a lie, she says. She refuses to clean the sensor. She walks right past it. Inside the cafeteria, the crowd goes insane. Nobody has ever refused to clean. Bernard watches, stunned. She knows, someone says. Bernard has no response. Juliet walks past the tree where Holston fell, past the ridge where every cleaner before her collapsed and died. Her suit holds, the tape holds. Martha's tape, Supply's tape, the good stuff. Juliet Nichols walks over the hill. She survives. And then the camera pulls back, way back, across a massive dead landscape stretching the ruins of what was once a major city. And dotting that landscape as far as the eye can see are dozens of identical structures, other silos. This isn't the only one. There's an entire network of them buried across a destroyed world, and Juliet is the first person to walk between them in over a century. Season 1 is over and absolutely nothing will be the same. Season 2 opens not in Silo 18 where we left off, but in a completely different silo. About 30 to 40 years ago in the neighboring Silo 17, a rebellion broke out, just like the uprising 140 years ago in Juliet's home, except this one actually succeeded. The rebels, led by the sheriff himself, stormed the vault doors while IT scrambled to defend them. There's a young boy named Timmy delivering a message to his father from engineering. His father reads it, tells someone to take Timmy to safety, and then the fighting starts. Bells ring, weapons swing, bodies fall, the rebels win. And then they make the worst decision anyone in the silo has ever made. They open the door, and they go outside. The sky looks clear, the air seems fine, everyone is smiling, stepping out into what looks like freedom. But then dust starts blowing in. The poison that usually kills cleaners in 3 minutes had temporarily dissipated, but it comes back, fast, and every single person who walked outside dies. An entire silo's population wiped out in minutes. The only people left alive is whoever stayed inside. Cut to the present. Juliet Nichols is standing at the entrance of this exact silo, Silo 17. She's just walked over the hill from Silo 18, her suit held together by Martha's good tape from Supply. And what greets her is a graveyard. Thousands of bodies, skeletons in the corridors, a dead civilization arranged in the exact same layout as her home. Because every silo is built identically. Same spiral staircase, same 144 levels, same cafeteria, same cameras hidden behind the same mirrors. The only difference is that this one is empty. Well, almost empty. This entire first stretch of Season 2 is almost silent. It's just Juliet alone, exploring a dark, flooded, decaying underground city. The generator is dead, so most of the power is gone. She's running out of air in her suit and has to make a decision. She smashes the visor of her helmet open, gasps, and waits to die. She doesn't. The air inside the silo is breathable. The structure is sealed enough to have maintained its own atmosphere even after decades of abandonment. As she explores, the show intercuts with flashbacks of young Juliet's early days in mechanical. We see her first meeting with Shirley on the trash sorting line. We see Walker giving her that broken device to fix, testing her. We see Juliet finding the massive cavern beneath mechanical for the first time. The one with the old digging machine, the one she would later show George. Back in the present, Juliet notices something strange. Down in the depths of the dead silo, the lights in IT are still on. Power. Somewhere in this place, something is still running. She makes her way towards it, but there's a problem. A huge section of the walkway is missing, the gap too wide to jump. She finds bodies hanging from railings by ropes and uses the rope to try to swing across. The rope snaps. Juliet plunges into deep floodwater below, and since she can't swim, she nearly drowns. Again. She drags herself out, screams in frustration, and keeps going because that's what Juliet does. She eventually reaches a locked door. Music is playing on the other side. Lights. Signs of life. She tries to open it, and a man's voice comes from inside, shaky but threatening. You tried to open the door. I get it. You see a closed door. What's on the other side? I understand. Thing is, you do that again, and I'm going to kill you. Back in Silo 18, all hell is breaking loose. The entire population just watched Juliet refuse to clean, walk past the sensor, and disappear over the hill. No one has ever done that before. Ever. The cafeteria is in an uproar. Sims scrambles every off-duty raider and watcher, slaps an 8 p.m. emergency curfew on the whole silo, and puts the sheriff's department under his direct command. Down in mechanical, Knox holds a meeting. People are shouting about rebellion, about shutting down the generator to force the upper levels to listen. Knox, the man who turned Juliet in, tries to keep order. He reminds them that they can only shut the silo down once, and after that, Judicial will crush them. But Shirley isn't having it. The crowd isn't having it. A kid from mechanical named Teddy gets caught writing graffiti and is hauled away by raiders. His mother screams as they drag him off. Shirley tells the crowd that they're not going to let mechanical be made an example of. JL graffiti starts appearing on the walls all over the silo. Juliet lives. It spreads like wildfire from the down deep all the way up to the mids. Bernard sees it on his way through the corridors and knows he's got a crisis that speeches alone won't fix. Things get violent. Someone firebombs a checkpoint. A shooting claims 2 lives. The silo is tearing itself apart. Bernard has a document called The Order, a founder's emergency protocol. Basically a playbook for what to do when things go wrong. He's been following it as best he can, but the order wasn't written for this. The founders never imagined a cleaner would walk over the hill and survive. Bernard is in uncharted territory. Bernard needs help, and the only person he trusts enough to ask is Judge Meadows. He goes to her apartment, practically begging. Meadows, who has barely appeared in public for years, isn't interested. She tells Bernard a story about a wizard who nobody ever sees, and when they finally do, he turns out to be a fraud hiding behind cheap tricks. That's what I want, she says. I want to fly away in his hot air balloon. Can you do that for me? Because if you can, I'll help you, but if you can't, f off. Meadows is done with the silo. She wants out, not death, freedom. She wants what Juliet had. She wants Bernard to build her a suit with good tape and let her walk over the hill. Bernard agrees. He's that desperate. He starts measuring her for a custom suit right there in the vault, arms first. It's an oddly intimate scene, the most powerful man and the most secretive woman in the silo. Alone in the room where all the world's worst secrets are kept, measuring each other in more ways than one. Meadows also reveals something critical about her own history. She didn't just work in judicial. Before that, she was in IT. She was Bernard's shadow, the person being trained to replace him. She and Bernard have known each other for a long time, longer than anyone realizes. Bernard is asking for her advice because nobody else alive has been close enough to the seat of power to understand the situation. When Bernard says the order doesn't cover what happened with Juliet, that the founders never imagined someone would walk over the hill, Meadows tells him to think outside the order. It might be like trying to think of a color you've never seen, but try. Bernard also deals with Billings. He knows about the syndrome now, Sims told him, but instead of punishing Billings, Bernard uses it as leverage. The syndrome exemption keeps Billings loyal and grateful. Billings is officially named acting sheriff, reporting to Sims. He's asked to write a report on Juliet's cleaning. One version of the truth, the official version. Meanwhile, Sims is cleaning up loose ends. Patrick Kennedy and Danny, the hackers who helped Juliet broadcast the hard drive footage, are in judicial detention. Sim visits Patrick and offers him something unexpected, a drug. It can erase memories. A small dose takes away the last few weeks. A bigger dose can take you back years. They've been using it on people who saw Juliet's broadcast too, administering it as anxiety medication. Patrick, who lost his wife Doris because of the entire mess, who was dragged into George's relic ring and then Juliet's escape plan, who has had his life torn apart by the silo secrets, makes a devastating request. Sims tells him they can take him back to before Doris died. Patrick says no. If this drug is real, then I'm gonna go all the way back. I wanna go back 22 years, to before I met her, because it's easier that way. He'd rather erase his wife entirely than live with the pain of losing her. Sims agrees to do it, but first, Patrick has to do something for them. Bernard makes a public speech. He doesn't deny what people saw. He can't. Instead, he creates a cover story. He frames Juliet's survival as a technological advancement, a new type of suit material that was successfully tested during her cleaning. It's a brilliant line, but it gives people a story that's hard to disprove. Bernard even planted hecklers in the crowd to ask specific questions he was prepared to answer. Nothing left to chance. Shirley, Cooper, and a small group from Mechanical start meeting in secret. They're organizing. Hand signals to communicate, recruiting people across levels. Cooper, Juliet's old apprentice from the generator room, shows up and tells them he's in. Not for Knox, for Juliet. Walker joins too. I want to be as clear-headed as I can about this, she says. Something is building in the lower levels. Something Bernard's speeches can't stop. Over in Silo 17, Juliet slowly breaks through to the man behind the door. His name is Solo. Just Solo. Because I'm here all by myself. He's the sole survivor of the rebellion. He's been alone in this dead silo for decades, living off stored food, talking to nobody. He's around 40 or 50 years old now, but he was just a kid when the rebellion happened. Russell, the head of IT, who was his mentor, told him one thing before everything fell apart. Don't ever let anyone into the vault. Solo has been guarding that vault ever since, rarely leaving it for long because he doesn't want it undefended. Solo tells Juliet what happened. There was a cleaner named Ron Tucker who refused to clean, just like she did. Ron wrote lies and dirt on the camera sensor instead of cleaning it, then walked around the corner out of sight. 2 days later, the silo painted over what he'd written on the screen. Nobody saw Ron die, so people started believing maybe it really was safe outside. When the rebels won the war against IT, they opened the doors and everyone walked out. They thought they were free. They weren't.
Solo also drops a massive piece of information. There are 50 silos. Not a dozen, not hundreds, 50. And this one is Silo 17. The closest are 15, 16, and 18, which is Juliet's home. It's literally next door.
Juliet needs to get back, but she has no suit. Her old one is shredded. The suits in Silo 17 were assembled in a specific room, but the silo is so damaged and flooded that getting there means going underwater, and Juliet still can't swim. She finds the flooded lower sections and realizes she could make it work if she builds a device to pump air down to her while she's submerged. But she can't operate it and swim at the same time. She needs Solo to help her. Solo doesn't want to leave the vault unprotected for that long. He's been guarding it his entire adult life. It's all he knows. He brings Juliet food, talks to her, but he won't commit to helping with something that could take him away from his post for hours. Juliet tries everything. She tells him about the 10,000 people in Silo 18 who are in danger. She tells him that if she can get home, maybe she can stop what happened here from happening there. Solo listens, but he can't do it. It's my job, he says. Russell told him not to let anyone in. Protecting that vault is the only purpose he's had for as long as he can remember. Juliet walks away. She's on her own. She'll figure it out. She always does.
Wait!
He steps out of the vault. He's shaking, he looks rough, a man who spent his whole adult life in a small space with nobody to talk to. But he's standing in front of her, overwhelmed by how big the corridor feels around him. "You really are here, aren't you?" he said. "Yeah," Juliet tells him. "I am." Back in Silo 18, Bernard is sitting across from Meadows. Having just finished measuring her for her suit, he's agreed to her terms. And during their conversation, Meadows pushes him on something nobody else had dared to ask directly. Did Juliet Nichols say she wanted to go out? Bernard pauses. No. The most powerful man in the silo just admitted to the only person he trusts that he sent Juliet out to die on a lie. Meadows doesn't flinch. She already knew. She understands the kind of decisions Bernard has to make. But hearing him say it out loud, plainly and without justification, tells her exactly where she stands with this man. In Silo 17, Juliet and Solo are settling into an unlikely partnership. Solo is a talker, a big talker. 30 years alone will do that to a person. He tells Juliet about elephants, about circuses, about a book called 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, where people use breathing equipment and a massive underwater ship called the Nautilus to explore the ocean's floor. Juliet needs something similar on a much smaller scale. She needs to breathe underwater long enough to reach the flooded lower levels where she's hoping to find firefighter suits. There aren't any cleaning suits left in Silo 17, or at least that's what they think. So firefighter gear is the next best option. She's been trying to jury-rig a breathing tube, but it's not working. Solo, for all his rambling, turns out to be useful. He points Juliet towards a harmonium, a musical instrument with foot-operated bellows that push air through valves. You could use this to push the air down a tube, he says. It's brilliant. Juliet has to take the instrument apart to use the bellows mechanism, but it might be the solution she needs. Meanwhile, Solo has his own story slowly unraveling. Juliet finds a classroom with children's names on the wall. She asks Solo about a girl named Lapis who supposedly sat next to him, but the details don't add up. This was a level B classroom for kids, aged 11 or 12. Solo claims he was the IT shadow, an adult. Why would he be sitting in a children's classroom? Solo deflects. He doesn't like talking about certain things, especially his damaged eye and anything connected to the rebellion. But the cracks in his story are widening. Back in Silo 18, Knox has had enough. He organizes a peaceful delegation to march up and meet Judge Meadows, himself, Shirley, Walker, and McLean, the head of supply. No crowds, no weapons. They send a message ahead laying out exactly what they want to discuss. Knox knows that every step they take upward will be seen as an act of aggression, but he believes talking is better than fighting. They found a wall of names deep in Mechanical, names of people who died in past rebellions. And next to the names, notes. Started with the food shortage in the farms, blamed on Mechanical. Every rebellion in the Silo's history followed the same pattern. Something goes wrong, Mechanical gets blamed, the Silo crushes them. Knox doesn't want to repeat history. Bernard lets them come. He tells Sims they're just 2 old ladies and 2 mechanics. They're not going to rush the airlock. But Sims is worried about something else entirely. Judge Meadows has also agreed to hear a petition from Lucas Kyle about his mind sentence. If she lets Lucas go, that's a problem. And Sims has been tracking something Bernard didn't expect. He knows Bernard has been meeting privately with Meadows. Bernard doesn't like that Sims knows this. In fact, Sims has been making moves behind Bernard's back. He orchestrates a campaign to impeach Judge Meadows, whipping up support from upper levels. It's designed to force Bernard's hand to make him choose between Meadows and stability. Bernard sees right through it. I know you were behind it, Rob, but the damage is done. The impeachment push has backed Bernard into a corner. He visits Meadows one final time. They share a meal, wine, meat, and mushrooms. As they talk, Meadows reflects on their complicated history. She was Bernard's shadow for years before she quit 25 years ago. She vanished for 4 days, came back, and resigned. She never told Bernard why. She says she couldn't bear being tethered to him, knowing he could never give himself fully to her. There's something deeply personal between these two. Maybe romantic, definitely intense. And underneath it all, Meadows knows something. Something about a letter written by Salvador Quinn, the head of IT during the rebellion 140 years ago. Part of it was written in code. It was on the relic hard drive. She deciphered it, but she won't tell Bernard what it said. Meadows realizes too late. I know it wasn't in the wine, she said. It was in the mushroom. She asks Bernard why. He says the impeachment push forced his hand. He has to follow the order, and her death will unite the silo. Before she goes, Bernard does something that might be the most human thing he's ever done. He shows her a device, something like a visor that projects images, real images. He shows her a forest in Costa Rica, monkeys leaping between vines, a red-eyed tree frog, a flock of quetzal birds with twin tail feathers. Meadows watches the world she'll never see, tears in her eyes. So beautiful, she whispers. How did they lose this world? She died, and Bernard frames Knox and Shirley for her murder. When the delegation from Mechanical arrives, they walk into Judicial and find Meadows already dead. Before they can process what's happening, Bernard appears at a balcony above a crowd of citizens. Those animals from Mechanical just killed her. he announces. She gave her life for the silo. It is now the duty of every citizen to find those murderers and bring them to justice. The crowd erupt. Justice, justice, justice. Sims is sworn in as the new judge, and the show makes it clear that this isn't a promotion, it's a punishment. Sims overstepped with the impeachment campaign, so Bernard is putting him where he can be controlled. Instead of being Bernard's second in command and eventual replacement, Sims is now a figurehead with a title and no real power, a puppet judge. Knox, Shirley, Walker, and McLean are now fugitives. They barely escape the upper levels alive, ducking into stairwells and side corridors while mobs of citizens hunt them down. Bernard has disguised raiders as ordinary citizens, planting them between level 60 and 130 to stir up vigilante justice. There's a bounty on Knox and Shirley's heads. 1,000 credits each, and it works. One of the porters they trusted, a guy named Calvin, who Walker knew from the old days, radios their location to Judicial. Walker trades Juliet's old multi-tool, the one she kept all these years, for safe passage from another porter. It's painful. That tool is all that she has left of Jules, but survival comes first. The group has to split up. McLean is injured, and she's slowing them down. She's also the oldest of the group. She tells them to go on without her, and she'll hold this position. Walker argues, but McLean is practical. Nobody above level 125 even knows what Walker looks like, since she hasn't left Mechanical in 25 years. That anonymity is her biggest advantage now. McLean tells Walker that Mechanical is going to need her more than ever. Walker leaves. It's the last time these two will see each other for a while. They were married once, and even though that ended years ago, what they have runs deeper than any legal status. McLean is eventually captured by Judicial. Knox and Shirley use a porter descender rig, basically an illegal powered winch and cable system that drops them straight down through the central shaft, bypassing the barricade entirely. It's a terrifying ride, no brakes, just a cable and the end of the cable. How long is the cable, Shirley asks. Guess we'll find out, the porter says. They land hard in the down deep and make it back to Mechanical. They're home, but they're still wanted for murder, and the entire silo thinks they killed a judge. Back in Silo 17, Juliet discovers something that rattles Solo to his core. She finds photographs and employee records. The real IT shadow of Silo 17 was a man named Cole Myers, not Solo. When she shows him the photo and says, "That's not you, is it?" Solo completely loses it. "I am Solo. I am the IT shadow. Don't say those words to me." He's screaming, shaking, genuinely terrified. Solo's real name is Jimmy. He's not the IT shadow. He's not Cole Myers. He was a kid who survived the rebellion because he was hidden in the vault, and he's been claiming the IT shadow identity ever since because it's the only role that gave his life purpose. He knows the truth about who he is, but hearing someone else say it out loud threatens to shatter the one thing that's kept him going for 30 years. Juliet backs off. "You're Solo," she says gently. "You're Solo." She doesn't push it again. Shortly after, Juliet gets seriously sick, an infection from a wound on her arm. Solo nurses her back to health using antibiotics he made himself. And while she's recovering, Solo does something sneaky. He hides her suit. When she wakes up and asks for it, Solo tells her that she can have it back after she does him a favor. Fix the groundwater pump on level 30 that's been underwater since the rebellion. If she can get the power to it and stop the water from rising, Solo's home won't be completely submerged in 10 months. Juliet is furious. She has 10,000 people to save. Solo has himself. But Solo frames it differently. "I saved your life, you saved mine. Then we'll be even." Juliet doesn't have a choice. She needs that suit. In Silo 18, screws are tightening on Mechanical. Bernard cuts off food deliveries to the lower levels. Raiders block every supply route. And then someone poisons the remaining food supply with rat poison. Mechanical suspects Bernard, but it also means someone inside the down deep is working for him. A spy. The people are starting to crack. Kids are going hungry. Citizens are demanding Knox and Shirley turn themselves in so the food will flow again. Bernard is playing the long game. He tells his new head of judicial security, Amundsen, that only 9 missed meals separate a functioning society from chaos. He's not trying to starve Mechanical into submission overnight. He's trying to turn them against each other from the inside. Knox addresses Mechanical directly. He and Shirley swear on their lives they didn't kill Meadows. They found her already dead. They were framed by Bernard and Sis. Shirley gives a speech that cuts right to the pen. "Maybe you want me to go out there too. You could do that, but then in a couple of days, you'll see us all out there on that hill, balling. You'll have your food deliveries though. You'll have Bernard patting your head saying, 'Good job. Now get back to work.' Is that gonna feel like winning? It works." Mechanical holds together. And then packages start dropping down the trash chute from sympathetic levels above. Notes attached, "To our friends in Mechanical. Thanks for always keeping the power on. From your friends on 122. Juliet lives." It's not enough to feed everyone forever, but it proves they're not alone. The silo is fracturing, and not everyone is on Bernard's side. Billings is caught in the middle of all of it. He's still sheriff, still trying to do his job by the book. He finds Patrick hiding in the lower levels. Patrick tells Billings things about what's really going on. and Billings shows him a photograph from Juliet's apartment, showing the outside world. It's the first time Patrick has seen anything like it. Billings is starting to understand the scope of the lies. Billings finds Knox and Shirley. He listens to their side of the story. Walker collaborates. And then Billings does something that nobody expected. He radios Bernard directly and tells him he's located the fugitives, but won't reveal their location until a full investigation into Meadows' death is opened. Bernard's response? Disable all radio communications in the silo now. He cuts Billings off mid-sentence. The sheriff just went rogue, and the mayor just pulled the plug. Billings looks at Kath afterwards and says, I don't stand with the mayor or the judge, or you. I stand with the law. And then something remarkable happens. Kath notices Paul's hands. They've stopped shaking. He hasn't taken his herbal medicine in days because he's been too busy, and the syndrome symptoms have actually improved. Neither of them knows what to make of this. One more piece falls into place. Bernard pulls Lucas Kyle out of the mines and tasks him with deciphering Salvador Quinn's coded letter from the hard drive. It's the same drive that started this whole mess back in Season 1. Bernard recognizes Lucas's talents and decides it's more useful cracking code than hauling ore. Lucas figures out that Quinn spelled silo wrong on purpose, a clue that the cipher is more complex than a simple letter substitution. And one iteration reveals Allie, the name of Quinn's daughter. He's getting close, but to crack it fully, he needs access to something called the Legacy. Bernard makes a decision that changes everything. He elects Lucas as his new shadow. The stargazer from the cafeteria is now the second most powerful person in the silo, and he's only just begun to understand what that means. There's also a moment between Pete Nichols and Walker that needs mentioning. Pete crosses the barricade into mechanical to deliver a bait, brought through by Kath Billings, who bluffs the raiders by threatening them with a pact violation about denying life-saving help. Once Pete is down there, he visits Walker. He thanks her for taking care of Juliet all those years, and then he asks the question everyone in Mechanical is afraid to ask. Is Juliet still alive? Walker tells him the truth. No. She doesn't think Juliet survived. She switched the tape not because she thought it would save her. She did it so that Juliet wouldn't die on that hillside in front of everyone who loved her. She did it so they wouldn't have to walk. Pete takes this in silence. And Walker, for the first time, admits to someone other than herself that the hope she gave everyone, the Juliet Lives movement she helped spark, might be built on something that she doesn't actually believe. Lucas Kyle steps into the Legacy for the first time, and his jaw hits the floor. The vault beneath the IT department contains the entire sum of human history. There's a physical storage for items and books lining the walls, and a digital pad that holds all of the books in electronic form. Art, science, everything that was erased from the silo 140 years ago and more is sitting right here, locked behind a door that only 2 people have access to. But Bernard didn't bring Lucas here for browsing. He needs Quinn's code broken, because whatever Salvador Quinn hid in that coded letter 140 years ago, Bernard suspects is more dangerous than the rebellion happening right now. Lucas digs in. He discovers it's a book site. Each number in Quinn's code corresponds to a word on a specific page of a specific book, but the book isn't in the Legacy. Quinn deliberately used a relic, a book out in the silo, so the code could be solved by someone willing to look outside the vault. Lucas tracks down Quinn's descendants, a family of wool makers who spent 140 years trying to live down the shame of being related to the man they were told almost destroyed the silo. They make the cleaning suit wool, 4 generations of penance for a crime their ancestor didn't commit. The old man, Terrence, wants nothing to do with IT or the Quinn name, but when Lucas threatens a judicial search, Terrence's grandson Brandon caved. Before this, Bernard sits Lucas down and tells him the real history. Salvador Quinn didn't fail during the rebellion. He saved the silo. Before Quinn, rebellions happened every 20 years or so. Each one risked the airlock being opened and everyone dying, just like what happened in Silo 17. Quinn realizes that part of the problem was that people remembered the previous rebellion. They passed down stories, grievances, tactics, so he came up with a radical solution: sever the silo from its history entirely. He cut off access to the servers, confiscated the books, and blamed the rebels for destroying everything. Then he put a chemical compound in the water supply to gradually erase people's memories over weeks and months and years. The consequence? 140 years of peace, until Juliet Nichols came along. Bernard is sharing all of this because he needs Lucas to understand the stakes. The coded letter isn't a puzzle to be cracked for fun. Whatever Quinn wrote in that cipher was important enough to encrypt, important enough to leave behind for whoever came next, and Bernard has already told Lucas something else that's been weighing on him. There are more silos, not just Silo 17. Bernard knows about the network. He's known for a long time. The question is, what Quinn knew that Bernard doesn't? Over in Silo 17, things go sideways fast. Juliet dives underwater to fix the pump, using a power washer rig to send air down a tube. It's terrifying. Solo is on the surface operating the equipment, warning her about decompression sickness. If you come up too fast, all these bubbles start building up in your joints. It can make you really sick. It can even kill you. Juliet does the dive. She makes it to the pumps, gets the power cord connected, and signals Solo to turn it on. But when she surfaces, Solo is gone. And then when she finally finds him, someone has shot him with an arrow. Juliet negotiates. She tells them she'll get them into the vault if they let Solo go. But she doesn't know the code. The survivors give her a deadline. Get the vault open before the baby cries again from hunger, or they kill Solo. The young girl, Eater, helps Juliet search Russell's old apartment for clues to the vault's code. Eater's story is heartbreaking. Her parents are dead. The adults who took care of her after that are dead too. She was always just another mouth to feed. That's why they call her Eater. It's all she is to them. Juliet understands this more than anyone. She was the girl who ran away from home at 13 because nobody was taking care of her. Juliet finds what she needs. Not the code itself, but a secondary apartment address for Russell. And in that apartment, she finds the IT's head emergency suit, the one Solo never told her about. There was always a second suit. Solo could have let her leave any time. He kept her here partly because he was terrified of being alone again, and partly because he genuinely needed her to help with the pump. Without it fixed, the rising water would eventually drown everything left in Silo 17, including him. Juliet gets the survivors into the vault. There's food, there's ice cream, there's music, all these things that the kids have never heard of before. Eater's face when she sees all the food is one of the most emotional moments in the entire show. She spent her whole life being defined by her hunger, named for it, shamed for it. And now she's standing in a room full of more food than she's ever seen. For a brief, beautiful moment, everyone is okay. Solo gives Juliet her suit back, and he admits there was always a second suit, the head of IT's emergency suit for an airlock breach. Juliet is furious. She could have left days ago, but she also knows Solo needed the pump fixed to survive, and she wouldn't have met the survivors or found the vault code without staying, so she let it go. She's leaving. She's going home. Before she goes, she tells Solo that his silo had a camera in the cleaning helmet. When Holston and Allison went out to clean in Silo 18, their helmets showed them a fake green world. But Solo tells her something she didn't know. The camera in her own cleaning helmet was transmitting back to Silo 18, and when it stopped working, she was still alive. Meaning Bernard knows she survived. At least, he knew she was alive when the feed cut out. Back in Silo 18, everything is fractural. Mechanical shoots a homemade explosive up the stairwell, not to hurt anyone, but to send a message. During the brief blackout, power stayed on in IT while the rest of the silo went dark. The message to the citizens was clear. IT lies to us. Bernard scrambled to cover it up, claiming Mechanical left IT powered on purpose to frame his department. He announces that Billings has been taken hostage by the rebels, which is a lie. Billings chose his side willingly. Knox discovers who's been feeding information to Bernard. It's Teddy's mother, Math. She poisoned the food supply and planted a fake kill order against Knox and Shirley to turn Mechanical against itself. But she didn't do it out of malice. Her mother is in medical above the blockade, and Bernard's people threatened to cut off her medication. Math was just trying to keep her mother alive. Knox handles it with grace, no execution, no mines, just community accountability. We're gonna give you some tough jobs, remind you who you are, and we'll make sure your mom is okay. But there's a second spy, and this one is devastating. Walker. Bernard lured Walker above the blockade on a fake pump maintenance call. She went willingly, thinking it was legitimate. When she got there, she was taken to see McLean. What she found destroyed her. Carla is alive, but drugged into a catatonic state. Slumped in a chair, eyes open, but seeing nothing. Unable to hear or respond. Bernard's deal is simple. Walker turns the camera in her apartment back on, stays in her workshop, and reports everything she sees and hears. In return, McLean stays alive. If Walker refuses or breaks the deal, McLean gets worse. Walker has no choice. She agrees. The woman who overcame her fear to save Juliet is now a prisoner in her own home, spying on the people she loves most. When she gets back to Mechanical, Shirley asks if she saw something above the blockade. Walker lies. Raiders on every level, armed to the teeth, that's it. It's the first time she's ever lied to her people, and it's eating her alive. Billings, meanwhile, has been investigating on his own. He finds Patrick in the lower levels. Patrick tells Billings things about what's really going on, about the hard drive, about what Juliet was trying to show everyone. And Billings has the children's travel booklet, The Amazing Adventures in Georgia Guide, with real photographs of the outside world. He shows it to Kat. They sit together staring at pictures of trees, sky, people, animals, things that should be ordinary but feel impossible. What happened, Paul? Kat asks. He doesn't have an answer, but every day he holds onto this booklet. Every day he looks at those photographs. The world he thought he understood shrinks a little more. Billings makes a speech to Knox and Shirley in Mechanical. After Holston died, they came to me about taking over as sheriff. I thought they saw a leader in me. Now I know they saw someone they could count on to fall in line. But they misjudged me. I have a lot of questions, and I'm not willing to leave them unanswered. It's the first time Billings has openly declared himself against the upper levels. The guy who has planted a Sims puppet has become one of the rebellion's most important allies. Nox decides to use the remaining gunpowder from supply. Whatever plan he's cooking up, it involves changing the game entirely. They can't win a siege, they can't outlast Bernard's resources. They need to do something nobody expects. Nox has been studying the wall of rebellion names down in Mechanical. Every uprising before theirs followed the same playbook and got the same result. If he uses the same tactics, he'll get the same ending. So he won't. And deep beneath the silo, Lucas follows Salvador Quinn's decoded instructions to their final destination. He convinces Shirley to come with him into the flooded depths below Mechanical, the same area where George found the massive metal door. Lucas tells Shirley that George's tunnel has to be down there, and there have to be hidden pumps keeping the water from filling the entire cavern. Shirley thinks he's crazy, but she goes. They wade into the darkness together. Lucas follows the directions alone from there. He finds a hidden door. Behind it, it's something that nobody alive was supposed to know about. A voice speaks to him, by name. Before you, only 3 people have reached this door: Salvador Quinn, Mary Meadows, and George Wilkins. I did not speak with Wilkins. Quinn and Meadows were both given the same directive: you will now receive. The voice warns Lucas, if he speaks to anyone about this conversation or what he's seen, they will initiate the safeguard. Lucas says he knows what the safeguard is. This is what Judge Meadows found 25 years ago. This is why she quit as Bernard's shadow, why she disappeared for 4 days, why she could never tell Bernard the truth. This is what George Wilkins died trying to reach. George found the door, but the voice didn't speak to him. It spoke to Quinn, it spoke to Meadows, and now it's speaking to Lucas Kyle, the kid who used to draw stars in the cafeteria, who is standing face to face with whatever has been controlling the silos from the very beginning. In Silo 17, Juliet is getting ready to leave, but Jimmy takes her to his parents' old apartment. It's the IT head's living quarters, the place where his father, mother, and him lived before the rebellion. Jimmy hasn't been in here since the day his mother didn't come back. He stands in the doorway, looking at the spot where she made him eat his lunch like it was a normal day, the last normal day he ever had. I got so old, he said quietly. It's been so long. While they're searching the apartment, Jimmy starts remembering. His parents whispered about something called the safeguard procedure. It's a failsafe built into every silo, a mechanism that can kill everyone inside. 10,000 people wiped out. Jimmy's parents figured out how to stop it. Whatever they did, it worked. The people of Silo 17 didn't die from the safeguard. They died because they chose to walk outside into poisoned air. But the safeguard itself was blocked, capped, shut down. And if Juliet can learn how they did it, she might be able to save her own silo. Jimmy remembers more. The safeguard is a pipe, a physical pipe that runs from the outside of the silo, carrying enough poison to kill every person inside. His parents found it and capped it. They trace it on a map of the silo. The pipe enters on level 14. Jimmy's mom worked on level 14. It can't be a coincidence. Jimmy's memories come in fragments. He remembers his father putting him in the vault when the rebellion started. He remembers explosions, gunshots. Then the sheriff brings his dad back, but his mom wasn't there. His dad told the sheriff that it wasn't safe to go outside, but the sheriff wanted the truth. And his dad told him the truth, and that's when everyone walked out. They thought it was safe. But whatever Jimmy's parents did with the pipe, it had nothing to do with the outside air. The pipe is the safeguard, a kill switch controlled by whoever is running the silos. Blocking it stopped the founders from being able to poison the silo from the inside. But the toxic atmosphere outside, that was still there, and everyone who walked out died in it. But the pipe is the real threat for Silo 18. If whoever controls the silos decides to activate the safeguard, they can pump poison directly inside. No going outside required. Everyone dies in their beds. Julia tells Jimmy she has to go now. She suits up using the new suit that she created with spare parts from the firefighters and the good tape around the wrists. Jimmy tested the seal by submerging himself underwater with it. If the water didn't get in, the poison air won't either. It's crude, but it worked. He gives it to Juliet so she can make the walk back. He keeps the IT head suit for himself. The goodbye between Juliet and Jimmy is quiet and painful. She tells Eater, who finally reveals her real name, Hope, that she'll be okay. Hope is strong, smart, capable. And Juliet tells Jimmy she doesn't know what's going to happen when she walks outside. So she won't lie and promise she's coming back. But nothing's gonna stop me from trying, she says. She steps into the airlock, the door seals, she walks out into the wasteland. Back in Silo 18, Nox is done waiting. He announces his plan to the inner circle, and it's terrifying. He'll lead a team to storm the barricade. Shirley follows with a second wave. But winning at the barricade isn't the goal. The goal is to hold the raiders off for at least 3 hours, because 3 hours is how long it takes to rig the generator to explode. The room goes silent. You're gonna blow up the generator? Someone asks. Nox doesn't blink. If we don't get what we want, the threat is clear. Give us the truth or we'll all go down together. But here's the thing. Nox is bluffing. They were never actually going to destroy the generator. The gunpowder rolling through the hallways is real. The timeline is real. But the endgame is leverage, not suicide. Knox wants Bernard to believe he's willing to kill everyone in the silo, because only that kind of pressure will force the truth out. What do you want? Someone asks. I want to know the truth, Knox says. They won't give it to us, not unless they have to. Bernard catches wind of the plan through Walker's camera and sends every raider he has to storm the barricade and secure the generator room. Knox launches his assault. Mechanical charges the barricade with gunpowder explosions, clearing the path. Raiders fight back hard. It's chaos on the stairs, bodies on both sides, people screaming. On the cafeteria display, a figure appears on the hillside, walking towards the silo. The crowd goes silent. Then someone says it. Is that? And then, it's gotta be. And then the whole silo says it. She lives! Juliet lives! Juliet Nichols is coming home. While all hell is breaking loose, Lucas finds Sims and tells him something chilling. The key fob number 18 isn't lighting up anymore. Not because the crisis is over, because it's over. Not the rebellion, something bigger. Lucas can't explain what he learned from the door, but he tells Sims to go to the vault, see the legacy while there's still time. Sims and Camille face their own reckoning. They delivered Billings' message to the sheriff's department in the upper levels. If Bernard finds out, they'll send them out to clean with their son watching. That'll be the most generous punishment he offers. Sims doesn't answer when Camille asks if they chose the wrong side. Instead, he tells Camille it's time. They need to get into the vault. He'll get angry. In the vault below IT, Sims speaks to the voice behind the hidden door. My name is Robert Sims, husband to Camille, father of Anthony. The voice asks why he's here. I want to save the silo. The voice tells Camille she can stay, but Sims and Anthony must leave. Whatever deal was just made with the voice inside the legacy, Camille is now part of it, and Sims is not. Bernard, the man who has controlled everything for decades, finally breaks. He puts on a cleaning suit, takes a gun, and walks into the airlock. He never makes it outside. He just stands there in the airlock, suited up, holding a weapon, staring at the door to the outside world. Juliet finds him there. She's walked all the way back from Silo 17, and when she enters the airlock from the outside, why are you here, Juliet asks. I just want to go outside, feel free for one moment of my life, Bernard says. The gun is for the end, if the pain gets too much. Bernard tells her there's no point in what she's trying to do. It was never in your hands, my hands, anyone's hands. They can kill us at any time they want, because of the poison they can pump in, Juliet asks. Bernard looks at her. You know about that? They both know about the safeguard. Bernard calls it an innocuous little term that means they can kill us at any time they want. Everything he's done, every person he's sacrificed, every lie he's told, and it never mattered. They could kill everyone in Silo 18 with the push of a button. No, Juliet says. Maybe not. She's figured something out about the pipe, level 14. Jimmy's parents capped it in Silo 17. The airlock door is closing after Bernard left. Juliet goes in. Bernard tries to stop her. You can't go in there. You'll burn to death. But as he's trying to hold her back, the door closes behind them both. The burners ignite. They're both trapped inside. Juliet Nichols and Bernard Holland, the two people who've been at war with each other since the moment she pinned on that badge, are trapped together in a burning airlock. Whether they live or die, we don't know, because that's the end of their journey for this season. But the show's not over yet. And then the show does something nobody expected. It cuts away from the silo entirely. We're now in the before times, the world that existed before whatever destroyed everything and forced humanity underground. Two people are sitting at a restaurant, a young congressman from Georgia's 15th district, and a reporter from the Washington Post. They're flirting. It feels like a first date more than an interview. They talk about a dirty bomb attack on the United States, possibly by Iran. The congressman deflects, the reporter presses. Somebody is hiding the truth about what happened and what the government plans to do about it. It's the first time in the entire show that we've seen the world before the silos, before the 144 levels, before the spiral staircase, the cleaning suits, and the cafeteria display. People living above ground, drinking coffee, arguing about politics, not knowing that everything they take for granted is about to end. The congressman hands the reporter a gift he bought from a convenience store, something from his home state of Georgia. We don't know exactly how this connects to the silo, not yet. But we know these are the seeds, the dirty bomb, the government secrets, the lies. The people who will eventually decide that humanity's best chance of survival is burying 51 silos carrying 10,000 people each underground, drugging their water and erasing their history. And that's Silo. Both seasons, every episode, a story about a woman who fixed machines and broke systems, who started at the bottom of a 144-level underground prison and ended up walking across a dead world to find answers that nobody wanted her to find, who was betrayed by the people who ran her home, abandoned by the system that was supposed to protect her, and still, every single time she got knocked down, she got back up, because that's what engineers do. They fix things. This show asks a question that gets more uncomfortable the longer you sit with it. If the truth will destroy everything, do people still deserve to know it? Bernard would say no. Juliet might say yes. And the show never fully picks a side because both of them are right and both of them are wrong. That tension is what makes Silo one of the best sci-fi shows out right now. If you made it all the way through this, you're a legend. Hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and drop a comment letting me know which moment in the show hit you the hardest. Was it Martha walking out of her workshop for the first time in 25 years? George's goodbye video. Bernard showing Meadows the Costa Rica footage after poisoning her. I want to hear it. Season 3 is coming, very soon, and there's still so much we don't know. Who built the silos? What's the full story behind the safeguard? What did the voice behind the hidden door actually tell Lucas? What deal did Camille just make? And can Juliet find the pipe on level 14 and cap it before whoever is watching from the outside decides that Silo 18 has become too much trouble to keep alive? Let alone, will Juliet and Bernard survive the flame room? Check out our other full series recaps if you enjoyed this one. Links in the description. Until next time, stay curious, and whatever you do, don't drink the water. How does a guy with no house, no phone, no car, and nothing in his pocket but a folding toothbrush and a wad of cash become the most dangerous man in every town he sets foot in? Meet Jack Reacher. 6'5", built like a refrigerator that does push-ups, and once upon a time he ran the Army's sharpest investigative unit. Now he just drifts across the country on buses, going wherever he feels like, owing nothing to nobody. Sounds peaceful. It is not, because trouble has a way of finding this man, and when it does, he tracks down every single person responsible and makes them very, very sorry. This is Amazon's Reacher. 3 seasons, 3 towns, 3 giant piles of bodies, and one enormous man doing math in his head right before he breaks your arm. Let's get into it. Quick ground rules first. Each season is its own self-contained case. New town, new villains, new mess. And at the end of every one of them, Reacher just walks off down the road like nothing happened. The only 2 constants across all 3 seasons are Reacher himself and his old right hand from the Army, an elite investigator named Francis Neagley, who we'll properly meet down the line. Okay, Margrave, Georgia. Here we go. Reacher steps off a bus he technically wasn't even supposed to get off of, strolls into a tiny Georgia town called Margrave, Georgia, and orders coffee and peach pie at the local diner. That's the whole plan. That's it. He's only there because of a long-dead blues musician named Blind Blake, who supposedly played his final show in Margrave before dying there. And Reacher figured he'd go learn a little about him. Wholesome. Relaxing. A large man in his pie. He does not get the pie. Instead, the cops storm the diner, throw him on the floor, and arrest him for murder. Welcome to Margrave. See, a body just turned up out by the highway, 2 bullets in the back of the head, beaten to a pulp afterwards. And a giant stranger was spotted walking that same road earlier that day. So naturally, the giant stranger who just rolled into town looks pretty good for it. Makes sense. Enter the lead detective, Oscar Finley, Boston transplant, painfully by the book and wearing a full 3-piece tweed suit in the Georgia summer heat like he's holding a personal grudge against air conditioning. From here on out, this man is Tweed. Tweed sits Reacher down to crack him. Big mistake, because Reacher glances at the case file and reverse engineers the entire crime on the spot. 3 killers, he says. 1 professional shooter who used a silencer and was careful enough to clean up his shell casings. 1 complete psycho who kept beating the body long after it was dead, and 1 panicked 3rd guy who threw some flattened cardboard over the corpse and bolted. The man profiles a homicide like he's reading the back of a cereal box. Tweed is not thrilled about how right it all sounds. And Reacher's alibi checks out anyway. He was on a bus from Tampa when the murder happened, which the cops can verify. So why is he still in a cell? Because of a second man. Meet Paul Hubble, mild-mannered banker, squeaky clean record, never so much as jaywalk. And he just walked into the station and loudly confessed to the murder. One problem, every single detail he gives is wrong. Wrong weapon, wrong everything. The man is lying through his teeth and sweating through his shirt, and you could practically smell the panic coming off of him. This is the panic banker, and he is in way, way over his head. Reacher and the panic banker both get shipped off to a maximum security prison to await for arraignment. And this is where it all goes sideways. A crooked guard accidentally books the 2 of them into the wrong wing, surrounded by lifers, and almost immediately a pack of inmates comes straight at them. Their target? The man in glasses. The panic banker wears glasses. Reacher does the math in about half a second. Somebody paid to have his banker killed in here, and Reacher just happens to be standing next to him. So Reacher handles it the way Reacher handles everything. Fast and brutal, and without changing his expression much. Remember that, he's very good at this. The night the banker finally cracks and gives up a little, he swears he's not a criminal. He got muscled into some kind of financial scheme by extremely dangerous people, and they made him a stomach-turning promise about exactly what they'd do to him and his whole family if he ever stepped out of line. The man is terrified, and unfortunately for everyone, he's terrified for a very good reason. Yeah, this is bad. Next morning, Reacher gets sprung. A sharp local officer named Roscoe Conklin pulled the bus footage and cleared him, partly by lying to the bus company to get it, which, respect. She also thinks he's innocent and kinda likes him, and honestly, the feeling is mutual. She offers him dinner. He needs new clothes first, because Reacher's entire approach to laundry is buying a fresh shirt and tossing the old one. Again, not a joke. This is genuinely how the man lives. But before any of that, Reacher hits the local barbershop and gets the lay of the land. The whole town runs on one name, Kleiner. Some wealthy guy named Mr. Kleiner rolled into Margrave about 5 years back and started pumping money everywhere through his charitable foundation. Fresh paint, polished statues, manicured flower beds, the works. Then his son struts into the conversation, all designer boots and daddy's expensive pickup, and an attitude roughly the size of the county. That's KJ. And from now on, he's trust fund KJ. He makes a point of letting Reacher know he's already read up on him, including some buried charges from his army days. A nice, friendly little threat. Adorable. Then dinner gets canceled, because a second body just turned up. 40 yards from the first one, same caliber bullet. And down at the morgue, Reacher takes the worst hit of his life. That first body, the one he got arrested over, it's his brother, Joe. He recognizes him from a childhood scar he gave him himself, wrestling near a hot stove when they were kids. The brothers hadn't spoken in years. And now Joe's lying on a slab in a town neither of them had any business being in. So Reacher makes a quiet little decision right there in the morgue. He's gonna find every single person responsible for this, and he is going to kill all of them. Told you trouble finds this man, so Reacher stays. Roscoe gets stuck babysitting him. Tweed half-jokingly tells her to just shoot him if he runs, and slowly the three of them stop pretending they aren't a team. First stop, the banker's house. The panic banker went missing, but Reacher immediately clocked something. A clump of field burrs stuck on the banker's dress shoes, the kind that only grab onto you out in the tall grass. A buttoned-up banker who spends his life in marble lobbies has no business trampling through a field. So where exactly has this guy been? Curious. Then, Reacher walks to Joe's death scene and rebuilds the whole thing cold. The shooter waited in the dark, knew Joe was coming, and chose to do it up close instead of from a safe distance. Which means it was personal. Somebody wanted to look Joe in the eye when they did it. Meanwhile, Trust Fund KJ keeps poking the bear. He pays a few local drunks $100 each to jump Reacher out by his car. That goes about as well for them as you would imagine. Reacher breaks a small collection of hands and calmly suggests one of them drive the rest to the hospital, paying full price to get beaten up. Bold. Then the town tips straight into nightmare mode. The chief of police, Morrison, and his wife are found murdered in their home, tortured and killed in a way obviously designed to send a message. And here's the part that chills the blood. The method matches the exact threat the panic banker described back in prison, almost beat for beat. So whoever the banker works for, they just murdered the chief of police as a message. These people own the cops. This is so messed up. And it gets worse, because the mayor, a smiling old fossil named Teal, instantly appoints himself the new chief of police and bans every state cop and federal agent from the case. Keep it all in-house. Real subtle guy. Reacher's certain Teal is dirty. Tweed, ever the cautious one, points out that plain old stupidity can look a lot like corruption from across the room. We will see about that. The crew makes a plan. Pretend to chase the dead chief's old cases like the mayor wants, while quietly digging into the real threat, Kleiner, and whatever Joe was working on. Tweed calls in an FBI buddy he trusts named Picard to move the banker's wife and kids somewhere safe. Hold that name. You'll want it later. Reacher heads back to the prison to lean on that crooked guard, Spivvy, and walks straight into a counter-ambush. A pair of Spanish-speaking heavies with real training try to grab him and haul him to their boss. Reacher fights his way clear and instantly pegs them as South American ex-military. Because of course he does. And now he knows there's hired foreign muscle in the mix. So this thing is way bigger than one little Georgia town. Oh, and Tweed finally digs up what Joe actually did for a living. He worked for the United States Treasury Department, the counterfeiting division. Money. Now we're cooking. That night, Reacher and Roscoe lie low at a roadhouse just across the state line. Storm floods them in, and the two of them get a whole lot closer over vending machine snacks and a slow dance. The bar even spinning some of Reacher's beloved Blind Blake earlier to set the mood. Sweet. Right up until they get back the next morning and find Roscoe's house broken into, a threat carved into his front door, and the same rubber overshoe footprints the killer leaves everywhere. Honeymoon's over. She's going to need a gun. And she gets one, because Roscoe, who is absolutely not the scared little victim everyone keeps treating her as, hands Reacher a hefty revolver her late mentor left behind. Reacher's armed now. Good. He's gonna need it. Down at the morgue, the second body finally gets a name, Pete Joblin, a trucker who hauled freight for a company contracted to, surprise, Kleiner Industries. And when this trucker once in the past landed in legal trouble, Kleiner quietly paid for a fancy high-end lawyer way above a trucker's pay grade. Every single road in this town leads back to the same man. Then the phone rings, and the whole case cracks wide open. It's a Secret Service officer named Molly Beth Gordon, calling for Joe. Except she doesn't know Joe's dead yet, and Reacher has to be the one to break it to her. Brutal. Once she pulls herself together, she hands them the key. Joe wasn't just some agent. He was the director of the entire Office of Investigations, and he'd personally shut down domestic counterfeiting so completely, it became almost impossible to pull off inside the country. So he'd moved on to chasing the international stuff, which means whoever Joe was hunting killed a treasury director just to stop him. She agrees to quietly copy Joe's files and get them over. Hard copies only, no digital trail. Smart. Trust nobody. So now the shape of it is finally clear. Counterfeit money, an entire town bought and paid for, and one very large who just inherited his dead brother's case. The team splits up to work it. Roscoe goes undercover at a bank event and learns the panic banker actually quit that bank a year ago, which means his whole cover story is a lie. Reacher and Tweed walk straight into Kleiner's compound to rattle the man. Reacher notices something that doesn't add up. A massive delivery of animal feed, way more than the few cattle on the property could ever eat. File that one away, it matters later. Kleiner, all syrupy southern charm, advises them to drop the whole thing. Tweed tells him precisely where he can put that advice. Love that for him. And Reacher tracks down the one loose thread who can actually name names. That crooked prison guard, Spivvy, who skipped town with the same Spanish-speaking crew that ambushed him. Reacher runs him to ground, corners him at last, and greets him by name. Reacher's got a dead brother, a counterfeiting empire, a bought and paid for police force, and one cornered guard who's about to start talking. So that cornered guard who was about to spill everything? Yeah, about that. Dead end. Literally. The Venezuelan hired muscle got to Spivvy before he could talk, and Reacher finds the guy folded up in the trunk of their car. Another lead silent. Reacher deals with the heavies who did it the only way he knows how. And just like that, the body count since he stepped off that bus is climbing fast. Tweed is not loving the math. Around here, Roscoe finally...
Hey, Dr. Phil here. I'm a junior doctor from Australia on the psychiatry training program, and today I'm going to react to some interesting footage titled Schizophrenic Episode on Camera. Now, it's very rare these days to actually see schizophrenia captured on camera because often people who are experiencing psychosis don't have the insight and self-awareness to know that they're experiencing psychosis, so why would they film? But this video has received millions of views and is from a channel called Schizoin Through Life, with a gentleman with a lot of self-awareness and promotes a lot of his experience of schizophrenia. So I thought it'd be interesting to make a commentary from a kind of medical psychiatric perspective. So just remember, this isn't medical advice, but this looks fascinating. So let's check out the video.
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to another video. In this video, I decided to record me having an episode, which I'm currently having, and I am going to talk about what I'm experiencing. So, I am currently hearing voices, and they are telling me that there are communist spies out to get me. I've not checked the windows like I normally have because I'm trying to fight it and not like
oh my fucking god.
go to that dark, deep hole. Here we go. Okay, so there's one voice, this man, telling me to turn off the recording software and stop recording.
Já nevím, jakou hru hraješ, ale mě považuj za fanouška. Skvěle. Další krámy doprav. Krásně. Zamířit.
Before I started recording, I'm kind of fading in and out of what's going on, if that makes any sense at all. I don't know. Let me explain more. 1 second, I'm just trying to cope and I'm talking to my parents about how I feel. And then the next second, I'm thinking they're communist spies. And I just... I should have wrote a script for this, but I'm not functional enough to write a script. But...
So, let's talk about some of the things he's brought up and talked about. I think he's already reported 2 of the 4 symptoms, 2 of the major positive symptoms of psychosis, right? Hallucinations. Hallucinations. What's a hallucination? Hallucination is having a percept, a perception, without a stimulus or without an object. So it's hearing voices, for example, without a trigger. Now, often people who have quite a severe psychosis, the voices will be external to their head. It'll sound like they're in the room or going through the walls, and sometimes they're commanding or commentating and derogatory. He's reporting command hallucinations and telling him to turn off the camera. The interesting thing is that he has insight into these hallucinations, which in olden times or in decades ago would be called a pseudo hallucination, a hallucination with insight. And you don't imagine that other people can hear them. Whereas with auditory hallucinations, sometimes you would be surprised that other people can't hear them. All of these things, there aren't any rules because, auditory hallucinations can also come without publicness, without the idea that other people can hear them. So there aren't any rules about what's the difference between a pseudo or real hallucination. And pseudo hallucination is a term that's come out of favor because it feels like that it reduces the disability associated with hallucinations. So I don't really use the term. And it really doesn't change management or what I do. It sounds like the voices are kind of also telling him that there are spies, or communist spies spying on him, and that previously he has had to check the windows, and sometimes he doesn't trust his parents.
To nedostal ten item jsem chtěl,
The kind of belief that there's spies spying on you, that can be a delusion, but it sounds like a secondary delusion, not a primary autochthonous delusion. Now, a delusion that comes out of nowhere and that is pure and primary, whereas a secondary delusion is what's coming from a consequence of something else. So, for example, here you have an auditory hallucination as the main thing, and the delusion is the secondary thing to justify the hallucination. So a hallucination saying you're spied on, and so then you have a belief that you're being spied on, secondary to the hallucination. But again, he has insight into these delusions, which doesn't make them delusions, it makes them ideation, paranoid ideation, because he's got awareness of it, which is very good, right? Treatment. He's definitely experiencing early warning symptoms, early warning signs, like relapse. It's very important for anyone to know their early warning signs, and he probably just needs a bit of augmentation of his ongoing treatment for brief periods.
Oh my god, this fucking bitch.
I'm apparently functional enough to record.
So that kind of turnaround could have been a response to an auditory stimulus he heard behind him. Another interesting hallucination that happens that not many people read or know about is called extracampine hallucinations. So I've seen a patient who always had the sense that there was just a body. He felt it was a spirit or a person hovering just behind him, right over his right ear.
That's kinda ass though.
Always would be checking over his right shoulder because he would have this feeling that someone was just there. And everyone knows the feeling that they're being kind of breathed on down the neck, that there's a body just there. And it's called extracampine hallucination because it's not exactly a sensation that is one of the classic sensations. You know, it's not a visual hallucination or an olfactory hallucination or a tactile hallucination or an auditory hallucination. It's a different sense. It's the sense that there's someone just behind you. And you can imagine how disabling and horrible that is. But that's an interesting point he raises about the intentional opportunity of fall and something going down. Because, you know, if someone is in a full-blown psychotic episode, they're not
but
going to
that's
be
wrong.
to film everything. Like, filming isn't one of the things that their brain is thinking about. You know, it's because they're in another world. So it's very kind of this gentleman, and educational for this gentleman to
Wow.
share the early warning signs
Co to je za cancer, kamo? To je crazy, ale brat.
Ordered this laser pointer on Wish. It's like a
Neomezeně.
it's like the cheap things.
Popálení.
Ordered it 2 months ago and it came in yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. The laser. See? Look at the background.
That's the one thing you're not meant to do with laser pointers. You're not meant to point them in your eye. Oh. Luckily it's Wish, so it's probably not like a very intense laser.
I'm trying to make light of the situation. My necklace broke. I don't know if I mentioned I have this. My security alert or medical alert necklace. It has my name, says schizophrenic, my blood type, and a phone number to call. So in case I say crazy allergies, someone finds me, I got this necklace wrapped up. But it broke a while back. And I need to get it fixed. It was like undecided to talk about it. But what I need to be talking about is what I'm doing with. I'm sorry, I need to be pointing. Oh god. Freaking. I heard a voice all of a sudden yell, I got you. I immediately jumped.
Shit, I'm dead as fuck. Ah.
Yeah, they're very, like, verbal out now that I started recording. I don't know if that has to do with anything. They weren't as bad, but now that I started recording, they've gotten real bad. So for those of you watching, it's really hard to explain what I'm dealing with. Unless you're schizophrenic and watching this, then you probably understand. I mean, I know every person's different, but I think things are most
Musím měl vzít roznahybňování.
what causes schizophrenia. All I know is that it can be genetic and it's caused by illness or something like that. But I don't know why. I don't know, there's a lot we don't know.
So I have a full video about the causes or the theories around the causes of psychosis. So it's very complicated. We accept that there's a hyperactivation of a final neural pathway in the brain that causes the positive symptoms, the mesolimbic circuit, and the predominant kind of neurotransmitter receptor in that pathway is the dopamine subtype 2 receptor. And so a lot of the drugs target blocking that receptor so that we decrease these symptoms or that we will turn down the volume of the positive symptoms of psychosis. But why is there that hyperactivity in the Chinese Olympic circuit is the big question, and there's a lot of theories around it, and it takes hours to talk through them all. But if you want to learn more, check out the other video I made called "How I Conceptualize Psychosis" or "How I Understand Psychosis."
Krista.
To block out the voices, I listen to music really loud, and it helps block out the voices. So I'm gonna do that, but I'll still be talking to you guys. It's just I listen to music.
So this is a very common management strategy for people who hear auditory hallucinations. Essentially, you're trying to compete with the internal stimuli with external external stimuli like loud music to drown out the internal stimuli that you don't have control over. And it really just makes you empathize with how difficult it must be to focus and attend to tasks while experiencing internal auditory stimuli, like auditory hallucinations. Like try and complete an exam or a multiple choice question exam whilst having auditory hallucinations scream derogatory things at you. Like, totally empathize with why life is just so much harder.
If you wonder what kind of music I listen to everything. Like, I like all music, but my least favorite are country and rap. Those are my least favorite, country and rap.
Rap is so good.
Don't hate me for that.
Check out High Red.
But right now I'm listening to Enigma, their 1990 album. I heard an explosion. Like an old classic footage of a bomb makes a mushroom cloud. That's what I heard just now. I don't know if that's a message of meaning something. I keep getting these messages, or these coincidence stuff, and I think they mean something, but I don't know what. I don't know what their message from. Obviously, someone good, I think, or bad. It could be bad, but I think there's someone good. I keep hearing the
interesting talking about receiving messages. Often in psychosis, people can see messages everywhere, and that's a problem in thought reference, and we call it ideas of reference, where they see messages in things that aren't meant for themselves, but they see it as targeted to themselves. And that's a symptom of psychosis as well. I guess another interesting thing is when we were talking about primary and secondary delusions in this video, a very common secondary delusion is the idea of having implants in your ears, or implants like a transmitter has been buried into your skull. That's a very common thing. I was taking care of a patient the other day who said they were a cyborg because of this, and this is because they're getting the experience, they're experiencing like that they're receiving private transmissions as part, like it's their auditory hallucinations. And what would you do? What would you do if you were getting private auditory signals? You would try and justify it with an explanation. And the only explanation that a lot of people, well, a common explanation that people come up with is the idea that there's a special transmitter embedded in them that is receiving these private communications. So that's another example of a secondary delusion, I guess.
Phone ring. This is a common occurrence for me. I hear this phone ring, and I don't know.
Co děláš, Jordan?
Hello?
Kurva, serat, kurva. Serat, skurvený ser, čet, tak nenávidím to čet. Tak vyprcaný čem, vykurvený, vyjebaný.
I just heard a voice on the phone. told me to kill myself. You know, I hear this a lot, and you know, I really debate if I should or not, but I never do. I guess that's a good thing.
So, suicide, schizophrenia. It's a very, very common way. So a third of people with schizophrenia will attempt suicide and 10% will die by suicide. There you go. It's just ridiculously high numbers. Hundreds of times higher risk than the general population. And the stigma is that, you know, these people are committing crimes. I mean, people with schizophrenia are much more likely to be the victim of violence and crimes than the perpetrating of it. The absolute worst thing this young man could do is smoke weed or do drugs. I mean, if you have schizophrenia, like command hallucinations with derogatory content telling you to kill yourself, and drug use, the risk of suicide is so high. I would admit him to hospital. I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know if he does drugs or not. Hopefully not. It would be the worst possible thing he could do for his mental health.
I'm gonna grab my phone again because I threw it across my room. Man, I've been recording for 16 minutes and it feels like only like 2. I really like the making of it. I do. It has nothing to do with what's going on. But I don't know, I'm just looking.
That's an interesting point you made about his perception of time, because you can get disordered perceptions of time when you have psychosis, and it's not a symptom we often ask about, but it's an interesting symptom. And it probably reflects maybe poverty of thought content. You know, one of the ways that you map time is via your experience, but if you're having gaps in experience because of like thought block, or lack of thought content, which is a symptom of a negative sign of psychosis. We talked about the positive signs of psychosis. There's also negative signs of psychosis, which is like an inability to feel emotion, an inability to want to socialize, an inability to have any motivation, and also a lack of thought content. Those are the negative symptoms. And so if you have like a lack of thought, you will probably perceive time very differently to someone who's thinking in a normal linear form.
They're awesome. At least the first song on the 1990 album, Sadness, I don't know, something like that. Okay, so the song is coming to an end, and I'm going to go ahead and go back to without headphones, because I'm going to talk about what I am hearing. Because I realized pretty quickly that's what I should do. I shouldn't block out the voices. I should listen to them and talk about what they're saying. So I heard the phone ring. I got to the phone. It was quiet for a little bit, and then I heard a voice that said, "Kill yourself." And so I threw my phone.
Oh my fuck, that's disgusting,
but
bro.
I have to look out the window. Like, it's hard. I have to. It's like I need to. Like, I know there's nobody out there. I need to. My window is right in front of me.
Disgusting.
It's dark though, so I can't see anything.
Couldn't do shit, bro.
Yeah, I don't see anybody up there.
Oh fuck.
They're telling me there's people out there. I don't know. Well, guys, I think I'm going to end this here. I'm kind of done. I don't feel like recording or anything like that. So, like and subscribe if you subscribe. Hit the bell icon so you know when I post more content. Like it and all that.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I'm not laughing at it. I just.
For watching. I hope this was somewhat educational. I don't think it is, but I hope it helped out. And thank you very much for watching.
Sorry, I don't mean to laugh at all. I just find it, like, wow, what a world we live in where, you know, people going through a schizophrenic episode can, you know, talk about liking and subscribing to YouTube. Anyway, very interesting to see this young gentleman respond to unseen stimuli. I hope he gets the care he needs. He does need some augmentation in his therapy short term to kind of get through this relapse. I'm not sure what his medication strategy is. I will do a video talking about how you do need to treat psychosis with sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but there's no psychotherapy, there's no talking, there's no ways to kind of treat psychosis without having a component of the treatment being psychopharmacology using medicines. Psychosis is just if you found that interesting and insightful, please consider liking, subscribing, and leave a comment down below of what you think I should react to next. I wish him all the best. I wish you guys all the best. He's still uploading, so I hope he's doing well. But yeah, other than that, I wish you all just a beautiful day full of love, and I'll see you all in the next video. All right, bye for now.
Začneme něco dělat? Že by?
I thought I was doing something good for science, but in the end, it was the worst thing I could ever have done.
They thought they were coming here to take part in medical testing of a new drug. Something went wrong.
When you take a new drug into humans for the first time, it's never without risk.
Jsem mu nedával damage, kámo. Tak to je super, píče.
My whole body just went freezing cold and I started shaking. This wasn't something you could stop.
Everything was happening all at once. Vomiting, screaming in pain. It was extremely scary.
Hey Ryan, you still with me?
We had no way of predicting how severe it was going to get.
1000 AP a jsem neudělal nic, vole. Co ti je, přes 1000 AP.
They thought we looked like the Elephant Man. Everybody wanted to get a glimpse of these atrocious monsters.
As a never event. It should never happen. It was profound. I mean, this is unprecedented.
It was like a horror movie with the way it was set up.
Something could have been tampered with, sabotaged, poison. I've never seen anything like this before.
I was in intensive care, fighting for my life, and someone was responsible for that.
Parexel is a large multinational contract research organisation. They had a site which they leased from Northwick Park Hospital, and they were doing clinical trials independently from the hospital on early phase development of new drugs.
I was about 31. I'd just come back from LA. I've been there for 2 months doing an acting course for Screen. It was a really good time, but I'd managed to get a little bit of debt behind me. A friend of mine had done trials, and he said I should sign up. They were offering £2,000, and I thought that was okay. I was interested in the kind of historical, well, just the scientific contribution I could be making.
When I saw the ad, I was like, £2,000 for 3 days' work seemed like a good deal to me, considering I'd done 2 previous trials and it wasn't hard work.
When I first arrived at the Parexel unit, I was running late. I was only 23, so I was a baby. And I just finished university. I was in between a couple of jobs. Medical trials were kind of like a get-rich-quick scheme. A no-brainer, really.
After we had some tests done, we received a pile of paperwork. There was a doctor there.
Ah, there we are.
And he quickly went through what the drug was going to be about. The drug itself was supposed to be able to treat leukemia.
TGN-1412 is a type of drug called a monoclonal antibody. It's important to realise, I think, that we stand on the threshold of a revolution in the way certain types of illnesses, particularly cancers, are treated. The traditional approach to treating cancers has been options such as surgery, chemotherapy or radiotherapy. Chemotherapy agents, as you probably know, are essentially poisons. So TGN-1412 was intended to treat cancers by educating our own immune system into dealing with them. So that's clearly a preferable option.
I thought it's a nice thing to do these trials because not only am I getting some cash for participating, but it's helping science and it's going to help cure people further on down the track.
Every one of the drugs that we all commonly use were once first used in humans. They have to go through that stage before they go into clinical trials and then into widespread use. This was a drug that had shown great promise in animal studies, and the TGN-1412 trial was a first-in-man study. And the first study in humans is about getting to understand how the body deals with the medicine, how it handles it.
There was a first-in-man study. At the time, we didn't really kind of sink in about how important the first-in-man study is. It was never really discussed in great detail. It was just one point in 10, 15 points that was set out.
The thing I need to get you to do now is to sign a consent form. Read through the...
It's important to know that when one participates in a first-in-man study, all that's possible should have been done in the preclinical studies to limit any anticipated risk. But when you take a new drug into humans for the first time, it's never without some risk.
We all knew there's a tiny element of risk, but the side effects were things like you could end up with hives, you could get anaphylactic shock, which is, we can get that from a bee sting, and you can even do a cosmetics trial and have the same reaction. So hey, there's no concern here.
I don't ever remember having any second thoughts. I kind of breezed through and signed off quite quickly.
It was a medicine being tested in a laboratory situation, approved by the government. What could go wrong?
The trial was a double-blind, randomised, controlled trial, and that means that some of the men will have had the active treatment and 2 of them will have had the placebo.
my
The
God.
treatment has no effect. Neither the clinicians nor the men themselves would know who has the active or inactive treatment.
There was 8 of us. It's a bit of a mix of nationalities.
Quite a good mix. I think it definitely covered the basis for
Sono anche
men of our age.
Just to get a good idea of how the body handles the drug, then it's better to have healthy people, usually men, because there's always the risk to reproductive system studying women.
From looking around, I think I worked out that I was probably the oldest. I was 34 years old and I had lots to look forward to in my life. I'd just recently gotten engaged. We were planning a nice wedding, a family, honeymoon, and hopefully children.
The drug company looked at the highest dose without any adverse effects in monkeys, and then they scaled that back 500-fold to give the first dose in humans, giving what they felt was substantial leeway in terms of safety.
Number 1.
With hindsight, being the first person to receive a drug which is the first time in humans, yeah, probably not the smartest thing.
We're going to get ready and administer the compound. Start the machine. Okay. There we go.
As a medical student, I volunteered for lots of drug trials to make extra money. After I graduated, I worked as a junior doctor in hospitals before joining a private drugs company that ran trials. I'd been involved in more than 300 trials when I was put in charge of testing a new drug.
Right. Comfortable? Yeah. Great. All right. We'll come and check on you again in a few minutes. Cool. Great. Thank you.
When you're in the ward, when you have everything connected to you, it gets a bit more real. You know, your feelings are a bit more, maybe nervous. You're kind of just locked in the sense that you're going to be here now. This is where you are. You're not going to move. You know, like a long journey that you're trying to prepare for, and that was the setup then.
Okay. Start the machine.
The whole process is quite quick. Once they finished with myself, they moved over there. But obviously the drug was still going in at the time.
I had a couple of books with me that I was really looking forward to getting stuck into. And the first side effect I noticed would have been a headache. And it was just a slight headache to start with. Around about 20 or so minutes after receiving the drug. But then that got worse and worse and worse. And it was not until the point where it was on the verge of a full-blown migraine that I put 2 and 2 together and say, hey, hang on a second, I've just had this drug pumped into me and now I'm going and getting a migraine, which I never get. I need to be telling somebody about this. I told the nurse that I'm having a major headache. She arranged want anything to taint the effects of the drug that they're testing.
I know they've been in the previous ward and activated their syringe, and then they came into ours. So Ryan was quite a bit younger than me. I think he must have been about 19 or 20. I think he was saving up for driving lessons or something. But no, he's a nice guy. I enjoyed talking to him. I didn't think it would have been done like such a production line. I think they would have given it and watched, and then the next person and watched. But it seemed like they just gave everybody the injection with 10-minute space.
The headache got progressively
What the fuck?
to a migraine, but it was slightly different to a regular migraine, whereas it was coming in waves. It would get really bad, then it would sort of ease off a little bit, then it got really bad, then it would ease off, but over a period of like minutes.
It was only a short period of time before the incident started to occur. And I remember still reading my book and I hadn't got too far into it. David was complaining that he was burning up and his body was getting really hot and his head was hurting. He had to take his top off because he just couldn't handle how hot he was getting. I started thinking, is this going to happen to me?
Still a headache?
Yes.
I'm assuming that maybe I'm a bit slower, maybe it's going to kick in shortly. It was daunting, it was extremely scary.
I'm really surprised that they didn't stop the trial next door. From what was happening to us, they had a chance to save one or two guys.
When they put the syringe onto that mechanical device, pressed go on the machine, you could hear the noise of the syringe pump as it was infusing us. You can just see this liquid creeping down the clear pipe and going into your body. And it's an unusual situation knowing there's, to you, an unknown fluid going into your veins. It's a weird experience.
After giving the dose to the 7th man, a nurse told me one of the men had a headache. While dosing the 8th, the nurse returned and told me that the first man was getting worse.
It was an instant point of like, bang, severe back pain in my lower back. It was way worse than the migraine.
How are we doing, David?
I was trying my hardest to twist and turn to find a position that I could feel less pain. I couldn't understand it. It was so debilitating. It was horrible.
How are we doing?
And then the guy to my left started saying that he had a headache and his head was sore and his back was hurting.
As bad as it sounds, it made me feel slightly better that I wasn't going through this on my own.
Once we'd been injected, within a minute or two, I was feeling like I had hypothermia. It was a bit like if you could imagine being dipped into ice quite rapidly. My whole body just went freezing cold and I started shaking. This was like this. Shivering with cold, but I wasn't cold. This wasn't something you could stop. It was just so extreme that it was just horrendous. Everybody was failing.
turning sick into one of those big yellow biohazard.
Oh, it was terrible. I must have bought a good liter of bile, just solid bile.
It was all manic. Everything was happening all at once. They were vomiting.
Oh.
They were screaming in pain. People fainting. They couldn't control their bowels.
For some reason, patient 3 started to think he would do better if he got out of this place. He was saying things like, I don't want the money anymore, I just want to get out. He just started panicking, started freaking out.
It's really important that you stay in the bed.
He was begging. When he was saying he wanted to go home, he was screaming in pain, which was the most kind of harrowing kind of moment because he was in complete agony.
Let's bring you back.
Yeah, he just freaked. He just thought that they were out to get him and that he would do better if he actually got out of the hospital, as if getting out of the hospital, the pain will go away.
Calm down and relax, okay?
The wards became chaotic. The men were getting worse. Their bodies were in shock.
There was chaos. The nurses were taken off guard.
I remember the doctors not knowing what to do. They were probably afraid. They probably hoped it would only last a short time. They weren't expecting it to carry on and get worse.
It was like a horror movie with the way it was set up. As times progress, you're just kind of thinking, is this going to happen to me? It's like going on a roller coaster. You know it's going to be scary. You're thinking, oh no, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? They close the curtains. You're just there, left with nothing, just noises. I was just like a ghost in the room.
This must have just been terrible for everyone involved. Clearly it was catastrophic for the volunteers, but I think it would have been really scary for the medical staff as well. It's not something you expect to see in your lifetime doing clinical trials, and suddenly there are people getting extremely ill all around you. It was obvious that there was something really serious going on.
I couldn't reach the medical registrar. I ended up running down 2 flights of stairs to the intensive care unit and grabbing the first 2 doctors I saw.
I was still unsure what was happening. Then one of the nurses came to unplug everything. I was told then to go get some food and somebody would be looking short. I remember just kind of thinking, what have I just sat through? Just unsure of everything.
Krásná hra to by to mohla být. Krásná hra to mohla být. Krásná.
And I was told to collect my things.
Ach jo.
And I came back and the ward was empty. 1 minute you're in a ward with patients who sounded like they're fighting for their lives, and then you come back and they're gone. It was so surreal. What's going on? What's happening?
The lights were kept dimmer in there, and I'm pretty sure I was falling asleep and waking up, falling asleep, waking up.
that whole day, where did it go? I felt concerned, but I still had a lot of trust in the company that were doing this trial. I believed that we were safe, and even though it wasn't feeling good, I would never have thought that we were at death's door. It had become quite dark outside. Hours had passed. And then there seemed to be a problem with Ryan.
Hey Ryan, you still with me? Talk to me, tell me how you're feeling.
All of a sudden, some surgeon guys came up.
Okay, what's been going on here, Doctor?
And they drew the curtain around him. I remember then, a few of us were looking at each other like, what's going on here? Because it's quite worrying. That was when I thought, okay, we could be in serious trouble. Is that what we've all got to look forward to? They then wheeled him away, connected to these machines. That was probably the moment that I remember thinking, this is scary.
I wasn't scheduled to be on duty that night. I was having supper with my wife when the phone call came in. My colleague explained the situation. A drug no human had had before, an unknown illness. There were 6 of them. One of them intensive care. Things were changing very quickly. They were deteriorating in front of us. I said, look, this is clearly unprecedented. I'll come in. And he said words to the effect of, yes, that would be a good idea, although shorter and more expletive. So I walked through to the intensive care unit where the first 2 patients had been brought down, looking at him as an intensivist. He was really as unwell as anyone I've seen. His blood pressure was very low, and the settings on the ventilator showed me that, again, his lungs had been quite badly affected. We were having to set things to a fairly high level to keep him safe and stable. So it was clear that this was a very serious situation. We also knew there were 5 more people up there who'd received the same drug. The clock was ticking. The rate at which they were deteriorating was very rapid.
The doctors from the hospital were seriously concerned. This was in the hands of the NHS now, and they obviously have to, they've got a different criteria. They're in it for saving lives, not for making money as well. We knew that this was serious. There was a feeling of who's next. But then, not long after, the 2 guys came to collect me. I remember saying, but why am I being taken there? And he said, well, you're all very ill. And I remember saying, well, no one's going to die, are they? He was reluctant to answer. And he was like, well, we'll see.
The men all had multiple organ failure. Someone said it looked as though one man might die and that I might be charged with manslaughter. I felt completely out of control.
I don't remember being moved. I just woke up in a hallway outside of ITU. My temperature was really high. Apparently by that stage our organs had started failing.
They wanted us to all have this mask on our face, solid on the face. It's because the blood and fluids were leaking into our lungs.
How close I was to dying, it's hard to say. It's not something I went out of my way to find out. It's not something I wanted to know.
They were going into kidney failure. We had a full intensive care unit at that stage. We generated 5 extra beds in the recovery area. What we didn't have was enough kidney machines to suddenly provide extra support. So by this stage of the night, there were police vans crisscrossing, carrying equipment from many hospitals, all converging on Norfolk Park. This was a major incident. By now, things were pretty complex. There were a lot of unknowns. There was no rule book for how to deal with this. Looking at them from the outside, they had unstable blood pressures, their breathing was affected, they were developing organ failures. They looked like people who had become septic. This happens when you have blood poisoning from infection.
They looked as though they might have an infection, so one of the possibilities was that the infusions were contaminated in some way.
They'd all received injections from a batch of vials. So although it would have been made under sterile conditions, there is always a risk that something could have happened.
I kept going back to read the document that detailed everything known about the drug. It mentioned the unlikely possibility of a cytokine storm, an extreme immune reaction.
Cytokines are small proteins involved in the inflammatory response, either to an injury or to an external infection. Cytokine storm is when these become superactive throughout the body. It leads to a cascade of activity, cells attacking other cells, immune cells attacking tissue, and that can lead to organ failure, inflammation, high temperatures, a very nasty outcome.
The clinical trials team told us cytokine release syndrome is a possible side effect profile for this drug. The treatment for that was to give these powerful immune suppressant drugs, high doses of steroids. The trouble was, if we did that and actually this was infection, if for some reason it was all reacting to a severe infection, then we could have made them worse rather than better. So I spoke to people for a reality check. We involved a lot of people.
I got a call at 12:04 in the morning. At first, I did believe him because I just thought this was so incredulous to have 6 healthy volunteers in a first-in-man trial with such a drug all at once, being very unwell. I mean, this is unprecedented. From the signs and symptoms that my colleague was describing to me over the phone, it was more consistent with the cytokine release syndrome by that point in time. And it should be treated as so, and aggressively so.
But if this was infection, then it would have the opposite effect. It would dampen down the immune system of 6 people who were fighting with an overwhelming infection. Patients could deteriorate to the point of death.
These patients may die.
So there was really no margin for error. It was a big decision to take, but it's one that we had to get on with, because even the drugs that we were giving for this would take time to work. So we made the decision. We would treat them as cytokine release syndrome. So 1,000 milligram of steroids is a significant dose. Really all we could do is wait and see.
It was about 3:30 a.m. and my phone rang. It was one of the nurses, and she said that there had been an issue with the drug trial and I needed to get down to the hospital as soon as I could. It was really shocking news. My heart kind of raced and I had no idea what was really happening. One of the doctors came out and explained that David was in very serious condition. He said he may look different, that what they'd been given was starting to swell their bodies. He just wouldn't look quite the same. I don't think anything could prepare you for what you see when you first go in. much so that his eyes were, they looked more like slits. His face was just round like a ball. And his stomach was huge. I thought he had had his hands on his stomach because they were that large, until I realized that his hands were actually beside him on the bed. It was pretty scary to see somebody you love suddenly be so disfigured from what you remember them just the day before. A horrific feeling.
The drugs test that went badly wrong. They thought they were coming here to take part in relatively routine medical testing of a new drug.
Here have been dealing with an extremely complicated set of circumstances, ones they simply haven't come across before.
They are suffering from major organ failure.
6 men remain seriously ill in hospital after taking part in trials in the midst.
The next day, I'm just glued to the news. They had multiple organ failure, they were in intensive care units, all these emotions you didn't want to think of the worst that could happen. Just watching what's unfolding.
A girlfriend of one of the victims says her partner is fighting for his life. Experts say the adverse reaction.
The news caught wind of this story, partly because that woman said we look like the elephant man. So everybody wanted to get a glimpse of these atrocious monsters.
In the morning, the story was all over the front pages. Somebody had used the words elephant man after seeing the swollen face and body of one of the patients. It became a headline that stuck.
I was quite lucky that physically I escaped because I had the placebo. We're all there at the same time in the same place. Why am I the lucky one? It was like Russian roulette. I was just very fortunate that the blanks fell on me.
There were people appearing on camera, speculating what this might be, what might be going on. When anyone's admitted to intensive care and as they start to receive organ support, the treatment that we give them can make them look even more distressing. It can be a shock. The fluid that we give them can make them swollen because you're giving fluid in and it's leaking out. But the cause of it was really not the clinical trial.
Apparently they did pump in a lot of fluid, and it wasn't real until afterwards, talking about it to people, I realized how swollen we got, and where we were seeing the argument.
In something that the authorities say is virtually unprecedented in British medical history.
The media interest all over in Istanbul did add pressure to us. There were comments that this is very serious, they could all die.
Hospital in a very difficult situation. It's unknown territory, treating a reaction to an untested drug.
The patient had by now 2 doses of steroid, but we couldn't tell if the things we were doing were going to help in the long run. You give the treatment that you think is best. In this case, everything was deteriorating further.
Scotland Yard has also become involved. It's trying to establish if there was any foul play at all, if any of the drugs had been tampered with in any way.
On the Tuesday morning, there was a phone call from the Special Crime Unit in the police. Something had gone very much wrong with a clinical trial. A tragedy, a crisis that affected the lives of these 6 young men. And I've never seen anything like this before. This was treated as a crime scene. The police seized not only the drug that had been administered, but also the placebo. They seized clinical samples, blood samples. Something tampered with, sabotage, poison, and that the smoke might have been the victim of such behaviour. These
were seized and held under the rules of criminal evidence, so they came to us and sealed evidence bags. The first and basic level is that somebody made a mistake. It was the wrong drug. It had been mislabeled. It had been contaminated with something. It was the wrong strength. The basic pharmaceutical science of this drug had not been carried out properly. And of course, included in that list of possibilities is a possibility that someone had deliberately adulterated this drug. These are real people, and we owe it to them and their families to find out what had gone wrong. This needed to be investigated.
Doctors at the Northwick Park Hospital are trying to save the lives of the 6 volunteers. Other experts are already trying to find out why they all suffered such extreme reactions to what should have been a routine test.
Underlying it all, this was still a mystery.
We didn't know if this was going to get more severe or if this was the extent of it.
David was in and out of consciousness all the time. He had enough strength to sort of squeeze my hand, but that was about it. And then he kind of dropped off again.
All the doctors could tell us was that they were doing as much for us as they could, but they had no certainty on what was going to happen next.
I can only, feel for them because it must have been a horrible time, especially, not knowing if they were going to pull through or not.
The first round of tests that were carried out were identity and purity tests. We were able to show very quickly, using a simple chemical test, that this was the right drug, it was the right strength, and it wasn't contaminated with anything else that would have caused this reaction. The next step was to understand why those preclinical safety tests hadn't worked.
This morning after falling dangerously ill while taking part in clinical trials.
Suddenly on Wednesday morning, we were doing a ward round and we said something's happened. The 4 patients who were awake suddenly told us almost within an hour of each other, I feel much better suddenly.
After 2 days or so, that's when I could feel things were improving.
Because life wasn't on the line anymore.
We all seemed to perk up. I remember feeling really hungry and feeling that I was going to be safe.
The fevers all went down at about the same time, and even the 2 patients who were already on ventilators or in multi-organ failure needing a lot of support, their fevers went down, some of their numbers started getting better. Signs of the underlying inflammation seemed to be coming out.
I suppose everyone felt relieved, but also we had to ensure that we weren't going to miss something including that relief.
It was a long way from knowing that they were completely out of the woods, but it was the first sign we'd had that things might be turning a corner. And it was striking how it all happened more than simultaneously. It was almost like a switch going on.
Taking off the machines, the doctors felt that our organs were back to a state in which they could start doing their job. The intensive care unit was wonderful. I know there's a few other drug trial companies out there that are not located in a major hospital, and if I'd been there when this had happened, wow, I guess I might not have been so lucky.
I'm very proud of the teamwork people showed. Everybody. And the way the hospital as a whole responded to the challenge.
Just a fantastic example of how people come together when things get really tough and a very unprecedented event.
I knew that I'd been very ill and I was still recovering. But if it wasn't for Dr. Ganesh and his team, which I'm sure we're all very grateful for, making those decisions, it'd be a very different story. We're really lucky to have had the NHS.
The company running the trials, Parexel, has apologised to the families concerned.
Well, they do though warn that at this early stage, it is still difficult to make a comment about a longer-term prognosis for all of these patients.
You know, there are different types of recovery phases. The blood counts will start to recover in a different way over days. The liver enzymes will start to respond in a different way over a month. And even anemia, which comes as a consequence of cytokine storm, takes up to 6 months to recover. So there are different phases of recovery from cytokine storm, especially one as severe as this.
I was watching some TV show which talked about us, why we did it, should we have done it, what we should deserve compensation-wise, and I thought, I want to guess this was involved.
After the trial took place, some of the trial participants wanted some legal advice as to what they should do next. They were feeling incredibly shocked and frightened and had no idea what the future held for them at that point. There was the huge concern about cancer and any autoimmune diseases. There was a concern also that it may impact on their ability to have children. It's quite a stressful situation, really.
My organs were back working, but I was like an 80-year-old. My muscles were just wasted away. What was in the drug or the storm it created, it's supposed to like attack cells such as bad cells like cancer and things like that, but because we didn't have anything like that, it started attacking our own tissue, our own muscle, and it just wasted away our muscles.
I definitely remember thinking that although they say we could be okay within 3 years, there was the concern that we wouldn't, because who knows what's going to happen. There's the chance that all of us end up with the same illnesses, and then what happens?
Yeah, we had no immune system at all, so we were given instructions on not to go on the tube or trains or buses, just in case if someone was to cough near us with some sort of germs, we'd have no way to fight it off.
I knew he was still in intensive care, and I wanted to give him a bit of support. So I went down to say goodbye to him, and he wasn't able to speak, so he was just like, I remember him showing his hands, and they were like, hey, what about my hands? I saw that his fingers had blackened, and there was no hope for saving the fingers. I realised that he was certainly in a worse condition and he had come off of this in a very bad way, and someone was responsible for that.
For me, one of the most shocking features of the drug trial was the spacing between the doses. Our clients were being injected with this new monoclonal antibody in quite quick succession. Some of our clients were left actually starting to experience problems, whilst others were actually just being injected for the first time. That, even from a layman's point of view, seems ridiculous, frankly. It's another significant concern. They seem to receive the whole drug in 3 to 6 minutes. I'm not sure that the preclinical testing on animals was done at that pace.
which was something that is quite often appears prior to cancerous lymphoma cells appearing.
It was a big shock because by that point I thought we were starting to move on.
We got married roughly 3 months after the drug trial, and of course, normally with wedding and marriage, you think about children afterwards, and that was something that I was very worried about, with the fact that having this cancer scare, even the effect, with the drug hadn't been in my system, is there any chance it could flow on to the children?
Do you want a child born and then have the possibility of their father having cancer or dying soon after?
I was very down. The worst down.
Those findings were that the trial had been conducted as intended, and we had not discovered anything that was deliberately or unintentionally wrong with the way in which that trial had been managed.
Our clients felt that the MHRA report was a report that was rushed out and unfortunately was a bit of a whitewash.
The MHRA saying that it was unpredictable is just their way of passing blame, because they're the ones who said it was an okay trial to do.
I believe that the decisions that were taken were entirely appropriate and consistent with the current state of scientific knowledge. And I don't think anybody can be held responsible for knowing something that they don't know and they couldn't know at the time.
But embarked upon a medical trial and they were ill prepared. They didn't have any backup.
Everything you did followed protocol. If you knew what was going to happen, you would need to do it. That's why you do trials.
They sure had an idea of what to do. Positive things didn't really start happening to treat us until they involved the outside community, and they had the answers.
There were people saying that it was rushed, and they didn't feel that it was happening in a considerate way. It was all about it being churned over, on with the next one, on with the next one. And so we probably felt disgruntled, like we were just cogs in the machine. And we were human guinea pigs, and nobody wants to feel that way.
We had no scientific or rational explanation. It was dangerous in humans and completely ineffective in the monkeys.
I think the biggest problem with that study was that 3 of the preclinical tests gave an answer which suggested there wasn't a risk, where there actually was.
Over the next 3 to 4 years, we came to understand why. We know, of course, that macaques and humans are very similar species. The T cells, which is a particular cell of the immune system that this drug is supposed to target, have on their surface a molecular structure called a receptor, which binds to the drug. And when the drug binds to the receptor, the cell is stimulated to respond. We also know that the monkey T cell receptor and the human receptor are virtually identical. But despite the fact that the monkey T cell binds TPN1412, it has a very similar receptor to the humans. It does not respond to the TGN14 stimulus in the way that the human T-cell does, and it does not stimulate this kind of T-cell proliferation and cytokine response in monkeys without an additional stimulus.
One might call in a clinical trials community as a never event. It should never happen. And that's why this has changed how first-in-human studies are done internationally.
The independent review was commissioned by the Secretary of State for Health. The findings of the review were really very interesting in that they recognised and developed areas where we could improve our practices.
One of the critical recommendations was that where individuals are receiving a drug for the first time, that drug shouldn't be given to a number of volunteers all in the same day. There were other recommendations in relation to the size of the dose that the individual should receive.
Clinical trials are certainly safer than they've ever been because there is now more attention to the potential risks.
The report has been adopted by the European Medical Agency and therefore applied to the whole of Europe. So those are recommendations that have had a long and hopefully long-lasting effect.
That was the last first-in-man trial I did. As doctors, we swear to do no harm. Oh, I felt guilty every day for years. I'd like to look them in the eye and say sorry.
Summing up the whole period, that whole miserable, sad time, I would just simply say I was unlucky. But it didn't kill me, and that's pretty good. We have 3 kids now. Having my first child, with the fact that there's a chance we might not have been able to have kids, made it even more special.
I think one of the things for me is that I'm glad to have been part of something that has reformed the whole industry, and the trial has made me realise that life is quite precious and that we need to make the most of it really and have a sort of healthy mindset about being alive.
I think medical trials are very important, and it's to advance our knowledge of medicine, and it's not really until you have a loved one that is really sick and could be dying, and they're saved by a drug which is obviously went through this sort of drug trial initially. Do you fully appreciate how important those things are?
I'd like to look them in the eye and say sorry.
Summing up the whole period, that whole miserable, sad time, I would just simply say I was unlucky. But it didn't kill me, and that's pretty good. We have 3 kids now. having my first child, with the fact that there's a chance we might not have been able to have kids, made it even more special.
I think one of the things for me is that I'm glad to have been part of something that has reformed the whole industry. And the trial has made me realise that life is quite precious and that we need to make the most of it, really, and have a sort of healthy mindset about being alive.
I think medical trials are very important, and it's to advance our knowledge of medicine. And it's not really until you have a loved one that is really sick and could be dying, and they're saved by a drug which is obviously went through this sort of drug trial initially. Do you fully appreciate how important those things are?
Den 4. Super game. Hele. Říkal jsem, že prostě pojedeme a dáme všechny tady tyhle bonusy, ale jak můžete vidět, tak jsme na prvním dní, protože včera byla sobota a já jsem to včera trošku nestihl, protože bohužel práce přednější, ale nevadí, takže získáváme inteligenci, bohužel, ale jak vidím, možná, je to ale dobře, protože tady 3. a 4. den, pokud teda to stihnu zítra, tak máme, já jsem zapomněl, jak se jmenují, elíky prostě, ty s křídlama, lítající elíky, takže musím aspoň do 3. dne zítra a pozítří to musím zvládnout nějak. Jak jsem pochopil, tak celá tahle oslava a akce je čistě o fucking prodat co nejvíc. Den 4. dní, protože nevadí. Pokud teda to stihnu zítra, takže tě o fucking prodat co nejvíc houbiček. Ale grind se cení. Tak co? Jo. Budík. Ta stro. Tak to je. Těžuju. Můžeme prodat, to nepotřebujeme. Ne. Stovka, tak jo, kilínko. Kámo, za to jednu houbičku plus 26 výdrže. Místo tady 2 obratností, co máme, kámo, to máme ještě z prvního dne, ne? Bez tak, jo. Body. Oj. Tady, houbička, ne asi. Prostě musím to teďka prostě bedlivě sledovat a klikat na houbičky. Další. Kámo, dneska nám fakt pevně. Jo. A teď ještě.
Minor setback. I won't be stopped. Now, which weapon should I end you with? Decisions. A joke? I've got a friend for that. I'm fine without allies. Usually.
fucked up into pieces, it puts you back together. Doesn't matter.
Cybersecurity is quite a unique industry to be in. Everything always is changing. But you know what doesn't change is the lies. All right, so today I'm going to overview some of the biggest lies I've seen propagated around in security, both from a career and technical perspective. Now, my attempt here, it's not to gatekeep, to be negative or discouraging. Really, it's just to be grounded in the fundamentals, transparency, and knowing where to spot the BS while finding opportunities that might work for you. So let's start with the career ones. These are always things that irk me. The first lie, cybersecurity is always hacking. Unfortunately, our Hollywood aspirations.
I'm taking over a TV network.
Cybersecurity certainly has a portion that includes hacking, red teaming, pen testing. I'm kind of coupling those all together, even though they are a little bit different. And it is important to have that, but it's not necessarily real. Ethical hacking has and always will be kind of a sub-segment of a much larger whole, which encompasses security. Especially now with the new developments in AI hacking, bug bounty, pen testing, I think we're going to see a need for offensive security professionals who have experience, but the role is going to continue to be pushed into more of a maybe decision role compared to just hands-on keyboard the entire time. So this is going to lead to new opportunities for some, but I think it's going to change the way that we look at offensive security. The second career lie. There are millions of unfilled cybersecurity jobs, aka the security skill shortage gap. The skill shortage gap at this point is largely, I think, a myth, and I don't think it's ever been realized. The largest factor here for most organizations is experience. Companies require experience and often a solid background, and for a lot of individuals who are getting into security, they don't have that relevant experience or network to tap into, which then leads to them, unfortunately, not being hired. I think the skills shortage gap maybe was kind of a creation of certification companies, universities, training providers to provide an incentive for individuals to kind of see the next frontier of IT jobs. I just don't know if these have ever been realized. I don't know if it ever will be. Lie 3 is cybersecurity salary expectations, especially for kind of entry-level individuals. So this is perhaps one of the most disingenuous lies propagated around social media, especially YouTube, with this idea of like 6 figures always within a relatively short period of time. Usually it's buying someone's program, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just a very disingenuous message. So this isn't reality. And don't feel discouraged if you see these, 100K, 200K salaries being normalized on YouTube or on social media. Individuals who are constantly, showing, oh, look at me. This lie really irks me because it's just a lie that is propagated around and kind of feeds on people's emotional instability or like wantingness to, of course, make money, which is important. Now, security, it often requires experience and knowledge depth to get to those salaries. And you can certainly climb your way through those salary bands. But usually it takes time, it takes effort, luck, and location, of course. So I'm not saying don't know your worth, but also these large salaries typically are very, high-end, and they just aren't consistently real. Next one is cybersecurity certifications. This is another one that's kind of irked me for a while now. So over the years, we've seen these training providers have a large influx of certifications being propagated around. It's a bit difficult to know like which ones to pursue, if you should even pursue one. And from a monetary perspective, from the training provider, certifications are like the gold. As a student, you are usually going to have to pay for training material. You're going to usually have to subscribe extra to lab access, it's hands-on lab. You have renewal fees for the certifications itself, and you have a certification voucher. And if you fail that, you have to retake it again. So there are a lot of good opportunities to make good money from certifications. And I think that's perhaps why we've seen so many certifications from training vendors. Now, certifications, they are helpful when they're practical, when they're informative, and they provide a structured pathway for you to learn, a certain set of skills. I would argue that most of these certifications don't hold their weight in interviews because domain expertise and experience, once again, matters the most. So certifications are a nice little add-on, and I would not be sucked into this mindset of like, this is going to help me 100% get a job. It's a nice add-on, but it's, like I said, it's not going to be what gets you the job. And this is why I don't ever promote certifications on my channel. Moving on to some technical lies. First one is password rotation. This one's largely been debunked at this point. Changing your passwords every 90 or 100 days is not nearly as impactful as having a strong password. Oftentimes, people who are forced to update these passwords through those policies will typically make those small adjustments to their original password. Often this defeats the very purpose of creating a strong, unique new password. And it's just not as nearly as important as having a really strong password. Second technical lie, antivirus will protect you from all attacks. AV will protect you from commodity malware. This is often malware that has a signature or known footprint, but it's not going to protect you from social engineering attacks and, new types of attacks that are developed. Most consumer AV products, they're no longer needed, and I think this is the reason why you've seen or perhaps continue to see AV companies advertise. It's to try to attempt to keep their name and brand relevant to you, to kind of insert some sort of need that you don't need. Windows Defender and macOS X Protect, they're really all you need for an everyday user, so AV is largely no longer needed from a consumer perspective. Next technical lie, compliance and audit requirements. So oftentimes, you large organization or organization in general have to pass these compliance frameworks, and typically that includes an audit. And they do provide good baselines of checklists for things you must do to pass that particular framework. But just because an organization is SOC 2 compliant, for example, doesn't necessarily mean that their defenses aren't susceptible to oversights, to trickery, to leading to attacks, and even basic ones still occurring and getting through. So they serve as a good baseline, but it doesn't necessarily mean you are good to go. You're secure. Next lie is cyber attacks. Honestly, most of them begin with humans. It's not some lead XOR attack, unfortunately. Humans, they're at the center of everything we do, and a large majority of these attacks start with human susceptibility and just a simple mistake. Elite attacks, or low-level ones, they are quite cool. They're fun to read about and follow, but a majority of attacks that occur and get into consumer desktops, digital lives, they typically are ones revolving around social engineering and human trickery. So just beware of that as you continue to, of course, live in your everyday life. This was a small list of 8 that I came up with for these cybersecurity lies. I think there's a lot of misinformation that gets propagated around, whether it's for clicks or attention, or it's just, practices that never prove to be really true. I think it's important that you stay grounded and know where to navigate through the BS, because honestly, there's a lot of it out there. So make sure that you're doing a good job of filtering through the information, finding the curated outputs that are good for you, and you know what it is. Until the next time,
Hey, 42 here. 500 years ago, a tiny band of Spanish conquistadors landed in what is now Peru, and between them, they toppled one of the largest and most powerful empires on the planet. As for how, that's what we're going to find out in this video. But in case you can't wait that long, let me give you the gist. The Spanish conquered the Inca thanks to a monumental stroke of luck, a room full of solid gold, an out-of-control bioweapon, and what might just be the greatest ambush in military history. This is the truly remarkable story of how 168 men conquered an empire of 10 million. This is the story of the fall of the Inca. In early 1532, the Inca Empire was one of the biggest and most advanced on Earth. Home to around 10 million people and covering an area of more than 2.5 million square kilometers, it was by far the largest empire ever to exist in pre-Columbian America. It was well organized, had advanced politics and fierce military power, and Inca engineering would have impressed even Europeans. The Inca rulers of the age had every reason to believe their glorious civilization would continue to grow and prosper for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. And yet, just 18 months later, the Inca emperor was dead, and his mighty empire was in ruins. Considering the Incas' wealth and influence, the speed of this demise is nothing short of astonishing. But even more remarkable is how it happened. Because the Inca weren't beaten by a mighty invading army or an apocalypse-grade natural disaster. No, they were defeated by precisely 168 Spaniards. Now, I know what you're thinking. That is literally impossible. And trust me, I get it. I've put dozens of hours of research into this topic and I still have trouble believing it. But what I'm going to tell you in this video is well-established historical fact. Now, if you follow this channel regularly, you'll know that the Spanish had already had a bit of practice conquering powerful New World civilizations in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. A decade before taking on the Inca, a chap called Hernán Cortés had done a number on the fearsome Aztecs in what is now Mexico. That experience had taught the Spanish plenty about the vast differences between their culture and those of the New World. But it had also taught them that they had something in common. They both bloody loved gold. Gold was the fuel of the Spanish Empire. It paid for armies, bought noble titles, and directly translated into unimaginable wealth. They got a great deal of it during their conquest of the Aztecs. But like the AU addicts they were going to need some more, and fast. Luckily, they had a pretty good idea of where to look. As far back as the early 1500s, there had been rumours of a large, and more importantly, rich kingdom somewhere to the south. No sooner had the Aztecs been defeated, the Spanish started trying to find it. There were several expeditions to what we now call South America in those early days, but the most important ones, for the purposes of this story, were led by Francisco Pizarro. A man born to humble beginnings, Pizarro had gone to the New World in his 30s in search of a better life. To some extent, he found one, rising through the ranks to serve as the mayor of Panama City. But he hadn't travelled halfway across the world to become a bureaucrat. His ambitions were far loftier. In 1524, he and fellow wannabe conquistador Diego Almagro led an expedition south from Panama City along the Pacific coast in search of the wealthy civilization that was rumoured to exist there. Unfortunately for them, they didn't find it. Instead, they found treacherous swamps, an impressive variety of tropical diseases, and lots of angry locals who were quite keen to murder them. The expedition was an unmitigated disaster. 0 square miles of territory were claimed for the Spanish crown. Not a single ounce of gold was stolen, I mean liberated, and lots of Spaniards died in various horrific ways. When co-commander Diego Almagro lost an eye to an arrow in a skirmish in what is now Colombia, they decided it was probably best to go home. But neither Francisco Pizarro nor Diego Almagro were men who gave up easily. Pizarro in particular was relentless. Perhaps because conquering giant New World civilizations with bugger-all men was in his blood. Pizarro was the second cousin once removed from Hernán Cortés, the man who'd defeated the Aztecs with just 500 men. That family's got a lot to answer for. Anyway, 2 years after their disastrous first expedition, Pizarro and Almagro were back for another bite of the guava. This time with almost double the manpower and even a few horses. To begin with, the second expedition went pretty much the same way as the first. Swamps were traversed, diseases were died from, and far from finding a vast, wealthy civilization, the Spanish found little more than the odd primitive village. But Pizarro and Almagro's fortunes changed dramatically thanks to a chance encounter somewhere off the coast of what is now Ecuador. That's where one of their ships came across a large raft floating serenely through the treacherous waters of the Pacific Ocean. At first, this raft appeared to be little more than an insignificant curiosity. At more than 10 meters long and 6 wide, it looked absolutely nothing like any kind of ocean-going vessel the Spanish had ever set eyes on. But it wasn't the raft itself that changed Pizarro and Almagro's fortunes. It was what the raft was carrying. Gold. The apparently primitive craft was full of the stuff, as well as silver, emeralds, fine textiles, and pottery. By this point, the Spanish had a few young natives amongst their crew to act as translators, so communication, though difficult, was just about possible. The men on the raft claimed to be traders from a large, wealthy port city to the south called Tumbes, part of a vast, rich empire. During the garbled conversation, one word in particular came up a lot: Inca. Though Spanish chroniclers of the time recorded it as Inga. The word referred to the leader of this great empire, Inca, literally meaning ruler or emperor. But over the years, it became the Western name for the entire civilization. In case you're wondering, the people we now call the Inca refer to themselves as the Tawa-Tinsui. And no, that probably isn't how you pronounce it. Anyway, the discovery of this pimped-out raft was exactly the proof Pizarro and Almagro had been looking for. But by this point, supplies were running critically low, and many of the men were suffering from a range of ailments and injuries. In other words, they were in no shape to head out conquering. Instead, Pizarro and Almagro did the 16th century equivalent of calling for backup by sending a ship back to Panama to request more food and men. But to their surprise, the request was denied. The Spanish colony of Panama had never been wealthy, and the governor, Pedro de los Rios, had had enough of funding expensive and so far fruitless expeditions to the south. So, rather than send the support Pizarro and Almagro had asked for, he ordered that they sail home immediately. Almagro reluctantly complied, but Pizarro refused. He'd found a solid lead suggesting that the next great New World civilization was lurking somewhere to the south, just waiting for a brave Spaniard to come along and conquer it. So rather than head back to Panama City, Pizarro made a very bold and, as we'll soon find out, very stupid play. Gathering what remained of his men, he offered them a choice. Either they could sail back to Panama with their tails between their legs, or they could stay with him to seek fortune and glory to the south. His inspiring speech complete, Pizarro waited for the inevitable flood of men to rush to his side. But apparently, he wasn't much of a public speaker, because just 13 agreed to join his mini rebellion. The rest hopped on board the nearest ship and buggered off home. That left Pizarro in a bit of a predicament, actually left him in a lot of a predicament. The Spanish were the undisputed masters of toppling entire civilizations with just a handful of men. But even for them, 14 was pushing it. So, with progress towards his main quest now essentially impossible, Pizarro and his micro-army were forced to take on a side quest. Survive alone in enemy territory for 7 months. They did not have a good time. At first, they set up base on Isla de Gallo, which is basically a tiny island separated from what is now Colombia by a narrow tidal inlet. But it very quickly became clear that long-term survival there was impossible. There was no fresh water to drink, food was scarce, and the men were constantly harassed by local tribes. Pizarro and co were forced to beat a hasty and extremely dangerous retreat by building a crude wooden canoe and paddling it more than 100 kilometers up the coast to a small island they'd spotted on the way from Panama. Life there was terrible. There was at least fresh water, but food was still in short supply, and the men often went hungry. They had no tools to work the land, and no materials to build shelter from the relentless tropical downpours. And, whilst thankfully no humans lived on the island, plenty of other things did. There were so many venomous snakes that Pizarro dubbed their new home La Isla Gorgona, a reference to the snake-head gorgons of Greek mythology. It still bears that name to this day. Pizarro and his men fully expected to die in snake head. But after 7 brutal months bear grills its house on Gorgona, they were unexpectedly rescued by Diego and Almagro and taken back to Panama. Given what they'd been through, you might expect that Pizarro and his fellow castaways, known these days as the famous 13, would have been keen to put their feet up for a bit, preferably somewhere warm, dry, and 100% snake-free. But, remarkably, 7 months marooned in hell had done absolutely nothing to dampen their desires to venture south in search of riches. Diego Almagro was equally keen to get back out there too. But the governor of Panama was just as determined as ever to block any further expeditions. And this is where Francisco Pizarro executed a negotiating tactic so effective, it's still used in workplaces all over the world, even today. What do you do when your boss won't let you do something that you really want to do? Easy, you go and ask his boss instead. In this case, the governor of Panama's boss was a chap called Charles. Or to give him his full title, Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, Archduke of Austria, and King of Spain. Pizarro sailed back to his homeland in 1528 to convince King Charles to approve a third expedition to South America. It's clear Pizarro understood his audience, because he made sure to bring plenty of gold and gemstones captured from the Tumbes raft along with him. Given that Charles V was basically gold member from Austin Powers in a big fancy crown, Pizarro's request was granted immediately. But he was given far more than the simple green light to launch a third expedition. By virtue of a royal decree called the Capitulation of Toledo, Pizarro was granted the governorship of a brand new province to be known as New Castile, that would stretch from the border of Panama some 200 Spanish leagues, or just over 1,000 kilometers, along the Peruvian coast. He was also granted the title of Adelantado, made Captain General of the new region, and given a big fat salary to go with it. It was everything Pizarro had dreamt of, and more. But, ironically enough, it would also prove to be the death of him. Literally. Though not for the reasons you might think. More on that later in the video. As the proud new owner of a big old chunk of South America, Pizarro sailed straight back to Panama to give the tens of millions of locals the good news. In January 1531, he embarked on his third and final expedition. His target was Tumbes, the wealthy coastal trade hub mentioned by the Pimp My Rafters. It was a distance of about 1,300 kilometers as the crow flies, but it would take them more than a year as they battled currents, storms, and whenever they were forced to make landfall, the locals. The expedition finally reached Tumbes in the spring of 1532, but the city was not at all what any of them had expected. Actually, that's not quite true. In many ways, Tumbes was exactly what they had expected. A large, advanced settlement with stone buildings and paved roads. There was just one problem. It was in ruins. Much of Tumbes had been burnt, and it was mostly abandoned. Its buildings damaged, and its plazas eerily empty. Whatever had happened here, it was recent, and it was violent. Pizarro would find out the gory details soon enough, but for now, he was forced to improvise. He originally planned to make first contact with these Inca at Tumbes, but that clearly wasn't going to happen on account of everyone being dead. Instead, like the first settler in a game of Civ, he started scouting about looking for a good place to found a city. The spot he chose was here, and he named the settlement San Miguel de Pior. It was the very first Spanish settlement in what we now call Peru. More importantly, it was also the first Spanish settlement within the borders of the mighty Inca Empire. The stage had been set. Confrontation was inevitable. But to begin with, things were surprisingly amicable. There were no dramatic standoffs, no full-blooded assaults, no confrontations of any kind. In fact, it was completely the opposite. When the Inca finally came, they were bearing gifts. Turns out they'd been aware of the Spanish for some time and had only been waiting for the right time to introduce themselves. That time had apparently come, because along with the gifts, the Inca envoys brought a message. Actually, an invitation. The leader of his great empire was keen to meet them. Pizarro was naturally delighted. Page 1 in How to Conquer New World Civs for Dummies clearly stated that the first thing to do was figure out who was in charge so you could try and kill him. According to the envoys, the Inca emperor was hanging out at some hot spot about 350 kilometers to the east. Pizarro gathered his men and set off at once. The journey would take them 2 grueling months as they trekked across deserts, forded rivers, and wound their way up steep Andean valleys. Eventually, they made it to a highlands town called Cajamarca, and it was around this time that Francisco Pizarro realized he'd fucked up. Because camped not far away from the city were approximately 80,000 fearsome Inca warriors. Despite having just 168 men at his disposal, Pizarro had come into the highlands with conquest on his mind. Everything he'd heard about the Inca Empire indicated it was on the big side, but never in his worst nightmares had he expected to be outnumbered almost 500 to 1. Now, clearly, I would have made a terrible conquistador, because I would have hopped on the nearest horse and legged it. But apparently, Francisco Pizarro was made of sterner stuff, because far from fleeing, he led his men into town and sent a messenger into the giant Inca to request an audience with the emperor. These 2 utterly mismatched forces would do battle the very next day. Now, if the bookies had been taking odds at this point, they'd probably have put a Spanish victory at about a gazillion to 1. But we already know how this story ends. Somehow, the Inca were beaten at Cajamarca, and ultimately, utterly defeated soon afterwards. But how is it physically possible for 168 men to defeat an army of 80,000, let alone go on to conquer an empire of 10 million? Well, to answer that question properly, we're going to have to back up a bit, because despite the incredible show of martial strength at Cajamarca, not all was quite as it seemed in the Inca Empire. As we've already seen, Pizarro and his men were the first Spaniards ever to enter Inca lands. But it turns out the Spanish had, completely by accident, sent a deadly vanguard deep into Inca territory, long before Pizarro even arrived. But this invading force wasn't military in nature, it was violent. If you see my video on the fall of the neighboring Aztec Empire, you'll already know that old world diseases, including measles, influenza, and particularly smallpox, wreaked absolute havoc when unwittingly unleashed in the New World. Europeans had developed some level of resistance to these diseases thanks to generations of natural selection, but the people of the New World had never been exposed, and that made old world diseases unimaginably deadly. After the fall of the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan, in 1521, it took the Spanish a good decade or so to establish a presence in Inca territory. But smallpox had made far swifter